Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1601 through 1620 of the previous episode. Mu uses his advanced knowledge of algebra to conduct complex calculations on the Golden Ship, successfully predicting that the founding emperor will reappear in 42 years. From the ship, he witnesses the intense conflict in South Heaven, analyzing the unique Tao fire of the fire heavenly venerate and recognizing the severe threat it poses to his allies and the structural stability of Yudu. If possible, you can support me via PayPal or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1621. Just like the first time they met. The shady firmament world. Tianzi looked left and right and saw Diyue and consort Tianyin blocking him in the middle. Even he could not help but panic at this moment. Now without the Netherworld Sea and the Gate of Heaven of the Nether Capital, he might not be able to resist Diyue, who helped him perfect the Gate of Heaven of the Nether Capital and the path of reincarnation, let alone consort Tianyin, who had come back from the dead. One could imagine how much these two girls hated him. Tianzi forced a smile. Diyue, I missed you so much. Even though I killed you under the orders of Heavenly Emperor Haotian, I didn't destroy your body. You should understand my feelings. I'm sincere about you. Boom. Diyue and consort Tianyin attacked from both sides. The two girls used their most powerful supernatural powers at the same time. Diyue was the most ruthless. Since she had come back from the dead, her cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and her Emperor Throne technique had been cultivated to the small heavenly court. 10 heavenly palaces formed a small heavenly court. She was the person founding emperor valued the most and thought to have the highest talent in founding emperor era. She was the rare body of Turin, and she had been schemed against by Tianzi during their wedding night, losing more than 20,000 years. However, after she was resurrected by Mu and absorbed the results of eternal peace reform, her cultivation started to soar again. After experiencing the war in Great Void Land, her current strength was already above Tianzi. Consort Heavenly was the weakest ancient god among Daosheng ancient gods, and she was also one of the ancient gods who had died the earliest. This allowed her to break free from the shackles of the ancient gods. In order to deal with her, Tianzi first gained her trust, then plotted against her and heavily injured her. He then let the corpses of the dead in Heavenly world devour her flesh and soul, leaving only a piece of skin. In the end, the death penalty ghost took over her skin, and Tianzi also obtained what he wanted. Heavenly world, Heavenly runes, and the Netherworld Sea that was refined from the black sand of her soul. Tianzi had also achieved his name as the Black Emperor of the Nether Capital by killing her. After her soul was reconstructed by Mu, she was no longer an ancient god after she was resurrected. Instead, she could cultivate and comprehend other paths and skills. All these years, her abilities had long surpassed those of the past. The two girls attacked from both sides and used all their killing moves. When Tianzi saw this, he couldn't help feeling evil. Back then, when I killed them, I felt guilty, so I felt guilty towards them. Every time I saw them, I would avoid them. If I want to accomplish great things, I can't be merciful. I'm Heavenly Venerating now. So which Heavenly Venerate doesn't have their hands covered in blood? He urged his magic power with all his might, and 5 heavenly palaces appeared behind his head. In the past, he could only urge 4 heavenly palaces, and he had to rely on the help of the Nether Capital's heavenly gate to refine 8 heavenly palaces. However, he had benefited from Eternal Peace's reform over the years, and he had finally cultivated his 5th heavenly palace. If he had the Nether Capital's heavenly gate, he would be able to execute the techniques of the small heavenly courts of the 9 heavenly palaces, giving him the strength to fight. However, the Gate of Heaven had already been destroyed. Tianzi's Abijna collided with the two girls for the first time, and his Abijna immediately disintegrated. Tianzi spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Suddenly, a streamer flew over and wrapped around his neck, pulling him back. You are cruel and merciless. Don't blame me for being merciless. A fierce light flashed in Tianzi's eyes. He activated the reincarnation Abijna and thought to himself, at most, we will perish together. I will pull you into reincarnation and make you sink forever. He had this confidence. Even if the heaven gate of the Nether Capital was destroyed, his great Tao of reincarnation was still there. This kind of reincarnation that surpassed the great Tao of the Nether capital was his greatest asset. His current cultivation strength was not as good as Diyue and consort Tianyin, but this kind of divine ability could pull the two girls into the reincarnation, erase their memories, and turn them into mortals. It was not difficult. He was getting closer and closer to the two girls. He knew that he only had one chance because Diyue and consort Tianyin's cultivation base was much stronger than his. He only had a chance to hit them when he was hit. Hence, this was a move that would kill both of them. Diyue held his sword in his hand as he stood on the other heavenly gate of reincarnation, his red robe fluttering in the wind. Yin Tianzi looked at her fluttering red robe. It was the red makeup he had put on Diyue. He could not help but think of the days when he was with Diyue. It was probably the happiest time he had ever had since he assassinated Heavenly Lord Royal. Ever since he had joined hands with Heavenly Lord Haotian to kill Heavenly Lord Royal, he had been having nightmares and feeling guilty about killing Heavenly Lord Royal. Heavenly Lord Royal was his hero, his elder brother, and the person he looked up to. However, he was forced by Heavenly Lord Haotian to join hands with Heavenly Lord Haotian to assassinate Heavenly Lord Royal in the graceful cloister of Jade Lake for the sake of his own life. After Heavenly Master Royal's death, he had been looking at his hands. He always felt that his hands were stained with blood that could not be washed off. See details. After killing Heavenly Master Royal, he had to board Heavenly Master Haotian's war chariot and become Heavenly Master Haotian's lackey. He had to learn to be more cunning and sinister. That was why he could survive the cruel era of the Long Han dynasty. He had lived until now as the Black Emperor of the Nether capital. The four-colored emperor had changed countless times, but he was the only evergreen tree that remained standing. However, he was always trembling with fear, and could not feel true happiness until he met Diyue. It was a happy time that made him put down all his burdens and all his defenses. He was truly in love with Diyue. However, when the 10th Heavenly Venerate told him that he had to make a move on the founding Emperor Heavenly Court, and that he had to take advantage of the wedding day to get rid of Diyue, he hesitated and struggled. He once fantasized that he might as well rebel against the Heavenly Court. He might as well go far away with Diyue. He might as well hide his identity and spend his life with this woman. He even thought that he might as well seek refuge with the founding Emperor Heavenly Court. He might as well marry Diyue and have a fierce battle with the 10th Heavenly Venerate on the battlefield. If he died in a fierce battle, he might be able to wash away his past sins and gain a good reputation after his death. However, he became timid again. He did not dare to go against the 10th Heavenly Venerate. He did not want to lose the position that he had earned with his hard work and flattery. Hence, on the night of their wedding, Diyue shyly turned her back to him. However, he raised his sword while trembling. He stabbed the back of his bride's head. He looked at Diyue, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and bright red clothes. The two of them were already very close. The power of the Nether Heavenly Gate under Diyue's feet erupted and suppressed his cultivation and mana. Meanwhile, the sword in her hand was about to stab into his chest. Diyue would definitely not be able to dodge the reincarnation divine ability at this time. Yin Tianzi raised his hand and a smile appeared on his face. It was a smile that had mesmerized countless girls. Diyue's sword light pierced through his heart. The sword was like a rain, shooting out from his back and sweeping through the heavenly court behind his head, tearing apart the heavenly palaces one by one. The palaces collapsed one by one, destroying the foundation of his Taoist skills and divine abilities. Yin Tianzi's palm also touched Diyue's cheek. He stood on the heavenly gate, facing Diyue. It was just like when they first met back then. He saw this beautiful celestial maiden, valiant and valiant, hence, he had the intention to tease her. Back then, he had touched the girl's face like this, and the girl had also stabbed his heart with her sword. Back then, his other hand had caught the girl's sword, but this time he did not. The smile on his face was the same as before, as if he wanted to awaken Diyue's memories. However, consort Tianyin's palm had already reached his back. This strike was so fierce that it directly shattered his primordial spirit. It shook his soul into black sand. At the same time, Diyue's sword light completely disintegrated his 5 heavenly palaces, and the violent mana went out of control. The heavenly palace and heavenly court were borrowed powers. borrowed powers from the ancestral court, Yujing City. Hence, when the heavenly palace and heavenly court collapsed, this power would go out of control. Yin Tianzi vomited blood and forcefully trapped his soul black sand in his body. He opened his mouth, wanting to be as charming and elegant as before, saying the words that they had said when they first met. However, when the words reached his mouth, they became the words that he wanted to say the most. Forgive me, I didn't dare to resist back then. I've always loved you. Blood gushed into his throat, making his words unclear. Yin Tianzi tried his best to control his body. He wanted to be as calm and graceful as before, to protect his final image in front of this woman he had loved before. However, his words were still turned into an unknown sound by the surging blood. Boom! His body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Countless black sand in his soul gushed out in all directions like a tide. How is it? Consort Tianyin hurriedly landed on the gate of heaven of the nether capital. She waved her hand to disperse the bloody mist and the black sand, and then touched Du up and down. She said anxiously, Son of Heavenin hit you in the end. You're not injured, are you? This son of Ebi Tisich is seriously injured. His divine arts and Taoist skills are hard to defend against. You're not injured, are you? Du's eyes were blank. Consort Tianyin kept waving her hand in front of her, and only then did she come back to her senses. She muttered. His last attack didn't have any power, nor did he hide any divine ability. At the last moment, I felt that he no longer had any killing intent towards me. Consort Tianyin heaved a sigh of relief. She pulled her up and down to examine her. She even checked her soul and found that she had indeed not been ambushed by Yin Tianzi. Only then did she feel completely at ease. She said, Yin Tianzi is very evil. This person must be made by bad water. He has never done a good thing in his life. I think you should ask Tianzuan Mu to examine you, so that you don't have any supernatural powers that I can't see through. By the way, what did he say to you just now? Dus shook her head. I didn't hear him clearly. She felt a little melancholic. The man she loved the most, the man she hated the most, had died at her hands in the end. At this moment, she did not feel the joy of getting her revenge. Instead, she felt melancholic. She lowered her head and looked at the blood of Yin Tianzi smearing on the heaven gate of reincarnation that they had worked together to create. It gave off a faint light that obliterated any possibility of Yin Tianzi coming back to life. Perhaps she understood his techniques and divine arts better than Yin Tianzi, which was why Qin Mu had secretly ordered someone to inform her. That was why she had the chance to take revenge. However, at this moment, she recalled the bits and pieces of her memories with Yin Tianzi, and that melancholy became stronger and stronger. Those were the happiest days of her life. She had once thought that she liked Founding Emperor, until she met Yin Tianzi. She was attracted to this man and thought that the two of them could help each other. She thought that the two of them could resolve the conflict between the Heaven and Founding Emperor era. Reality proved that the love between the two of them was nothing in the face of the desire for power and the world's surging momentum. Her dream turned into a bubble, and love turned into an ice coffin, hatred and weapons. She took revenge, but tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. I've already completely forgotten this man, she said to Consort Tianyin. Founding Emperor has passed away, and Carefree Village has lost its backbone. The battle between Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace won't be able to drag on for long. I will definitely not disappoint Founding Emperor's expectations, and won't repeat the mistakes of the past. I will be the #1 Heavenly King and lead Carefree Village to battle with Heavenly Court. Consort Tianyin said happily. Congratulations on your revenge. I feel very comfortable too. Due nodded without a smile on her face. She looked at Heaven's Gate of Ming Capital, and the scene of her first meeting with Son of Heaven Yin appeared in front of her eyes. She shook her head, cut off her thoughts and left the shady world. So strong. On the golden ship crossing worlds, Qin Mu, Qin Fengqing, and Supreme Beginning said in unison. The battle prowess that Heavenly Venerate Fire had displayed was simply too strong. Space swirled around his palm, and Heavenly Venerate Void found it hard to stand straight. They were both 10 Heavenly Venerates, but Heavenly Venerate Void knew that she wasn't any weaker than Heavenly Venerate Fire, especially after Earth Count's death. She had refined the great Tao of Yudu over the past few days, and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. She also thought highly of herself. Although she had not obtained all of the Tao of Hades, nor had she obtained the complete body of Earth Count, the benefits she had obtained in Hades were much greater than the benefits Heavenly Venerate Fire had obtained in South Heaven. It was impossible for the South Heaven Tao Fire ancestral land to be on par with Hades. After obtaining such great benefits, she could still feel the gap between herself and Heavenly Venerate Fire. This gap was almost equivalent to the gap between the 35 and 36 heavenly palaces. Just the difference of one heavenly palace was like the difference between heaven and earth. The fire Heavenly Venerate's soul was not his weakness. It could only be considered a weakness. Moreover, this weakness was deliberately created by him. His Tao fire could refine his soul, and it could also refine his soul to be incomparably powerful. Since the Long Han era, he had continuously refined his soul with his Tao fire. After obtaining the Southern Heaven Tao Fire ancestral land, he used the Tao Fire ancestral land to refine his soul, making it unprecedentedly powerful. However, he wanted to refine his soul to a level comparable to Heavenly Venerate Nether. The 100 refined Vajra, his physical body, vital chi, divine treasure, heavenly palace, runes, Tao patterns, Tao chains, divine abilities, and domains were all refined to the extreme by the Tao fire, reaching the level of indestructible Vajra. However, his soul was still missing a crucial link, which was Yudu's devil fire. From the beginning to the end, Heavenly Venerate Fire knew that he had this weakness, but it could only be considered a weakness, not a weakness. 1. He couldn't obtain the devil fire from Heavenly Venerate Yudu, but the introverted Heavenly Venerate Yudu had long seen through his true colors, so he could only obtain it from the battle to kill Earth Count or from Heavenly Venerate Void and Yudu's divine son. Back then, Qin Mu had been the divine son of Yudu, and Heavenly Venerate Fire had tried to rope him in, hoping that he would join his camp. However, that hope was shattered, and Qin Mu became the person who opposed him the most. He had no choice but to try to rope Heavenly Venerate Void in. If Heavenly Venerate Void married him, he would be able to use Heavenly Venerate Void's devil fire to cultivate his soul. However, when Heavenly Venerate Void asked to teach Heavenly Teacher Meng Yungue, his words shattered his illusions about Heavenly Venerate Void. 1. In the Battle of Yudu, Qin Mu had made the first move and gotten rid of Earth Count before everyone else. He had allowed Qin Fengqing to absorb the Tao of Yudu and inherit Earth Count's mantle. Heavenly Venerate Void had forcefully seized the Tao of Yudu and fought with Qin Fengqing, Heavenly Duke, and the rest. As for Heavenly Venerate Fire, he was held back by Heavenly Venerate Moon and Lang Bao, so he had no chance at all. He only had one chance left, and that was to have Heavenly Venerate Void come to kill him. How to make Heavenly Venerate Void come to kill him became the final problem. However, the opportunity came quietly. The reincarnation of Divine Emperor Langxian ran to the South Heaven, giving him the capital to join forces with Absolute Beginning. He decisively submitted to Absolute Beginning and fell out with Heavenly Emperor Haotian after the coronation. Heavenly Emperor Haotian could not tolerate his betrayal and would definitely kill him. Heavenly Emperor Haotian needed to be wary of Absolute Beginning and Taiji. Therefore, the people that Heavenly Emperor Haotian could use were Heavenly Venerate Su and the Ancestor God King. He had voluntarily revealed a long time ago that his cultivation technique could not cultivate the weakness of his soul. Therefore, Heavenly Venerate Su would definitely use the demonic fire to burn his soul in an attempt to kill him in one strike. He had been planning this since the era of the High Emperor until today. It had lasted for 300,000 to 400,000 years before he finally succeeded and got what he wanted. The fire Heavenly Venerate felt that the demonic fire had trained his soul and brought about an increase in his soul. He was extremely happy. What was the point of being in a moment of glory or disgrace? What was the point of betraying his family and friends? What was the point of enslaving the humans of South Heaven and using the flesh and blood of countless humans to curry favor with the demigods? What was the point of the humans of South Heaven being enslaved and having no desire to resist? What was the point of having all their bones withered after success? As long as he, the fire Heavenly Venerate, became the most powerful existence in the world, the emperor of this universe, and an invincible existence, he would be able to rewrite the history books and leave behind his most glorious side in the history of the civil officials. As long as he killed all those who knew about it, he would not have any blemishes. Ever since the death of the royal heavenly venerate in the Meng cloister 1,000,000 years ago, he had understood a principle. If he wanted to live, he had to become powerful and control the strongest power. And before he became powerful, before he controlled the strongest power, he could only rely on the power, a dog that could only be powerful. People always treated dogs as the best friends of humans, but dogs never thought so. When a dog controlled a power that was more powerful than its owner, the situation would be reversed. Heavenly Venerate Hollow kept on fighting back under his palm. Her divine powers, Taoist techniques, and skills were superb. She obtained the Earth Count's Tao of Hades, which made her understanding of the devil path reach an unprecedented height. There were as many as 35 heavenly palaces. If it was a few decades ago, this level of cultivation could already be said to be the pinnacle of the 10 heavenly venerates. However, that was a few decades ago. After Heavenly Venerate Hu obtained her Tao fire, his magic power, divine sense, physical body, spirit, soul, runes, Tao patterns, Tao chains, domains, qi and blood, divine treasures, and heavenly palaces no longer had any weaknesses. The indestructible Vajra. The indestructible Vajra. All 12 achievements had been cultivated to the extreme. This was the first time in the entire world that someone had been able to achieve this. His palm slammed down, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Heavenly Venerate Void looked up from his palm as if he was looking up at the burning sky. Any of her attacks could only shake the fire Heavenly Venerate's 5 fingers. However, the 5 fingers of the fire Heavenly Venerate could break her divine ability. Void Heavenly Venerate attacked crazily. Her body continued to expand and expand, but space was distorted by the power of the Tao fire. No matter how much she changed, she could not escape Fire Heavenly Venerate's control. Fire Heavenly Venerate's palm struck down. The burning sky made it impossible for her to escape. Her heavenly palace was also burning. It was the most blazing fire. It was like a desire that devoured everything. Suddenly, the Xiandu world appeared in the sky above the southern sky. The ancestor god king controlled half of the heavenly duke's body to reach out and strike the fire Heavenly Venerate's head with his palm. Citizens of the southern sky, listen up. The fire Heavenly Venerate has rebelled and killed Celestial Master Een and Celestial Master Azure Dragon. The ancestor god king was awe-inspiring as he shouted, "The fire Heavenly Venerate's crimes cannot be pardoned. His Majesty, Heavenly Emperor Haotian, has already given the order to exterminate the fire bandits." All citizens of the southern sky kneel down, but those who stand up are the accomplices of the fire bandits. The entire South Heaven was in an uproar. Countless demigods and humans lived in the various heavens of South Heaven. There were also demigods and human gods who built god cities. They were the army of gods and demons that guarded South Heaven. At this moment, even the army of gods and demons of South Heaven could not help but kneel down when they heard the ancestor god king's order. No one stood up. Meanwhile, in Heavenly Venerate Fire's heavenly palace, some of Heavenly Venerate Fire's disciples were wiping the statue of Heavenly Venerate Fire while others were busy with other matters. When they heard this, their bodies trembled as they looked at Yin Yazi in confusion. Yin Yazi was Heavenly Venerate Fire's disciple. When he heard the ancestor god king's words, his mind was thrown into chaos. He was momentarily at a loss. "Eldest senior brother, what should we do?" The disciples of Heavenly Lord of Fire asked one after another. Yin Yazi suppressed his chaotic state of mind and thought for a moment. He shouted, "The sage has taught us that the ruler is the subject, the father is the son, and the husband is the wife. Although Heavenly Lord of Fire is our master, he is not greater than the ruler or the father. Kneel, all of you kneel." In Heavenly Lord of Fire's heavenly palace, many disciples hesitated. Yin Yazi had already knelt down and buried his head. When the other disciples saw this, they all knelt down. Even if some of them wanted to resist seeing this scene, they had no intention of resisting. They all knelt down. In the distance, Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon was confused. He thought to himself, "I'm clearly still alive. Why did the ancestor god king say that I was killed by Fire Heavenly Venerate? Damn it, it seems like it was a wrong decision to seek refuge with Heavenly Emperor Hao." The ancestor god king's attack came to the head of Fire Heavenly Venerate. He laughed and said, "Fire, you never thought that you would have such a day, right? The disciples that you painstakingly taught won't help you at all. They won't be of any use. The southern sky that you painstakingly built has become the best slave that you have tamed for the heavenly court. Fire Heavenly Venerate raised his other hand to meet the heavenly duke's hand. He sneered and said, Ancestor God King, you are far from ruining my Tao heart. If I win, who will write history in the future? Isn't it up to me to decide? Boom! The Ancestor God King controlled the heavenly duke's body. It could be said that he had the strongest dharmic powers and the strongest body. However, against an existence like Fire Heavenly Venerate who did not have any weaknesses, even he felt an incomparable impact. He did not gain any advantage from this attack. Even if all the humans in the southern sky die, even if all the humans in the myriad realms die, as long as I'm still alive, the humans will not be exterminated. Heavenly Lord of Fire's lifeblood fluctuated before he calmed down. He laughed loudly as he attacked the two. His voice reverberated incessantly. I am a human. I am a supremacy. Heavenly Lord of Heaven Imperial did not ask for much back then. All he wanted was for the humans to be on equal footing with the other races. However, he could not even do that. Heavenly Lord Su took advantage of the moment when his chi and blood started to fluctuate. He pulled out the long horn on his head and stabbed it into Heavenly Lord Hua's palm. Chi the long horn pierced through Heavenly Lord Hua's palm and shot out from the back of his hand towards Heavenly Lord Hua's forehead. 2 streaks of fire shot out from Heavenly Lord Hua's eyes. His eyes were like torches as they shone on the long horn that was flying towards him. This long horn was a Heavenly Lord treasure refined by Heavenly Lord Su. When his eyes shone on it, it instantly melted. Heavenly Venerate Fire's fist landed on Heavenly Venerate Void's body. Heavenly Venerate Void let out a muffled groan as she spat out blood and flew backward. Her devil blood turned into flames in the starry sky as it burned fiercely. However, as long as I win, even if I'm the only one left, the human race will be the most honorable race in the world. A heavenly court appeared behind Heavenly Venerate Fire's head. His immortal soul sat in it as he stretched out his hand to grab Heavenly Duke's body. He pulled the Ancestor God King along with Heavenly Duke's body in an attempt to pull him out of Mystic City. He sneered, What Heavenly Venerate Royal can't do will be done in my hands. The Ancestor God King fought him head-on. The power of the Heavenly Tao was pushed to the extreme, using Heavenly Fire to fight against the Tao Fire. Heavenly Venerate Fire used his mana. Layers of Tao Fire wheels appeared behind his head, twisting Xuandu. Even Heavenly Duke's body was twisted. His body was elongated, showing signs of turning into the wheel of fire behind his head. It was rare to see someone as powerful as him. At this moment at the edge of South Heaven, Heavenly Emperor Hao strode through the starry sky. The great all-heaven of One Chi appeared, and the branches of the Tao trees danced. He would personally come to take revenge on Fire Heavenly Venerate. The moment he stepped into South Heaven, another great all-heaven of One Chi appeared in the void in front of him. The great all-heaven of One Chi was everywhere, and 2 ancient Tai Chi gods held absolute beginning, blocking his path. However, this battle can decide the universe. Absolute Beginning blocked Heavenly Emperor Haotian with a smile and looked at Heavenly Emperor Haotian's face. He said leisurely, Ever since I lost in the Long Han era, I have realized that honor and disgrace are impermanent. Honor and disgrace cannot decide the winner or loser of a strong person's life. I have had a lot of misfortunes since I was young. I was ignorant in the Absolute Beginning Divine Mind in the early years and did not know what was good and evil. I only knew how to refine the Absolute Beginning mineral vein until Heavenly Emperor Haotian dug me out of the Divine Mine. 1. Heavenly Emperor Hao frowned and said with a faint smile, Retired Emperor, you are indeed old. The father-son battle hasn't started yet, and you are already talking about the words that only the victor can say. Absolute Beginning waved his hand. He continued, I was weak then. I was afraid of Emperor Tai's power, so I took him as my foster father. He took away my Absolute Beginning Emperor sword and asked the Creator to worship me. It seemed to increase my power, but in fact he knew that my growth potential was too great, so he used the Creator to restrict me. I endured it and plotted slowly. Finally, I fought in the Bloodrust region 1,000,000 years ago and completely defeated him. He wouldn't be able to make a comeback for 1,000,000 years. Heavenly Emperor Haotian listened calmly, and did not interrupt him. From then on, I ascended to the throne and became the emperor. I unified the universe and became the overlord of the world. The 4 seas and 8 desolates submitted. Earth Count, Heavenly Duke, and Earth Mother were all held back by me and could not resist me. The Creator was no longer a concern. The world was peaceful and the demigod race was thriving. Absolute Beginning sighed. At this time, Royal Heavenly Venerate and the other 7 Heavenly Venerates rose up. I saw a future that would destroy my rule in the dim light. The momentum will crush me and all the ancient gods into pieces. That's why I asked you to kill Royal Heavenly Venerate and cut off this terrifying future. However, I never thought that the momentum would not come to an end. Instead, it became more and more intense. In the end, my father was still buried in the hands of you and Heavenly Venerate Yoon. During these millions of years of decline, I had no choice but to hide my identity and mingle among the 10 Heavenly Venerates. 1. The 2 Taiji Heavenly Venerates praised in unison. After the big rise, the big fall. After the big fall, the big rise. That is the true nature of a hero. The mockery on Heavenly Emperor Hao's face became even more intense. Absolute Beginning was in high spirits. He smiled and said, "Over millions of years, Hauer, you have accumulated momentum. Not long ago, the momentum was finally complete. The torrential currents forced me to find my physical body, and even if I became Dao Chi Great All Heaven, I had no choice but to abdicate and let you ascend to the Heavenly Emperor's throne. I even had to kneel and worship you. It is a great humiliation for a father to kneel and worship his son." The 2 Taiji Heavenly Venerates praised in unison. It is a great honor to be able to show a hero without fear of humiliation. Taichu's face was flushed red. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, you are flattering me too much. Although I have suffered such great humiliation and knelt and worshipped my son, I know that Hauer, you are still too inexperienced. Hauer, you yearned for power so much that you didn't know how to share it. For example, as long as the Earth Count, Heavenly Duke, Earth Mother, and Yuan Jun all submitted to me, I wouldn't touch their interests. But you are different. You want to take all the power in your own arms. You cut down the clan when you ascended the throne. How could the Fire Heavenly Venerate not oppose you?" He smiled slightly. "You couldn't keep your composure and destroyed your wings. The Fire Heavenly Venerate had submitted to me. I could finally crush you. The 9 Heavenly Venerates of the Long Han era are all geniuses. You underestimate the Fire Heavenly Venerate too much. The 9 Heavenly Venerates of the Long Han era are all incomparable to the Ancestor God King and the Void Heavenly Venerate. As long as I block you, the Fire Heavenly Venerate will cut off your wings and kill the Ancestor God King, the Void Heavenly Venerate. From now on, I have the upper hand." Heavenly Emperor Haotian said lightly, "Retired Emperor, you've said too much. With your wisdom, you wouldn't have thought that the 3rd and 4th young masters of the Miro Palace would still support me." Absolute Beginning shook his head and said, "I'm more proficient in the way of game theory than you. You're too young. How could the 3rd and 4th young masters not know about your wild ambitions? They need to support someone who can fight with you to facilitate their plans to enter the human world. They are happy to see me fight with you. You can't borrow any power from the 3rd and 4th young masters. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Heavenly Emperor Haotian smiled playfully, clapping his hands and praising, well said, well said. It's a pity that retired Emperor, you've schemed too much, but you're still old in the end." He said leisurely, "I cut down the vassals. It seems like I'm monopolizing power and killing all the meritorious officials. It's a foolish move. However, I'm doing it for the sake of the eternal stability of the country for millions of years, or even billions of years. Killing a Fire Heavenly Venerate will shake the foundation of my rule?" He didn't care. "It won't shake. It'll shake my foundation only after I've been conferred the titles of dukes. Do you think that the Fire Heavenly Venerate will dare to rebel after his death? Even if he rebelled, I have plenty of methods to deal with him. At worst, I can just borrow a few Taoists from the Ancestral Court's Jade Capital. The Ancestral Court's Jade Capital has nothing else. But there are many Taoists in the prehistoric universe." He revealed a mocking expression. 3rd young master and 4th young master have no other choice. Only by relying on my strength will they have a chance to enter the current universe. Because they know that neither you nor Celestial Master Mu can defeat me." Absolute Beginning laughed. Son of Heaven Een and Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon were killed by someone else. Now that the Ancestor God King and Celestial Master Su are dead, what other forces do you have? At this moment, Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon happened to run here. Hearing their conversation, he felt a chill in his heart. I'm dead again? How come I don't know? I'd better run. Heavenly Emperor Hao smiled at his father and said sympathetically, Retired Emperor, you are really old. He sighed. At the same time, an extremely violent disturbance came. Fire Heavenly Venerate fought against the Ancestor God King, and Void Heavenly Venerate. The heaven and earth were torn apart. The Ancestor God King pushed the Heavenly Duke's physical body to the limit and forcefully broke open the fire wheel behind Fire Heavenly Venerate's head. However, when he broke free, Fire Heavenly Venerate struck out with his palm. He stood on the Heavenly Duke's physical body. At this moment, when the Heavenly Duke's physical body broke free from the fire wheel, there was no time to stop him. The Ancestor God King had no choice but to use the Heavenly Tao treasure he had refined to withstand the attack. Heavenly Lord of Fire's attack contained 28 levels of Tao realm, and each level of Tao fire was stronger than the last. He had reached the 28th level. All the Heavenly Tao treasures he had painstakingly refined were burned into golden liquid. Ancestor God King, are you worthy of being on par with me? Heavenly Lord of Fire sneered as his immortal soul pressed down from the heavenly courts, forcing Heavenly Lord of Void to retreat continuously. It was difficult for him to withstand the attack. Heavenly Venerate Fire roared. Heavenly Venerate Longhan 9. Heavenly Venerate Hao is the strongest, but I am not inferior at all. The Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Void were shocked. They were forced back by his attacks. After Heavenly Venerate Fire killed the Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird, his strength jumped into the top 3 of the 10 Heavenly Venerates. However, the Ancestor God King obtained the Heavenly Duke's physical body, and Heavenly Venerate Void obtained half of the Great Tao of Hades. Hence, they thought that Heavenly Venerate Fire's strength was far inferior to theirs. The two of them joining forces would definitely be able to capture him easily. However, the reality was cruel and beyond their expectations. Now they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Heavenly Venerate Fire was the hunter. The more Heavenly Venerate Fire fought, the more he enjoyed himself. He let out a long roar and unleashed all sorts of divine abilities. He was able to use them with ease. His Tao heart had also swept away the decadence from before. Gradually, his Tao heart became clear, and he was on the verge of taking another step forward. As long as he killed the Ancestor God King and Void Heavenly Venerate, he would join forces with Absolute, beginning to kill Heavenly Emperor Hao. He would definitely be placed in an important position by Absolute beginning, and become a peerless and powerful minister. At that moment he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Before he could make a move, a sinkhole Great Abyss appeared behind his head in the flaming wheels. The moment the sinkhole Great Abyss appeared, it swept up the Tao flames and devoured the Tao fruits in the flaming wheels behind his head, sucking them into the Great Abyss. Not only that, even the heavenly court behind his head could not stabilize itself and fell into the Great Abyss. There was also a ring formed by the heavens behind his head that was also falling into the sinkhole. The entire heavens began to burn, and stars fell into the Great Abyss. The Great Abyss was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled no matter what. Fire Heavenly Venerate was shocked. He forcefully cut off the layers of flame wheels behind his head. He even abandoned all the living beings in the heavens and rushed forward to escape from the sinkhole Great Abyss. His cultivation base was greatly damaged. He suddenly turned around and saw that the sinkhole Great Abyss was not a divine ability, but the real sinkhole. It had been forcibly moved here by someone with great magic power. There was the Empress Dowager's palace in the sinkhole. In the palace, a woman was lying lazily on a jade couch. She was very comfortable. She was smiling at Fire Heavenly Venerate's fear. It was clearly the Empress Dowager's face. However, the mole between her brows indicated her identity. Madame Yuanmu. Jade Langjun, what do you think of my methods? Madame Yuanmu's sandalwood mouth opened slightly. At that moment, a man's figure appeared in the palace. His thumb and forefinger were holding a spirit pill, and he placed it gently between Madame Yuanmu's lips. Eternal Peace Apothecary was known as Jade-Faced Medicine King. He was the #1 divine physician in the world and had refined supreme medicine path. He was famous throughout the world for curing heavenly Venerate Moon's Tao injuries. He was extremely handsome and flirtatious, even better than Emperor Yin. Apothecary served Madame Yuanmu to take a spirit pill and observed her for a while before smiling. "Madam, after this pill, your Tao injuries will be healed. It's time for me to return." Madame Yuanmu rolled her eyes at him. "Why are you in such a hurry to return?" she rebuked. "People have heard that you are Heavenly Venerate Mu's elder. Do you think that Heavenly Venerate Mu still lacks motherly love? Should Lang Jun find him a stepmother or step-grandmother? When he saw you, he felt that Celestial Master Mu was a mess." Apothecary couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly said, "Madam, you can't. His Majesty will kill my head. Celestial Master Hua is here." Madame Yuanmu chuckled as she rose into the air and flew over his head. Apothecary raised his head and looked up. Immediately, his nose was bleeding and he thought to himself, "This witch is amazing. Moore has been fooling around with her for so long, yet he can still maintain his virgin body. He's really amazing." Apothecary couldn't help admiring Qin Mu. "If it was me, I wouldn't be able to hold on." Madame Yuanmu stretched out her hand and grabbed. The twin lotuses in the great abyss slowly rose up and landed in her hand. She smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Fire, I, Howard, have asked me to come here and send you on your way." Fire Celestial Master was shocked. He could feel that Madame Yuanmu's combat strength was not inferior to his, or even stronger than his. Madame Yuanmu was calm and collected. She smoothed her hair down and suddenly waved the lotus flower. The lotus flower turned into a huge hammer and smashed toward Fire Celestial Master. Boom! When the lotus flower fell, it spun and bloomed, and the terrifying path of ultimate exploded. Tomorrow would be the end of the fire god, and he would give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Monthly ticket. The moment Madame Yuanmu made her move, the 36 heavenly palaces transformed into the great heavenly court and pushed the path of the ultimate to the extreme. She should be called the goddess of the ultimate, but at this moment Madame Yuanmu's consciousness was in control. She had fused Madame Yuanmu's path of destruction and the Empress path of creation, fusing them together to form a perfect path of the ultimate. The power of the perfect sinkhole Tao was extremely strange. It could devour all things, devour all energy, and at the same time transform it into one's own power. Fire Heavenly Venerates Tao fire was almost as powerful as the heat nirvana wind, but the sinkhole was a true heat nirvana wind. It crushed matter and turned it into pure energy. The incomparably terrifying energy accumulated together was the heat nirvana wind. In a duel with Madame Yuanmu, she would find that her magic power was getting lower and lower, while her strength was getting higher and higher. Boom! Fire Heavenly Venerate took this attack head-on and immediately sensed that his Tao, magic and Abhijna were like stones sinking into the ocean, unable to cause any harm to his opponent. Meanwhile, Madame Yuanmu's magic power suddenly increased by a thread. The lotus flower directly broke through his defense, spun and cut open his chest. A sharp lotus petal swept past his face, and the mask on his face let out a soft crack. It split into two, revealing a ferocious and terrifying face. Fire Heavenly Venerate's face was destroyed by Qin Mu, and his facial features were hard to recognize. There were only white bones and bits of flesh and blood on his face. His face had been completely pulled out, and only his nose remained. His ears were pierced, and his eyes weren't protected by any flesh and blood. They were exposed, and his lips had disappeared, revealing his teeth. His face was like a skeleton with bits and pieces of flesh. In the world today, Qin Mu was well deserved to be the #1 in terms of Tao skills. The Tao injury he had left on Fire Heavenly Venerate's face had lasted until now, and it couldn't be broken. Even Apothecary couldn't heal the injury on his face. When Madame Yuanmu saw this face, she was also shocked. The two of them fought quickly, and Fire Heavenly Venerate was restrained. He only felt that all the divine arts he had attacked had lost their power. No matter how he attacked, the power would be devoured by Yuanmu. He did not cultivate the 36 heavenly palaces, only 35. This caused him to be much weaker than Madame Yuanmu's magic power, and he fell into the situation of being beaten. His strength was that he had no weaknesses, and his mantras and abhijnas were flawless. Although his mantras and abhijnas were countered by Madame Yuanmu, his physical body was strong, and he could fight against Yuanmu head-on. However, the more he fought, the more he was at a disadvantage. Lotus flowers flew up and down around him. Their petals were incomparably sharp, slicing through his flesh and almost ripping his skin off. Whoosh! The sinkhole Great Abyss suddenly appeared behind him. A violent gravitational force came over and twisted his physical body, pulling him into the Great Abyss. Fire Heavenly Venerate roared and charged out of the Great Abyss with all his might. Just as he charged out, Madame Yuanmu swept the lotus flower at his body. Fire Heavenly Venerate spat out blood and tumbled out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The pistils of the lotus flower shot out like snakes, wrapping him up and pulling him toward Madame Yuanmu. Fire Heavenly Venerate immediately raised his hand to cut off the pistils, but Madame Yuanmu had already arrived in front of him. Fire Heavenly Venerate's body rose up and turned into a streak of fire light as he fled at an astonishing speed. However, the Great Abyss of the Ultimate was like a mouth that devoured all the worlds in the universe, causing space to collapse. No matter how fast he flew, he could only circle around the Great Abyss of the Ultimate. He could not fly out of the gravitational range of the Great Abyss. My life is over here. Fire Heavenly Venerate felt despair in his heart. He turned around and saw that Madame Yuanmu had already arrived behind him. She was smiling as she held the twin lotuses in her hands, ready to kill him. However, the strange thing was that Madame Yuanmu had just raised the lotus in her hands when she stopped. She did not use her ultimate attack. Fire Heavenly Venerate was stunned. He saw Madame Yuanmu standing there with a look of panic on her face. The panic on her face was getting stronger and stronger. Her expression did not seem to be fake. Now that she had the upper hand, there was no need for her to fake it. However, not only did Madame Yuanmu look panicked, her body even began to tremble. At the same time, the black mole between her eyebrows gradually changed from black to red. Little b****. Madame Yuanmu gritted her teeth and hissed, "Are you courting death by jumping out at this time?" Fire Heavenly Venerate did not understand and immediately attacked Madame Yuanmu ruthlessly. Suddenly, the twin lotuses in Madame Yuanmu's hands enlarged and closed with a swoosh, wrapping Madame Yuanmu within. Fire Heavenly Venerate's attack hit the heavy petals, causing them to wither. However, the terrifying power still spread to the depths of the twin lotuses. A muffled groan came from within the lotus. Another voice was heard. "Little slut, how can I admit defeat just like that? I am the rightful owner of this body. Now that you have recovered, it is a good time for me to take back my body. Sister, you will only let Fire Heavenly Venerate take advantage of you if you fight with me for the body. If you don't retreat, I will perish with you and let Fire Heavenly Venerate kill both of us." Fire Heavenly Venerate struck several times in a row, breaking the two lotuses and killing his way in. Madame Yuanmu was frozen in place, unable to move. In just an instant, he unleashed countless divine abilities on this woman. Madame Yuanmu was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! Heavenly Venerate Fire landed and stepped on Madame Yuanmu's chest. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "My luck is still heaven-shaking. I shouldn't have died. Yuanmu, please go on your way." At this moment, the mole on Madame Yuanmu's forehead had completely turned red. She looked at him coldly and said in the Empress voice, "Minister Hua, how dare you trample on my body?" Chi! One of Heavenly Venerate Hua's legs was grabbed by the Empress and smashed onto the ground. Heavenly Venerate Hua was in a daze from the impact. Thankfully, the Empress was also severely injured and did not kill him directly. A fierce light flashed in Heavenly Venerate Hua's eyes as he thought, "She was severely injured by me just now. I might not lose this battle." The Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Su moved forward and saw the two lotus petals that were tied together tightly. The flower house was sometimes large and sometimes small, sometimes expanding and sometimes contracting. Terrifying divine power fluctuations came from inside. It was shocking. The Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Su were severely injured. They looked at each other in shock. The battle in the twin lotus ended very quickly. Suddenly, the petals split open and a beam of fire shot out. The person was covered in blood. It was Heavenly Venerate Fire. The Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Su immediately blocked the attack. The three of them fought fast outside the flower house. Heavenly Venerate Su chopped off Heavenly Venerate Fire's left arm. Heavenly Venerate Fire twisted Heavenly Venerate Su's head from the front to the back so that she could see her butt. The Ancestor God King activated Heavenly Duke's fleshy body and smacked Heavenly Lord Su's head into his chest. Eyes grew out of Heavenly Lord Su's chest as his right hand grabbed the Ancestor God King, who was standing on Heavenly Duke's face. His Dao fire was like a wheel as it twisted his body into more than a dozen wheels. His fleshy body and Yuan Shan were pulled even thinner than a fried dough twist. At that moment, the sinkhole Great Abyss erupted as the great heavenly court behind Heavenly Lord Su pulled his Yuan Shan into the great ruins. Fire Heavenly Venerate retreated and crashed into the Empress. The Empress fell backward, and the red mole between her brows immediately turned black, turning into Madame Yuanmu. Madame Yuanmu laughed hysterically. After activating the reincarnation divine ability to seal the Emperor, Fire Heavenly Venerate's Yuan Shan soared into the sky from the Great Abyss. It pierced through the back of Madame Yuanmu's head with a dilapidated heavenly palace. Whoosh! The Fire Heavenly Venerate's primordial spirit flew out from between Madame Yuanmu's brows, carrying the broken heavenly palace and heavenly court. A rumbling explosion came from Madame Yuanmu's head, and blood spurted out from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The blood that spurted out turned into flames. The Fire Heavenly Venerate's chest rose and fell, and his head grew out from his chest. Just as he was about to retract his primordial spirit, Heavenly Venerate Void's hands slammed heavily on his head, and a terrifying demonic power penetrated through his body. It destroyed his divine bridge, divine treasure. This power penetrated straight into his body and destroyed his life and death, celestial being, 7 stars, 6 directions, and 5 elements. It was about to destroy his spirit embryo divine treasure. Fire Heavenly Venerate's primordial spirit flew over and struck Void Heavenly Venerate's primordial spirit out of his body. Void Heavenly Venerate's body immediately burned in the Dao fire. Fire Heavenly Venerate's primordial spirit entered his body and turned into a fiery light that soared into the sky. Just as he flew up, the burning Ancestor God King activated Heavenly Duke's body and pierced through the back of his head with a finger. A large hole appeared between the Fire Heavenly Venerate's brows. The power of the finger penetrated through the heavenly courts in his brain, destroying the Heavenly Gate, Jade Lake, and the God-slaying platform, sweeping through Jade Capital. The terrifying power came to the Lingxiao Hall in a mighty manner and blew it to smithereens. The Lingxiao Hall exploded, and the Fire Heavenly Venerate's primordial spirit sitting on the Emperor's throne was also pierced through by the Heavenly Duke's body with a finger. Beneath him, the Emperor's throne turned into a phantom and slowly dissipated. Fire Heavenly Venerate immediately felt his dermic powers dissipate and drain away crazily. His cultivation realm immediately fell from the heavenly courts to the Emperor's throne, and then from the Emperor's throne to Lingxiao. Following that, his cultivation realm was pushed to the Jade Capital, the God-slaying platform, the Jade Lake, the Heaven's Gate, the Divine Bridge, Life and Death, and the Deva realm. I've cultivated 12 types of indestructible achievements. This little injury can't harm me. Fire Heavenly Venerate forcefully suppressed the scattered dermic powers. He saw the Ancestor God King and Void Heavenly Venerate dragging their heavily injured bodies as they chased after him. With a flash, millions of fireballs instantly shot out from all directions in the starry sky. Beams of flames filled the southern sky and flew in different directions. The Ancestor God King and Void Heavenly Venerate reached out and grabbed many of the flames, but they were all empty. The Ancestor God King spat out large mouthfuls of blood as he forcefully circulated his dermic powers to suppress the Dao flames on his body. It was difficult for him to continue pursuing. Void Heavenly Venerate's cultivation level was slightly inferior to his, and it was even worse. The two barely suppressed the Dao flames while the Ancestor God King barely raised a thread of his dermic powers. He said sternly, "Listen to my orders, the gods and demons of South Heaven. Fire Heavenly Venerate has betrayed us. Seal off the spirit energy mutual shift bridge and surround him. Kill him and the heavenly court will reward you handsomely. You will be conferred the title of King and Marquis." More and more flames burned in South Heaven. Millions of flames fell from every heaven, but they turned into flowing flames and dissipated after landing on the ground. Suddenly, a streak of flame crashed onto the ground, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. It transformed into Fire Heavenly Venerate's body and rolled for more than 5 kilometers before it finally stopped. Fire Heavenly Venerate struggled to get up and panted heavily. "I'm not dead yet." His body swayed, and his injuries suddenly exploded. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, his hands supporting the ground. He chuckled. "As long as I survive this disaster, I still have a chance of winning. I can still make a comeback. I can join Heavenly Venerate Mu. Yes, I can join Heavenly Venerate Mu." His eyes gradually lit up as he looked at the ground. His eyes were filled with hope. "Celestial Master Yun is my lifelong good friend. He has invited me more than once to join hands with me to fight against the Heavenly Court. If I go to him, he will definitely not refuse. Hee. Celestial Master Mu has suffered a crushing defeat. If I go over, I will become his distinguished guest. He will have no choice but to put me in an important position. Hee. Now that Founding Emperor is dead, I'm the strongest existence in the human race." At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Celestial Master Fire raised his head with difficulty and saw a small mountain village in front of him. The village was filled with farmers who worked in agriculture for a living. The sound of footsteps came from an old farmer with wrinkles all over his face. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, but his actual age should be less than 50 years old. The living conditions were too harsh and poor. Facing the yellow soil and facing the sky, it was normal for him to age quickly. The old farmer should be farming. Next to him was a dung pit. He was holding a dung rake in his hand. Just now, he should have been raking dung, and his body still carried the stench of feces and urine. The old farmer's eyes were blurry as he approached. He carefully sized him up and said with a trembling voice, You are Fire Heavenly Venerate?" Fire Celestial Venerable nodded and said, "I am Fire Celestial Venerable, the ruler of South Heaven. Do you have any elixirs in your village? My injuries are very serious." The old farmer was surprised and happy. He raised the dung rake and swung it down hard. The 3 tips of the rake were stuck in Fire Celestial Venerable's head. The fire sparks flew everywhere and splashed feces all over his face. "You!" Fire Celestial Venerable's mind was muddled. Seeing that he wasn't stabbed to death, the old farmer picked up the dung rake again and swung it down. There was joy in his voice. "Come quickly. Someone come quickly. The fire bandits who betrayed the Heavenly Court have landed in our village. We're rich." The Fire Celestial Master was furious, but his injuries were too severe and he couldn't struggle to get up. All the elderly, children, women, and young men in the village came out in full force. Some held kitchen knives while others held claw hooks, shovels, hammers, forks, and shovels. All of them came out and shouted to kill. These villagers surrounded him and attacked him. They used all kinds of farm tools to attack him. But how could they hurt the Fire Celestial Master? No matter how they attacked, they could not do anything to the Fire Celestial Master. "Why did you kill me?" 1. The Fire Celestial Master was shocked and angry. He hissed, "You ungrateful people, it's me. It's me who protected Ninetales and you lowlifes. Otherwise, you would have died long ago." He did not know where a surge of power came from, but he managed to stand up despite the beating of the villagers. He grabbed the old farmer's neck and lifted him up. The surrounding villagers looked at him in horror and did not dare to move. The old farmer struggled and was weak, but he managed to hold his breath. He shouted, "Fire dog, you still dare to be stubborn? It's a great sin for you to be disloyal to the monarch. The sage has taught that those who are disloyal to the monarch, such as beasts, should be punished by everyone. You are a beast." Fire Heavenly Venerate spat out a mouthful of blood. He was the one who compiled the sage's teachings that South Heaven taught the human race. It was also because of this sage's teachings that he was conferred the title of Lord among the Heavenly Venerates. The other villagers swarmed forward. Kitchen knives, claws, hooks, shovels, hammers, and heads were all chopped down at him. One after another they said, "Beat this disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous person to death. Take his head to receive the reward, and we will become celestials. The thief's body is so hard I can't kill him. Quick! Kill a dog, splash his black dog's blood and break his spell. 4,000 words Dajong." Asking for a monthly ticket. The villagers were still beating him up, wanting to beat him to death. The Fire Heavenly Venerate could not contain his anger. At that moment, a basin of black dog's blood splashed on his face. The Fire Heavenly Venerate stood there, his body covered in black dog's blood. Some of the black dog's blood flowed into his glabella. There was a hole where the ancestor god king had used the heavenly duke's body to pierce through. The hole was transparent, and the dog's blood flowed into his brain. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. However, a heavenly venerate was a heavenly venerate after all. A young man held a kitchen knife and slashed at his head. He shouted, "His spell has been broken by the black dog's blood. Hurry up and chop him to death. Take his head and claim the reward." Before he could say the word reward, the Fire Heavenly Venerate's fist landed on his face. The young man exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Although the Fire Heavenly Venerate's heavenly palace had collapsed and the divine treasures had disintegrated, his physical body was still that of a heavenly venerate. These villagers were just ordinary people. How could they be his match? The Fire Heavenly Venerate's face was gloomy as he started a massacre. Soon, all the women, children in the village fell into a pool of blood. Not a single one was left. "You traitors, it was I who protected you and allowed you to survive in this cruel world. You could have children, but you repaid kindness with enmity." Heavenly Venerate Fire dragged his heavy footsteps as he left. He staggered forward while some blood kept flowing out of his mouth. It was unknown whether it was black dog blood or his own blood. His destination was the nearest god city, so he left South Heaven to go to eternal peace. "All of you were raised by me, but you backfired on me. Without my protection, all of you were bugs of eternal peace and had long been destroyed by the ancient gods. You deserve to die, so you can't blame me. You can't blame me." He still had one last life-saving straw, and that was Heavenly Venerate Mu. Once he reached eternal peace, he would be able to convince Qin Mu to keep him alive. If he couldn't convince Qin Mu, then he would have to convince Heavenly Venerate Yun. Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Yu was soft-hearted. If he knelt down and kowtowed to admit his mistake, Heavenly Venerate Yu would definitely be unable to bear it and plead for mercy from Qin Mu. He also had many secrets of the Heavenly Court, which were the capital for him to survive and even advance. He didn't have any psychological burden to betray Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven and the Heavenly Court. On the contrary, he would become a hero of the human race. Heavenly Venerate Yun would give me an image of enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. He would hide in the enemy camp for 1,000,000 years and not hesitate to bear the name of selling his race and ancestors for glory. The hearts of the people are the easiest to fool. It's hard for them to distinguish right from wrong. No matter what, isn't it just based on a mouth? I will become the most dazzling hero of the human race. Even Heavenly Venerate Mu's reputation can't compare to mine. He will be sensible and give me the position of the leader of the human race. He moved forward with great difficulty and executed the profound skill of creation to heal the injuries on his body. However, his realm had fallen and he wouldn't be able to recover for a while. Heavenly Venerate Fire wasn't worried about his destroyed divine treasure at all. Heavenly Venerate Seven of Long Han was an existence that had created a realm out of nothing. Now that his divine treasure had been destroyed, he could cultivate the results of eternal peace reform. He also had a clone lurking in eternal peace, so the results of eternal peace reform weren't hidden from him. He could completely cultivate according to eternal peace's new system, and his abilities would definitely be greater than before. Along the way, he tried his best to avoid the villages of South Heaven to avoid being discovered. But how could he not be discovered? Ancestor God King had already given the order to have everyone in South Heaven search for his whereabouts. Fire Heavenly Venerate took a deep breath and killed everyone who discovered him, leaving no survivors. Later on, he simply didn't avoid the villages along the way, and walked into them with a gloomy face. A moment later, he walked out of the village. Behind him were corpses. "I will avenge you, my clansmen," Fire Heavenly Venerate said silently. "You were killed by the Ancestor God King, Void Heavenly Venerate, and Lady Yuanmu. You were killed by Heavenly Emperor Haotian. If they hadn't forced me so hard, you wouldn't have died. I, Fire Heavenly Venerate Long Han, will definitely avenge you." 1. Finally, when night fell, He arrived at the divine city in the heavens. The divine city was brightly lit, and there wasn't a single guard on the city tower. The city gates were wide open, and the divine weapons and generals guarding the city were nowhere to be found. Heavenly Venerate Fire shook the blood scabs on his body, causing them to fall all over the ground. The wound between his brows had also shrunk a lot, and the profound skill of creation that he had learned from Eternal Peace was useful. However, the strike of the Ancestor God King was too strong, leaving him with a very heavy Tao wound that wouldn't heal in a short period of time. Master! Heavenly Venerate Fire walked into the city and suddenly saw Yin Yazi leading his disciples to kneel down. The area in front of them was filled with darkness. There was joy in Heavenly Venerate Fire's voice as he said hoarsely, "Yin Yazi, as expected of my most valued disciple, I know. Master, why did you betray the heavenly court and His Majesty?" Yin Yazi raised his head, his eyes filled with tears. He slowly pulled out the profound fire saber and choked, "You're making things difficult for me." Heavenly Venerate Fire froze. Yin Yazi held the saber and stood up. His aura erupted and locked onto him. With tears streaming down his face, he said, "Master, I respect you the most. You taught me that a ruler is subject a father and a son. As a subject, you must be loyal to the Heavenly Emperor. If you betray him, you're worse than a pig or a dog. I don't want to be a disloyal and unrighteous person." Heavenly Master Hu clenched his fists and panted heavily as he stared at Yin Yazi. Tears flowed down Yin Yazi's cheeks, however. A faint smile and excitement appeared on his face. "Master, you love me, don't you? You value me the most. You must also hope that South Heaven can flourish in my hands, right? Master, don't resist me. Let me carry your head to the heavenly court to claim credit." Fire's celestial master laughed out loud, but he kept coughing up blood. Good disciple. As expected of my teaching. Of course." Yin Yazi also laughed out loud. "Master, I learned so well from you. There's no need for you to resist. Junior brothers, send Master on his way." He was so excited that his voice was a little hoarse. He dragged out his long voice and said, "Let Master die faster. Don't let Master feel too much pain." Behind him, hundreds of disciples of the Heavenly Master of Fire stood up one after another. They used all kinds of divine weapons and divine abilities and charged toward the Heavenly Master of Fire. The Heavenly Master of Fire was furious. He attacked brazenly and rushed toward those divine abilities that he had taught. He raised his hand and smashed one of the disciples into pieces. With a roar, he shook the disciples until they staggered. Yin Yazi did not make a move. Instead, he walked unhurriedly outside the battle ring. 1. He was an Emperor Seat expert, but he was extremely cautious. The Fire Heavenly Venerate had already suffered heavy injuries. He had very little magic power left, and his Tao injuries were very serious. However, he was extremely fearful of the Fire Heavenly Venerate and did not dare to make a move rashly. After all, although the Fire Heavenly Venerate did not have much of his cultivation base left, his physical body was still that of a Heavenly Venerate. Cultivating to the peak of his physical body, which was close to becoming a Tao body, was the reason why Fire Heavenly Venerate was able to walk all the way here. Very soon, all the disciples were slaughtered by Fire Heavenly Venerate, and there were scattered corpses everywhere. Yin Yazi's pupils constricted. Fire Heavenly Venerate stood in the middle of the corpses. He said coldly, "You are all taught by me. You are a group of dogs that I raised. I have a clear grasp of each of your weaknesses. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand, including you, Yin Yazi." He suddenly turned around, but was met with Yin Yazi's Tao Fire Mysterious Blade. Yin Yazi attacked brazenly and said with a smile, "Master, there are no junior brothers and sisters fighting with me for the credit now. That's right, I was taught by you, but you are too weak now. You are no match for me just by relying on your physical body." Heavenly Venerate Fire raised his hand to block. Yin Yazi whistled and spun around him. The mysterious blade was like light and lightning as it kept slashing down. He said sternly, "Master, are you dead or not? Are you dead or not?" Heavenly Venerate Fire's injuries became heavier and heavier, but he was still abnormally calm. Suddenly he saw a flaw inflict his right hand, sending the Tao Fire black knife flying. Yin Yazi was shocked, and Heavenly Venerate Fire had already pointed at the center of his brows. The center of Yin Yazi's brows exploded, and a huge hole appeared on his skull. He hurriedly retreated like a graceful being in flames as he smiled and said, "Master, you can't escape." Boom! The spirit energy mutual shift bridge in the divine city was swept away by him and collapsed with a loud bang, cutting off Heavenly Venerate Fire's thoughts of escaping into eternal peace. Heavenly Venerate Fire's heart sank, and he turned around to leave this divine city and head to another divine city. He staggered, but his chi and blood gradually returned to normal. In his body, the 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, celestial being, life and death, heavenly river, and other divine treasures had been reopened by him. He even planted an innate divine bridge to build wood. He had united all the divine treasures. His cultivation and magic power had risen to heavenly river realm. If he took another step forward, he would be able to cultivate the new heavenly palace system that was passed down in eternal peace. Unknowingly, he came to a small village. The villagers were beating drums and gongs, carrying kitchen knives, hoes, and other farm tools as they rushed out of the village to kill him. "After you die, I will take revenge for you." Heavenly Venerate Fire muttered softly and was about to kill them. At that moment, he saw a young man appear in the village. He had his hands behind his back and was looking up at a green tree. It was a world tree. Even though the young man under the tree didn't look old, his sideburns were full of white hair. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Heavenly Venerate Fire was both surprised and delighted. He ignored the villagers who had come to kill him and laughed out loud. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, are you here to save me? You and I are indeed in sync." Qin Mu stood under the tree and didn't look at him. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed lightly. A light wheel rotated and enveloped Heavenly Venerate Fire, not allowing him to dodge at all. The light wheel rotated once and Heavenly Venerate Fire felt like he was in a dream. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw that the injuries on his body had actually completely disappeared. He hurriedly touched his face and it had actually recovered to its original state. He was surprised and happy. At this moment, a kitchen knife slashed at his shoulder. His Heavenly Venerate body was actually slashed into his flesh by an ordinary kitchen knife. An unimaginable pain was felt, and tears flowed down Heavenly Venerate Fire's face. He suddenly realized that his magic power had also disappeared. There was no Yuan Qi in his body, nor was there any divine treasure. He was so weak that he was like this group of ignorant villagers. "Kill him!" The villagers' faces were filled with fanatical excitement. Their faces swayed in front of the fire Heavenly Venerate, appearing extremely distorted. Puff! 3 teeth of a dung rake were inserted into the fire Heavenly Venerate's forehead and into his brain. The fire Heavenly Venerate opened his mouth wanting to speak, but someone stabbed a hunting spear into his chest. He lost his strength and fell to the ground. The villagers around him were abnormally excited. Sticks flew in the air, and kitchen knife hands rose and fell, landing on his body one after another. "Wait!" He heard someone shouting. "Don't destroy his face. We still have to cut off his head to receive the reward." Heavenly Venerate Fire's vision was pitch black, and he could only feel a rough hand grabbing his hair. A knife was placed on his neck, and he was planning to cut off his head. His consciousness completely fell into darkness. At that moment he heard the sound of snapping fingers. Under the world tree, Qin Mu snapped his fingers, and Heavenly Venerate Fire's corporeal body recovered. His soul flew back to his corporeal body, and his consciousness woke up once more. Not easy divine art? Heavenly Venerate Fire was surprised and delighted. He smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you can't bear to kill me, right? You're only punishing me, so I know I'm wrong." Qin Mu walked out from under the world tree, and the world tree moved with him. Heavenly Venerate Fire was also moved by a force. Not long after, he followed Qin Mu to the second village. Another group of villagers rushed out as if they hadn't seen Qin Mu and only saw Heavenly Venerate Fire. They were so excited that they cried out and rushed over with all kinds of crude weapons. Heavenly Venerate Fire fell into a pool of blood once more, and he felt someone grabbing his hair and using a knife to cut his neck. The sound of snapping fingers could be heard, and everything returned to normal. Heavenly Venerate Fire couldn't help following Qin Mu and shouting, Heavenly Venerate Mu, I really know my mistake. With me helping you, the world can be set. I know. Beside another village, he was killed again. The sound of snapping fingers could be heard, and Heavenly Venerate Fire came back to life. He followed Qin Mu to the next village. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you should have calmed down, right? Heavenly Venerate Fire suppressed his fear and smiled. If you and I join hands, we'll be invincible in the world. The situation is great now, and I can help you get rid of Absolute Beginning and clear Heavenly Emperor. He was once again hacked to death by a group of villagers who were filled with joy. In the end, the number of repetitions increased, and Heavenly Venerate Fire couldn't help feeling a deep fear in his heart. Qin Mu had been doing this over and over again, using the path of reincarnation to destroy all his cultivation, and let him be hacked to death by the foolish people of South Heaven. Then he would resurrect him. During this process, Qin Mu didn't even look at him or say a single word to him. The fear in Heavenly Venerate Fire's heart grew bigger and bigger. He wants to kill me, he really wants me to die. He's just toying with me. Finally, Qin Mu stopped. I'm tired, he said with a calm expression. I'm tired. I originally thought that watching you die time and time again would make me feel happy. It would make me feel the pleasure of avenging the human race in South Heaven. However, I discovered that after the foolish people of South Heaven killed you, they were still foolish people. You dying again and again doesn't make me feel much happiness. A glimmer of hope appeared in Heavenly Venerate Fire's heart, and he forced a smile. Heavenly Venerate Mu, I really know my mistake. If I know my mistake, I'll change it. It's a great thing to do. I'm still useful. I can be your dog and fight for you. I only hope. If you know your mistake, you can be forgiven. What do you need the Dharma for? Qin Mu shook his head and still didn't look at him. He spread his 5 fingers apart. Bang bang bang. Heavenly Venerate Fire's head, body, and limbs were torn apart, and his soul appeared. Qin Mu clenched his 5 fingers and left. Heavenly Venerate Fire's soul struggled for a moment, but in the next moment, it exploded and turned into a ball of black sand. Then the black sand collapsed and was compressed into a ball of chaotic energy. A gust of wind blew over, and the chaotic energy dissipated in the world without a trace. Qin Mu returned to the golden ship and looked down at the southern sky. The heavens in the southern sky were like bright pearls hanging in the universe, shining brilliantly. Heavenly Venerate Fire of the era of Dragon and Han, who had once been a celestial being, had finally fought this battle, which made him feel a lot of melancholy. It's very difficult for a person to hold on to his true heart in the midst of power and desire. It's often easy for him to sink into oblivion and lose himself. Qin Mu thought to himself, Heavenly Venerate Fire was probably lost at the moment Heavenly Venerate Imperial Emperor died. Finally, he sank deeper and deeper. Even now, he has already completely forgotten what he was like back then. He recalled the scene when he had met Heavenly Venerate Fire at the Jade Lake Festival a million years ago. At that time, Heavenly Venerate Fire was a high-spirited youth and a kind person. He felt that Qin Mu had harmed him by praising and encouraging him for his research on the divine arts of Heavenly Venerate Ling, so he fought with Qin Mu. Even if he had been defeated by Qin Mu, he didn't hold a grudge. Fire Heavenly Venerate at that time was the real Fire Heavenly Venerate. However, after Heavenly Venerate Royal died, that Fire Heavenly Venerate also died. It's a pity that he didn't wake up from the beginning and didn't do the last good deed. He taught the people of South Heaven to be slaves, but before he died, he couldn't let them walk out of their servility. Qin Mu retracted his gaze and passed the golden ship to the origin world. On the other side, the battle between Absolute Beginning and Great Heavenly Emperor had stopped the moment Madame Yuan Mu appeared. Absolute Beginning was so experienced that he knew he had no chance of winning when he saw Yuan Mu. Not only was Heavenly Venerate Fire doomed to die, he couldn't even protect his own son, Lang Xian, so he might as well be a retired emperor in peace. Heavenly Emperor Hao would not kill him because of his strength. Retired Emperor, tomorrow I want to see my brother Lang Xian's head placed in front of my desk. Heavenly Emperor Hao called out to Tai Chu, who was about to leave, and said indifferently. Tai Chu's body stiffened, and he nodded silently. Fellow Taoists, aren't you going with me? Tai Chu looked at ancient god Tai Chi and frowned slightly. He moved his feet, but the 2 ancient gods of Taiji stayed where they were and did not leave with him. Heavenly Venerate Taiyin and Heavenly Venerate Taiyang looked at each other and shook their heads together. Taoist brother Taichu, we have a long road to reach the Tao. We still need to temper ourselves in the mortal world and understand our Tao hearts. We cannot live in seclusion with you. Are you planning to join Heavenly Emperor Hao? As expected, as expected. Taichu laughed and turned around. He said to Heavenly Emperor Haotian seriously, However, if you want to sit firmly in the position of Heavenly Emperor, ancient god Taiji must not be used. You can only let them charge into the battle. You cannot give them any power. These two people have long been polluted by the power struggle. They act according to the wind and are heartless. They fall wherever the wind blows. They are selfish and selfish. The Emperor and Empress have learned from each other's mistakes. We must be aware of our mistakes. Heavenly Emperor Haotian smiled faintly. He said leisurely, I have listened to the retired Emperor's lesson, but I may not accept it. Retired Emperor, go and get my brother's head. I have left a place for the retired Emperor to live in seclusion, which is the East Extreme Heaven. I hope that the East Extreme Heaven Azure Dragon can be dealt with by the retired Emperor. After all, he has already died in the battle in South Heaven. I don't want him to be alive. The celestial sun frowned and the celestial moon said, Taoist brother Taichu, you have lost. Why do you blame us? Natural selection is the natural selection, and the fittest survive. You can't adapt to it and plan to retire, but we still want to seek the Tao. Fellow Taoists, you have become 10 celestial venerables, just like I did in the past. Absolute Beginning sighed and let out a long laugh. I'm me, haha. I'm really me now. He became depressed and waved his hand before turning around to head to the extreme East Heaven. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had obtained a complete victory, and was full of ambition. The golden ship was sailing in the void when Qin Fengqing and Absolute Beginning suddenly flew over and jumped onto the ship. Absolute Beginning shook his head. There's no chance to get rid of Heavenly Venerate Void and Ancestor God King. The two ancient gods of Taiji have already arrived. Their abilities are extremely strong, so it's difficult for Big Head and I to take the opportunity to get rid of them. Qinmu nodded. It's normal that we can't get rid of them, he said. One of them controls Xiandu, and the other controls half of Yudu. Yin Tianzi should be dead by now, so it shouldn't be difficult for Heavenly Venerate Void to control the entire Yudu. The threat these two pose to eternal peace and even the origin world is fatal. He frowned slightly. Heavenly Venerate Clear was even more fatal. Now that Heavenly Venerate Hao was the only one in power and with Madame Yuanmu's help, Absolute Beginning was no match for him. With Absolute Beginning's personality, he would definitely hand over all his power. More importantly, Absolute Beginning would definitely not submit to eternal peace. On the contrary, if Heavenly Venerate Hao made a move against eternal peace, Absolute Beginning would still come out to help. After all, their interests were still tied together. 10 Heavenly Venerates were a community of interests, so it wasn't a lie. As long as one became 10 Heavenly Venerates, it would be difficult to escape from this community of interests. Brother, Heavenly Venerate Fire still has a clone in eternal peace, so who will deal with him? Qin Fengqing asked. Emperor Yanxiu should have already made the arrangements, right? There are many experts in the younger generation of eternal peace, so there's no need for us to worry. Qin Mu thought about it and said, the Emperor doesn't need to send anyone over, and Heavenly Emperor Fire's clone won't be able to escape death either. The one who wants to kill him the most isn't us, but Heavenly Emperor Vast. Qin Fengqing and Tai Shi were slightly puzzled, and the two of them thought hard about it. Suddenly Qin Fengqing clapped her hands and said, I got it. The one who wanted to kill him the most was actually Heavenly Emperor Vast. Wasn't Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky the one who made a move on Heavenly Emperor Fire this time? Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky also had a clone in eternal peace, so he definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He would definitely make a move on Heavenly Emperor Fire's reincarnation. Qin Mu revealed a smile. His brother had really grown up. Eternal peace. Next to Earth Virtue Heavenly Palaces Wendao College on Star-Picking Peak. Ling Yuxiu was dressed in an emperor's robe, and there were only a few attendants by her side. She came to the front of the palace on Star-Picking Peak. She said to the palace, Mr. Xing, you have been living in seclusion all these years. I have ordered people to continuously send the results of Eternal Peace's reform. Mr. has obtained so many benefits. I would like to ask Mr. to do something. The Emperor has done me a favor, feel free to tell me. A youth's voice came from the palace with a hint of childishness. Ling Yuxiu said, I would like to ask Mr. to kill someone. This person is the reincarnation of Heavenly Venerate Fire's soul, and has landed in Eternal Peace. His name is Dewey. I would like to ask Mr. Xing to help. She raised her hand and a golden piece of paper flew out and landed in the palace. After a moment, a handsome youth held the golden piece of paper and walked out of the palace with a chest running behind him. The chest came to Ling Yuxiu's side and rubbed against her leg intimately before following the youth and leaving with quick steps. Ling Yuxiu went down the mountain with a few followers. One of the women asked curiously, Your Majesty, who is Mr. Xing? There are saints coming out in 500 years. Even though it's an encouraging rumor that Imperial Preceptor might have spread, there are indeed people with peerless talents in the human race every 500 years. Ling Yuxiu smiled. The last 500 years was when former Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui started the reform of Eternal Peace. 500 years before that, it was this person. His name was Xing'an and he was an extreme person. Back then, when Eternal Peace Divine Bridge was broken, no one could live past 800 years. He was the only one who lived past 800 years. Later on, Imperial Preceptor submitted to him, but his temper was really strange. He wasn't used to going to Dao College and didn't interact with others. He was only willing to stay on Star-Picking Peak. The few followers had never heard of Xing'an's name and thought about it, but they still didn't have any impression of him. Ling Yuxiu said, It's normal for all of you not to have heard of him. Ever since Eternal Peace Calamity, he has been living in seclusion and rarely appeared. But during the battle at Heavenly Saint Academy, he fought against the strongest existences in Eternal Peace. The experts of Eternal Peace were almost wiped out. The few followers were astonished and looked at each other in dismay. Heavenly Venerate Fire is one of the 9 Heavenly Venerates of Long Han, after all. Each of them has their own unique points and unparalleled skills. Heavenly Venerate Fire's reincarnation is also incomparably powerful. At the same realm, he will only be stronger than Heavenly Venerate Fire's original body. Ling Yuxiu said, If you want to kill his reincarnation, you need a Heavenly Venerate who is on par with him. However, Su Shanghua, Lan Yuqian, and the rest are all in the ancestral court, so I can only ask Xing'an to help. However, his temper is too weird, so I can only use the kindness of these years to get him out of the mountain. Xing'an walked in the air with the chest following behind him. The chest was enlightened by Qin Mu, so it was very clever. However, its temper was just as weird as Xing'an's. He would occasionally take out 2 eyes from the chest and stick them on the wall of his chest. It looked around in all directions and from time to time, it would quicken its pace to catch up with Xing'an. Xing'an looked at the golden paper Ling Yuxiu had given him. There were only 2 red dots on it. One was him, and the other was the reincarnation of Heavenly Venerate of Fire Lonesome Freak. When he opened the red dots, he could see Lonesome Freak's smiling face and voice. This paper was refined using the path of Yudu, and it's locked onto your soul. You only have a spirit but you don't have a soul. This paper won't show your tracks, Xing'an said to the chest. After a day or two, Xing'an and Dugai were getting closer and closer. Suddenly terrifying divine art ripples came from ahead. He couldn't help frowning slightly and raising his hand. The chest leaped up, and the handle fell into his palm. Xing'an carried the chest and walked toward the spot where the divine art ripples came from. The divine art ripples in front became more and more intense. Even though the 2 people who had attacked didn't have high realms in the traditional sense, their Dao realm was extremely deep, and they had actually revealed their Dao realm cultivation of 30 heavens. With such strength, they were already the top experts of Eternal Peace. As long as one's aptitude and comprehension were high enough, the easiest way to quickly raise their strength wasn't through the traditional system of divine treasures and heavenly palaces, but through the system of Dao realm. Existences with extremely high comprehension could comprehend over 20 heavens of Dao realm in just a short 100 years, raising the power of a great Dao to a level comparable to Jade Capital realm. However, such a person was extremely rare in the entire universe. Xing'an frowned. When he rushed over, He saw the two youths crossing each other and separating. The terrifying divine ability undulations of Tao realm caused the mountains to tremble like a painting floating on the surface of water. Xing'an landed on the ground, and the trembling mountains instantly calmed down. They didn't move at all. Plop! One of the youths collapsed, and his soul was destroyed. He died an unnatural death. Xing'an walked forward and turned the corpse over. It was indeed Lonesome Freak. As Lonesome Freak's soul dissipated, the red dot representing Lonesome Freak on the golden paper also disappeared. "You're Lan Yutian?" The other youth looked at him with astonishment. He shook his head and smiled. "You're not Lan Yutian. Your body looks like Lan Yutian, but it should be a divine weapon of creation. There's no need to look. Heavenly Venerate Fire has already been eliminated by me, so you can return to report to the Emperor of Eternal Peace." Xing'an stood up and looked at him. His eyes lit up. "I like your body very much." The youth couldn't help laughing. "Do you know who I am?" Xing'an shook his head and put down the chest. "I don't need to know, but I'll keep you. Collect." Heavenly Emperor Haotian's reincarnation frowned. He was not used to this person's tone. Heavenly Emperor Mu was already arrogant enough, but he was usually polite and never lost his manners. He would not be too indulgent. However, this young man who appeared out of nowhere could suffocate people with just a word. His tone was casual, but it gave people a feeling of arrogance. His appearance was the same as Heavenly Emperor Royal back then. With just one look, one could tell that he was Heavenly Emperor Royal who had created the divine weapon of creation. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Royal had just succeeded in creating the divine weapon, and there were people among the 10 Heavenly Venerates who had tried to create Heavenly Emperor Royal to descend to the world. However, most of them had died in eternal peace. It was likely that the Heavenly Emperor Royal that this person had obtained was from that batch back then. "I am Heavenly Emperor Hao." Heavenly Emperor Hao smiled faintly. Xing'an nodded. "You are very challenging." Heavenly Emperor Clear took a long breath and thought to himself, just one sentence from this person can make people fly into a rage. How did he survive until now? He didn't know that there were too many people who wanted to kill Xing'an. Even Qinmu had wanted to kill Xing'an back then, but he couldn't get rid of him. From the traces left behind by the battle between you and Heavenly Emperor Fire's reincarnation, you are proficient in the other part of the path of absolute beginning, innate one qi. Xing'an looked around and raised his hand gently. The corpse of Heavenly Venerate Fire's reincarnation floated up and split into pieces with a swoosh. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, tendons, skin, and musculature were all neatly split apart. Heavenly Monarch Clear Heaven felt a bizarre feeling when he saw this. Xing'an's move had unfolded the body structure of a god to the extreme, allowing people to clearly see the most meticulous structure of a god's body. Even the minute structure of the bone marrow was revealed. There were practically no secrets to speak of. All kinds of divine treasures and heavenly palaces in Heavenly Venerate Fire's body were spread out, and all kinds of injuries could be seen at a glance. This move made Heavenly Emperor Hao's hair stand on end. This person is too familiar with the body structure of gods and devils. Is he a pig slaughterer? From the appearance of Heavenly Venerate Fire's reincarnation, his soul is distorted, and his heavenly palaces and divine treasures are twisted into vortexes by a terrifying force, Xing'an said. The other technique you are proficient in should be based on the path of returning to ruins. He revealed a look of approval. You fused two great Tao and comprehended the Tao realm of innate one qi to the 30th heaven. It's very rare to cultivate to such a realm. Heavenly Emperor's reincarnation was even more astonished. He couldn't help feeling pity for the talented and asked curiously, "You can tell?" Heavenly Venerate Mu is also proficient in the Tao of innate one qi and sinkhole. "Of course I can tell." Xing'an continued to look at the divine ability traces in Heavenly Venerate Fire's body. He analyzed. You have an extremely large number of heavenly palaces, and one of the great heavenly quartz techniques should have reached perfection, reaching 36 heavenly palaces. Heavenly Venerate Fire is wary of this technique of yours, but your other technique focuses on the Tao of sinkhole, making it impossible for him to defend against it. His Tao fire is precisely restrained by this technique of yours, causing your divine ability to invade his body, distorting his divine treasures and heavenly palaces, and his soul to be crushed. He looked at the battle marks around him and continued. However, the number of heavenly palaces for this technique is not complete. There should only be 35. He touched the heavenly palace marks of fire. Heavenly venerates reincarnation and checked the types of heavenly palaces, he said. These 35 heavenly palaces of yours and the other 36 heavenly palaces of yours are mostly duplicates. However, the order and priority are different, so the effects of the technique are different. Thinking about it, this is because of your lack of wisdom. Heavenly Emperor burst into laughter as if he had heard the most laughable thing. My wisdom isn't enough? It is a little lacking. Xingyan nodded. The heavenly palace's order of your two great heavenly court techniques isn't the best solution. So there are flaws in both techniques. This should be because your attainments in algebra aren't good enough. He raised his palm and the chest opened. Heavenly Emperor's pupils constricted, and a chill ran down his back. The brains of gods and devils flew out of the chest, and their consciousness was still there. The brains were still operating on their own, and countless divine lights could be seen flowing on the surface of the brains. These brains were collected by me, so you don't have to worry. They are all dead. Xingyan glanced at him. Cult Master Qin always wanted to get rid of me, but he was particular about principles. If I killed people randomly, he would kill me at all costs, he explained. So I chose the gods and devils who had already died in battle. Since they were dead, it was useless to keep their brains, so I took them out. When they were alive, they had all sorts of distracting thoughts, but after they died, they had no distracting thoughts and became my best calculation divine weapon. Using the brains of living beings as calculation spirit weapons is even faster than the most advanced calculation spirit weapons in eternal peace. He sighed with regret and said, Actually, what I want the most is Cult Master Qin's brain, but it's a pity that he definitely won't give it to me. When you are thoroughly studied by me, your brain will also appear among them. His spirit jolted and he waved his sleeves. He saw countless gods and devils' brains in the sky arranged and combined, forming a huge array of living beings' brains and making extremely complicated calculations. Divine light flowed through the array of nerves. It was incomparably fast. Heavenly Emperor stared at it and muttered. There were some very stupid people when they were alive, but you said that their brains could surpass mine when they were linked together? Impossible. Xingyan said. They might have been very stupid when they were alive, but it wasn't their brains that were stupid, but their thoughts. This is related to their education when they were alive, their living environment, and it has nothing to do with their brains. He explained patiently. After they died, these thoughts disappeared. As long as everyone's brains remained active, they could be considered the fastest spirit weapon. As for me, I was using trash to make use of these brains to make me smarter. I could easily find different heavenly palace sequences and reach the optimal solution of the heavenly quartz cultivation method. And someone like you who isn't smart enough wouldn't be able to find the optimal solution. Heavenly Emperor looked up at the brain matrix in the sky. He praised. You remind me of someone. That person is Shi Chilua, the palace master of heavenly quartz, father creating heavenly palace. She's also my mother, Madame Yuanmu. She also has a chest, and there are strange things in it. Shi Chilua? Xingyan thought for a moment and raised his hand. A messy head flew out of the chest. Is it this person? I found this head from the battlefield in Xiandu. His Tao is too low grade, and he only used the Tao of creation and the Tao of returning ruins. Compared to me, he is inferior. He thought for a moment and stretched out his hand to draw a straight line in the air. Inferior by a line, Cult Master Qin's by a line. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven looked at the head with a full beard. It was Shi Chilua. He should have been chopped down by someone during the battle in Xiandu, but in the end he was picked up by this person. However, what made his hair stand on end was that Shi Chilua's head had already been opened, and the brain inside had disappeared without a trace. He raised his head to look at the brain array in the sky. There should be Shi Chilua's brain inside. He then looked at Xingyan's chest. Just what kind of terrifying thing was hidden in that chest? You are so evil that even I cannot help but shudder. Heavenly Emperor Mu actually dared to use you. How audacious. Heavenly Emperor couldn't help praising. If you submit to me, I can make you Palace Master of Father Creator. I admire your talent. Xingyan raised his hand and retracted the brain matrix in the sky. Cult Master Qin doesn't dare to use me. He's afraid that I'll do something out of line, and that the one who dares to use me is the Emperor of Eternal Peace. Her magnanimity is much bigger than a petty existence like Cult Master Qin. I'll go to Heavenly Court. The collection there will definitely be very rich. He closed the box and said, I've already calculated the flaws in your technique. You can become my collection. Heavenly Emperor's pupils constricted. Xing'an had shown him the brain matrix and talked to him so much, but his goal was actually to borrow the brain matrix from the various traces of divine arts and the various injuries in Heavenly Venerate Fire's body. He could deduce the flaws in his technique. Now, Xing'an should have already deduced some flaws, so his plan was exposed. Even though Heavenly Emperor thought highly of himself, after coming into contact with Eternal Peace Reform, he realized that there were many people with all sorts of talents in this world. This Xing'an might be one of them. At that moment, Xing'an made his move. Heavenly Emperor let out a low shout, and a heavenly palace burst out from the back of his head, forming two great heavenly courts. The two great heavenly courts stood up and turned into two heavenly wheels, one positive and one negative, one dark and one light. It was the perfect combination of the innate One Qi and the great Tao of Sinkhole. This reincarnation of his was just a reincarnation of a soul. His cultivation realm was still at Heavenly Sea Realm between Jade Lake and God Execution Platform. However, just based on his techniques, he could compete with Ling Xiao, who was at the traditional realm. With his cultivation at the Tao realm of 30 heavens, he could compete with an existence at the Emperor Throne's realm. Of course, he was slightly inferior to the existences of Emperor Thrones in Eternal Peace. Even though there weren't many Emperor Thrones in Eternal Peace, there were still a few who had extremely solid foundations. Eternal Peace's reform had a history of 130 years. Over the past 130 years, the ever-changing changes in techniques and divine abilities had become more and more intense, creating a large batch of elites. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had intervened relatively late, but as a heavenly venerate who had created a realm a million years ago, his reputation wasn't undeserved. In just a few short decades, he was already one of the strongest existences in Eternal Peace. He could kill Heavenly Venerate Fire's reincarnation unscathed, so he naturally had the confidence and foundation to do so. However, just as his technique was pushed to the limit, Xing'an flew over. The two of them clashed at close range, and the instant Heavenly Emperor executed the technique, Xing'an pointed at the center of his 10,000 heavenly wheels. At that moment, Heavenly Emperor felt that there was a flaw in the circulation of the technique, and it became slightly sluggish. The 10,000 heavenly wheels that were perfectly combined instantly clashed with each other, and the two different forces collided. The heavenly palaces collided with each other, and there was a faint sign of destruction. Before he could find out where the flaw was, Xing'an had already slashed at the heart of his brows. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's divine art of Tao realm burst forth. Boom boom boom. 300 layers of heavenly wheels borrowed the other's strength and burst forth in layers. This strike had once made Qinmu unable to dodge in time on the River of Chaos in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City. He had been forced to the River of Chaos in one move. However, with a light push from Xing'an, the heavenly will divine art that borrowed the other's strength instantly became two opposing forces, colliding with each other and annihilating each other. Heavenly Emperor was astonished. Xing'an's magic power was much more vigorous than his reincarnation, and his technique and divine art were even more bizarre and unpredictable. Xing'an should have only found a flaw in his technique, but that flaw was already fatal. In his fluster, Xing'an's palm had already cut the center of his brows. His primordial spirit trembled violently and fell out of his body. Shwa shwa shwa, steel needles pierced into his corporeal body, blocking his primordial spirit outside. Xing'an stretched out his hand to grab his primordial spirit in an attempt to capture it. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven sneered, and his primordial spirit flew into the sky. I am Heavenly Emperor, and my soul is also something you can touch? Xing'an flicked his fingers, and Heavenly Emperor's primordial spirit and soul were instantly separated from each other. He couldn't help being alarmed. Eternal Peace Freak. He hurriedly retrieved his soul, and the other souls and spirits were taken away by Xing'an's sleeve. I will find the flaws in my technique and tear you into pieces. Heavenly Emperor's voice came from the sky. Xing'an turned a deaf ear and kept the other souls and spirit embryos of Heavenly Emperor's reincarnation into a chest. By then, I should have already found more flaws in your technique. His vital qi was like a blade, slicing open Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven's reincarnation in detail. Excitement shone in his eyes. The chest bounced around as though it was urging him. Xing'an raised his head and rolled up Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven's reincarnation that had already been unfolded layer by layer before placing it in the chest. You're right, he said. I can't be too shocking. Cult Master Qin is petty. If he knew that I did such a thing in broad daylight, he would definitely give me a hard time. Let's go back. By the way, can you give me a piece of Cult Master Qin's brain? Can be regenerated anyway. What do you think? I don't think so either. He's very petty. The heavenly court floated quietly in the sky above the ancestral court. The news that the Fire Celestial Master had rebelled and killed the newly promoted Celestial Master, Yin, and Celestial Master Azure Dragon, caused a sensation in the heavenly court. However, news soon came that the Fire Celestial Master had committed a grave crime. He had already been executed, which made everyone feel relieved. Even if there were any noise and rumors in the heavenly court, they could not cause much trouble. Yin Yazi had personally ascended the heavenly court and apologized to the Heavenly Emperor, saying that he was willing to bear the sins committed by his master, the Fire Celestial Master. Heavenly Emperor Haoyin was grateful for his filial piety and loyalty, so he showed mercy and pardoned his mistakes, allowing him to bury the Fire Celestial Master. He was also grateful for the contribution that the Fire Celestial Master had made to the world and the heavenly court. Even though he was stripped of the title of equal to Heaven Supreme, he still retained the title of Celestial Master and buried him as a Celestial Master. However, the Fire Celestial Master died without a complete corpse. Yin Yazi randomly found a person who looked similar to the Fire Celestial Master, killed him, and placed him in a coffin, which was filled with treasures. Yin Yazi also built a large number of buildings, built a mausoleum, and buried this fake Fire Heavenly Venerate. Several times, he cried until he fainted in front of the mausoleum. He even committed suicide to accompany the Fire Heavenly Venerate in the mausoleum to prevent his master from being lonely. The civil and military officials watching the ceremony in the heavenly court sighed repeatedly. They all said that the Fire Heavenly Venerate had taken in a good disciple. He was so loyal that he did not lose to the Fire Heavenly Venerate in the past. The crowd quickly went forward to block him so that they would not do anything stupid. The heavenly court was in mourning. They buried the Fire Celestial Master, the Yin Celestial Master, and the Azure Dragon Celestial Master. The Yin Celestial Master died in a complete corpse, so it was a cenotaph. The Azure Dragon Celestial Master was only left with a head. The Heavenly Emperor pitted his loyalty and ordered someone to use divine gold to build the body of the Azure Dragon Celestial Master, and sew it together with the head. On the day of the burial, the Heavenly Emperor came in person and also shed tears. He held the coffin and cried loudly. The civil and military officials also shed tears. Later, the 7 most senior officials of the heavenly court came forward and advised the Heavenly Emperor to take care of his health for the sake of all living beings in the world. Only then did the Heavenly Emperor stop his grief. After the funeral, Emperor Haotian rewarded Qi Xianyu, the Red Emperor, as the Heavenly Venerate of South Heaven, assisted by Yin Yazi, the Western Emperor as the Heavenly Venerate of West Heaven, the Eastern Emperor as the Heavenly Venerate of East Heaven, and the Eastern Heaven as the retirement place of the Supreme Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Haotian rewarded the new Northern Emperor, and promoted the Heavenly Venerate of the Extreme Yin to the Heavenly Venerate of the North Heaven, and the Heavenly Venerate of the Extreme Yang to the Heavenly Venerate of the Yuan world. For a time there was an uproar in the heavenly court. Some people were happy and some were sad. After Heavenly Emperor Haotian rewarded Qi Xianyu, he returned to the palace. Someone handed him a jade box. Heavenly Emperor Haotian waved his hand and asked the golden armored guards to leave. He opened the jade box and saw the head of Yu Zongqi, the reincarnation of Emperor Langxian, in the jade box. Emperor Haotian smiled and said, "Brother Langxian, how have you been?" In the jade box, the head of the reincarnation of Langxian opened its eyes and said, "The winner takes all. Why do you need to say so much, Your Majesty? Just send me on my way." Emperor Haotian laughed out loud. The retired emperor knows that I am suspicious. He actually kept your soul sealed in your head to dispel my doubts. Brother, do you hate the retired emperor for doing this? Lang Xian said. The imperial family is originally heartless, so how can there be any resentment? Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven nodded and crushed his bones into ashes. His soul was sent into great abyss of returning ruins to be obliterated, and he smiled. I can rest easy now. At that moment, a soul flew over from his clone in eternal peace and fused with his primordial spirit. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was furious. A barbarian fool from the lower realm has actually humiliated me like this. He retrieved his soul and his cultivation increased by quite a bit. He stood up and was about to personally kill Xing'an. He suddenly burst into laughter. He's also a talent. If we can recruit Heavenly Court, we can appoint him as Heavenly Venerate of Father creating Heavenly Palace. He can sense the flaws in our cultivation method, and can use it to perfect our cultivation method. Let Heavenly Venerate Mu handle this matter. He drew Xing'an's portrait and called Jin Wu Wei over. Go down to see Celestial Master Mu, and have him find this person and send him to Heavenly Court. I have an important role to play. The few Jin Wu Wei agreed and immediately went down to the world. The Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge wasn't closed yet, and the few Jin Wu Wei took 1 or 2 days to arrive at Eternal Peace Capital. They saw lanterns and streamers being hung on the upper and lower capital, making it extremely lively. The few Jin Wu guards asked around, someone said. Emperor Yanxiu abdicated his throne, and the previous retired Emperor Yanfeng was released after his punishment and ascended the throne again. Imperial Preceptor Qin also declined the position of Imperial Preceptor, and gave it to former Imperial Preceptor Jiang. Imperial Preceptor Jiang was also released after his punishment. One of the Jinwu guards smiled. What's there to be hung with lanterns and streamers for? It's just a change of the previous Emperor and Imperial Preceptor. There's something you don't know. People told them. Imperial Preceptor Qin and Emperor Yanxiu have an agreement. Once he abdicates in the future, they will get married. There had been chaos before, and Emperor Yanxiu had always sat on the throne for the sake of this promise. The ministers in the court repeatedly advised him to open his harem and select talents to fill his harem. He would then choose the imperial consort and empress and give birth to a son and a half-daughter so that Eternal Peace Empire's fortunes could continue. However, they were all beaten back by the emperor. The reason why the emperor abdicated is to marry Imperial Preceptor Qin. Jin Wuwei looked at each other and probed. Could this Imperial Preceptor Qin who is married to the Emperor be Heavenly Venerate Mu? Isn't that so? Imperial Preceptor can't marry the Emperor. After the Emperor abdicates, he will be Princess Xiu, and after Imperial Preceptor abdicates, he will be Heavenly Venerate Mu, so he can marry the princess. Someone told them. Heavenly Venerate said that after marrying Princess Xiu, he will have to return to Surging River and become a herdsman, no longer paying attention to the disturbances of the world. The Jinwu guards secretly discussed for a while before saying, Heavenly Venerate Mu is going to retire. Right now, the one in power in eternal peace isn't him, but Emperor Yanfeng and Imperial Preceptor. How are we going to explain this to His Majesty? Who else can capture the person in the painting? Heavenly Venerate Mu retiring after his marriage is of great importance. One of you should go back first and report this matter to His Majesty. We'll go see Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, and ask them to capture this person. Thus a Jinwu guard left in a hurry. Heavenly Emperor was diligent in his political affairs, and was reading the memorials when the Jinwu guard rushed over and knelt down to say something. Heavenly Emperor put down the memorials. Heavenly Emperor Mu is going to retire after getting married? He asked in astonishment. Did I strike this fellow too hard? I'm still waiting for him to go to heaven and kowtow to me. Flatter me and curry favor with me. It's a little too early to retire now. The Jinwu guard said. Your Majesty, Eternal Peace is going to the capital city and the capital city is bustling with activity. Heavenly Emperor Mu's wedding is most likely in the next 2 days. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu has great talent and strategy. I have always admired him, so it's good that he retires. It's best if he can't recover from his setback. I don't wish for him to become the second Heavenly Venerate of Fire. His threat is much greater than Heavenly Venerate of Fire. Open the treasury and give me a batch of congratulatory gifts to send to Eternal Peace to celebrate Heavenly Venerate Mu's wedding. He stood up and smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu's wedding must be lively, a grand funeral. Bah, a grand wedding. He sighed, however, his face was full of smiles. The era that belonged to Heavenly Venerate Mu has passed just like that, making this emperor sigh endlessly. When you return to Eternal Peace, tell Heavenly Venerate Mu that this emperor is busy with official affairs and has no time to go and congratulate him personally. When he returns to Surging River, this emperor will go and pay him a visit in plain clothes, drinking and chatting happily with him. That Jinwu guard left in a hurry. On the other side, the few Jinwu guards that were left in Eternal Peace went to see Emperor Yanfeng and Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui. Emperor Yanfeng hurriedly received the ambassador, and the few Jinwu guards handed over the painting of Heavenly Emperor. Emperor Yanfeng respectfully received it, and placed it in front of the table to burn incense and offer sacrifices. Only then did he open the painting of Heavenly Emperor. After looking at it carefully, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui went forward and sized up the painting as well. The two of them were in deep thought. The few Jinwu guards said, "Two of you, His Majesty didn't want to kill this person, but to make him the palace master of Father Creation. Father Creation Heavenly Venerate is his fortune. Is there a need for you to act like this?" Three high envoys. Emperor Yanfeng said in a troubled manner. His Majesty's painting is marvelous and is a heavenly book. The reason why we are in deep thought is because we don't really understand it. The three Jinwu guards sneered and went forward to take a look. They were also pondering over it. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's painting was too artistic, and the person in the painting was crooked, so no one could see his appearance. Beside his feet was a dog without a long tail, and it also looked like a box. The only thing that could be recognized was Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's words, which said, "I don't know his name, but his appearance is similar to Divine Weapon Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, the form of a youth." Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor muttered to himself, "Similar to Divine Weapon Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky, where can we find such a person? High Ambassador, please return to your Majesty and tell him that Eternal Peace will definitely search for this person with all their strength. As for whether we can find him," he had a difficult expression. The three Jinwu guards understood. Just based on the painting of Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, even Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky didn't know the name of that person, making it even more difficult to find him. Jinwu Wei bade farewell. Emperor Yanfeng immediately said, "Little King's princess will be getting married to Heavenly Emperor Mu in the next few days, so there's no need to rush back. Let's have the wedding banquet first. Little King also has to prepare some gifts, so I'll have to prepare them for a day or two to show my respect to you." The three of them looked at each other and nodded slowly. Heavenly Emperor Mu is a heavenly emperor who imparted the art of longevity, so his merits are boundless. Since he's getting married, it's only right for us to stay and watch the ceremony. The three of them stayed while Emperor Yanfeng served them with good wine and meat. He ordered people to prepare all sorts of rare treasures and deliver them to the residents. Emperor Yanfeng then ordered people to bring the three Jinwu guards to Eternal Peace's largest manufacturing factory, and let them choose the divine weapons produced by the manufacturing factory. The three of them were very happy and thought to themselves, "This Emperor Yanfeng is a tactful person." Emperor Yanfeng said to Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, "The wedding of Heavenly Venerate Mu can be delayed for a period of time, and it can also let Heavenly Emperor Hao lower his guard. During this period of time, Heavenly Emperor won't use troops against Eternal Peace, and the negotiations between Heavenly Emperor and Eternal Peace can also be delayed for a few more years. Your Majesty can't be too optimistic." Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor said. Yu Chenzi brought along Eternal Peace's eloquent people who are good at stirring up trouble. According to the original plan, the negotiations with Heavenly Emperor can be delayed for a few more years. But now that Heavenly Emperor Hao had gotten rid of Heavenly Emperor Fire, Absolute Beginning didn't dare to show his face and fight with him for benefits. There was no need to mention Ancestral God King, Heavenly Venerate Void and Ancient God Taiji. And there was only one force in heavenly court today, and that was Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. I'm afraid that you Chunzi's delaying tactics won't work anymore. Emperor Yanfeng frowned and said, That's why Heavenly Venerate Mu and Yuxiu will abdicate and get married. They want us to walk up to the stage and hope that we can delay for a few years. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor nodded and said, They retired after getting married because of the pressure Eternal Peace was under. It's been hard on Princess Xiao. Emperor Yanfeng had a strange expression. I actually think she's very happy. These days she has relaxed all of a sudden and is very pleased with herself when she sees everyone. A grown woman can't be kept in her home. I'll solemnly tell everyone that little Mu is getting married. In the past few days, Eternal Peace, Upper Capital, and Lower Capital were all bustling with people coming and going. Green Bull told Chancellor Ba Shan, Old Master, Big Sister is drunk in the tavern. There are wine jars placed in the corner of the table. Chancellor Ba Shan instantly became nervous and said, Look after her and don't let her cause trouble. I'll go tell Granny C. Qingyo hurriedly ran to the wine shop and saw a cute little girl who was about 10 years old. She was sitting at the wine table and shouting loudly, asking the shop owner to serve the wine. The 9 foxtails behind her but were already exposed, and she almost revealed her true form. However, the wine in the wine shop had already been finished by her. The shop owner had no choice. He recognized this drunkard and didn't dare to chase her away. He could only stand by the side and listen to her scolding. I have also paid my respects to the court. Although I am not a concubine, I am still a concubine. Hu Ling'er was drunk. She crawled to the wine table and stood on one leg in the wine jar while the other was outside. She rolled up her sleeves, and the smell of alcohol filled the air. Even her white fur was stained with the smell of alcohol. She complained to the shopkeeper. We should at least give her a title this time, right? Don't you think? Qingyo hurriedly went forward. The right servant is drunk. Quick, quick. Send the right servant back to the manor. I'm not drunk, I know you. You're the third, it's the fourth, no. Long Pai has sworn allegiance to Tianshu and Qi Jiui. You should be the 6th or the 7th. Hu Ling'er was still babbling nonsense. Qingyo quickly invited her down and escorted her to the minister's province, the servant shooting manor. Hu Ling'er came to the minister's province and glanced at the left servant. She sneered. There's a fellow sufferer here. Si Yunxiang, you're the second son, so you can be the judge. Back then, old Master Blind made the decision and married all 3 of us. Si Yunxiang and she were both minister's province, one on the left and one on the right. They were in charge of Eternal Peace's finances, but these years of experience were much more stable than hers. She smiled and said, Little sister is drunk, go back and rest first. Hu Ling'er said casually, Old Nine, there's no need for you to help me, I can walk. After saying that, she pushed the green bull away and walked forward unsteadily. With a gulp, she fell into the flower bed. Only her tail was exposed, shaking twice and not moving at all. The green bull didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did I become Old Nine again? When Granny C received Ba Shan's report, she immediately became alert and said, Ba Shan, find some people for me and keep an eye on some dangerous people. At this moment, nothing must happen. Ba Shan saw how serious she was and hurriedly said, Granny, don't worry. I will definitely handle this matter properly. He hesitated for a moment and said, May I know which dangerous people to monitor? Little Fox is the first. And that last Si Yunxiang. Granny Si quickly said, Especially Si Yunxiang. Little Fox is very straightforward, but this lass is very crafty. We must not let our guard down. Other than that, there are also some important targets to monitor. For example, the wild maidens of West Earth. They even have the custom of going on a wedding, so be careful not to seduce the groom into their room on their wedding night. Also, even primordial Lord Earth Virtue has to be careful. Ba Shan memorized carefully and couldn't help feeling troubled when he heard that. Primordial Lord Earth Virtue's current cultivation and attainments are already top-notch existences in Eternal Peace. Apart from existences like Old Cult Master Wei and Prince Yu Ming, who can stop her? Granny Si glared at him and said, Even if we can't stop her, we have to. Ba Shan shrunk his head. Granny Si continued, Apart from them, you still need to be careful of Lang. Ba Shan shuddered. He hurriedly walked out. Granny, you'd better find someone else. Forget about earth virtue primordial lord. Langer is a god king and in existence at the level of a heavenly venerate. In the entire universe apart from a few people, who is her match? Granny Si hurriedly said. Don't worry, Langer is a person who forgets emotions and puts the interests of the creator above all else. She won't act rashly. I'm just worried that if she wants to have a small creator with the groom, she will cause trouble in the future. You don't need to keep a close eye on him, you just need to keep a close eye on Muir. If he can control the belt, there won't be any problems. Chancellor Bashan complained incessantly. If junior brother can't control the belt, can I control it for him? Granny Si smiled. It doesn't matter if you can't control it. At most you can hug a few more cubs. As for Heavenly Venerate Ling, he doesn't have any feelings towards Muir. Only Heavenly Venerate you, I'm not too sure. Ba Shan's face was ashen, and his legs were trembling. Granny Si continued. But it's not to the extent of snatching the bride. If she wants to snatch the bride, she has to consider her own face, right? She doesn't have to consider it. She thought about it and made a list of the people who might cause trouble. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. Chancellor Ba Shan looked up at the starry sky and saw the stars twinkling. He smiled and said, This day is also strange. It's clearly the 15th day. It's a sunny day and there's not even a moon. Granny Si immediately came to her senses. Oh no! I've forgotten about her. The moon has disappeared. She must have come. Quickly go and find your junior brother. If you're any later, she'll take him away. Chancellor Ba Shan also came to a realization and cried out, You're talking about the one on the moon? This is indeed a big matter. I'll go look for junior brother now. He left in a hurry and went straight to Qin Mu's manor. Before he reached his residence, he saw the moonlight rippling and illuminating the entire manor. Clearly, the moon in eternal peace had slipped down from the sky and landed in Qin Mu's manor. Ba Shan braced himself and barged in, thinking to himself, No matter what, I can't let High Emperor Sword God ruin this marriage. He barged into the manor and saw the moon hanging in the sky above Qin Mu's manor. It was about 30 yards tall and had been refined into a treasure. It could be big or small, but it was only about a foot square. Ba Shan entered in a hurry. There weren't many servants in Qin Mu's manor, so he didn't have time to stop him before he barged through. In front of the hall, Qin Mu and Bai Chuer sat on the stone steps below. One had white hair on her temples while the other still looked like a young girl. No one knew what the two of them were talking about. When Ba Shan barged in, he saw the two of them dressed neatly and relaxed. He bowed and said, Ba Shan greets High Emperor Sword God. Junior brother, you are about to get married, so it's not suitable for you to be in the same room with other women. Qin Mu smiled warmly. That's why Chuer and I were talking outside the hall and didn't enter the room. Bai Chuer got up and waved her hand. The moon drooped down and became bigger and bigger. When it was about 10 yards away from the ground, it stopped. The woman walked into the moon palace and didn't look at Ba Shan. Ba Shan relaxed. As long as nothing happens at this stall. Bai Chuer stood in the moon palace and a belt floated down. She stretched out her delicate hand and revealed an expectant expression. Qin Mu stood up and raised his right hand, and their fingertips touched. Ba Shan's scalp went numb, and he coughed heavily. Qin Mu's fingers trembled and he pulled them back. Bai Chuer's expression was gloomy, but she didn't pull her hand back. The moon gradually rose, and the belt fluttered around it. The moon rose higher and higher, faster and faster. Gradually the moonlight filled the sky, and it was so high that it couldn't be touched. Qin Mu raised his head to look up. After a long while he retracted his gaze and said, Senior brother Ba Shan, don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing and I won't act rashly. Chancellor Ba Shan let out a sigh of relief and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to control your emotions. Old brother has been through this before. So you are in the most dangerous moment right now. Qin Mu revealed a smile. Senior brother, you're too kind. My marriage is to delay the heavenly court's liquidation of eternal peace, and also to make heavenly venerate Haotian rest assured of me. I definitely won't make a mistake at this crucial moment. Furthermore, Princess Xiao and I have been childhood sweethearts since we were young, and have long been engaged privately. The reason why the marriage has been delayed until now is because of the times. Ba Shan looked at him carefully and said, With junior brother's words I can be at ease. These few days I will stay in your manor, and you will entertain me with good wine and meat." Qin Mu laughed loudly and patted his shoulder. His gaze went past Bashan and landed on Ling Yuxiu. It was unknown when Ling Yuxiu had arrived here, but she must have noticed the moon descending into the mortal world and sinking into Qin Mu's manor. However, she didn't come over immediately. She only rushed over when Bashan came. Bashan left sensibly. Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu walked side by side in the garden. Ling Yuxiu raised her hand to break a flower branch, but when she broke half of it, she let it go and the flower branch bounced back. "You have something on your mind," Qin Mu said. Ling Yuxiu smiled. "Aren't you the same?" Qin Mu smiled. "I understand what's on your mind. You are worried that our marriage is actually to delay the celestial heavens, and that our marriage is to dispel heavenly venerate vast heaven's suspicion of me. You don't have to be like this, you understand my intentions. Even without these, I still want to marry you." Ling Yuxiu looked at the flowers in the garden under the moonlight. There were a few flower buds that had yet to bloom. She touched them lightly with her fingertips and the flower buds bloomed faintly under the moonlight. "I always want to go back to the time when we first met in Surging River. Back then, the two of us were innocent and our relationship was the most innocent and ignorant. At that time, it would be great if we got married." Qin Mu picked at the flowers. He smiled and said, "People have to grow up eventually. You and I have already grown up. After experiencing so many dangers, we can still walk together in the end. This is life. After experiencing so many tests, we will still support each other in the future and continue to walk." Ling Yuxiu looked at him and said faintly, "I'm always worried that you have some grudges in your heart and are reluctant to part with me." "Not at all." Qin Mu hugged her into his embrace and sniffed the fragrance in her hair. He muttered, "Not at all." He looked at the bright moon in the sky and his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. The moon descending to earth was just a small interlude in heavenly venerate Mu's wedding, and no one noticed it. On this day, the envoys from all over came one after another. The rulers of the myriad worlds also sent their envoys to congratulate them. Lan Yutian, Su Shanghua, and the rest rushed back from the ancestral court to participate in the wedding. West Emperor White Tiger, North Emperor Black Tortoise, and South Emperor Vermilion Bird also sent their envoys to present their gifts. The newly promoted Heavenly Venerate Long Shao also ordered his foster son Long Pai to rush over from the beast world. Long Pai brought his children to see Qin Mu personally, and he sighed in his heart. He sobbed as he said, "Cult Master finally doesn't need me to worry." Qin Hanjin and his wife from Carefree Village also rushed over, sighing with emotion in their hearts. Absolute Beginning also sent people over to offer gifts, and there was a dragon scale in the gift box. On this day, guests gathered in eternal peace to go to the capital. It was extremely lively, and the 8 elders of disabled elderly village sat on their parents' seats. There was even an empty seat beside them. 1. Emperor Yanfeng and Empress, Qin Hanjin and his wife also sat in the hall. They knelt down with the 8 elders, and they smiled at each other. However, they secretly turned their heads to wipe away their tears. On the day of the wedding ceremony, Hu Linger woke up from her hangover and didn't make it to the wedding. When they reached the bridal chamber, Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu heard voices coming from outside. "You guys are still kissing. How shameless. Shame, shame." Blind's voice came, "Mu'er, don't panic, I'll chase Linger away." Ling Yuxiu took off her shoes and threw them out. She said angrily, "Grandpa Blind, you're also here to listen to the corner?" An ayah sound came from outside the window. It was unknown which woman had been hit by the shoes, but from the sound, it seemed to be Si Yunxiang. Qin Mu laughed and spread out the paper. Ling Yuxiu helped him grind the ink while Qin Mu raised his brush to draw. In just a moment, the picture of the mountains and rivers was on the paper. The two of them walked into the painting hand in hand. It was night, and the birds were singing in the painting. The spring tide was surging, either high or low. It was melodious and graceful, indescribable. The next day, Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu woke up early and washed up. Ling Yuxiu tied up the woman's hair and Qin Mu put a hairpin in it for her. After the husband and wife finished their breakfast, there were already servants in the manor arranging all kinds of congratulatory gifts and compiling them into a book to give to Qin Mu. 1. Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu sipped their tea while flipping through the book together and reading them one by one. Other than treasures, There were many strange things that the guests had sent over. For example, Lan Yuqian had given them the insights he had comprehended under the world tree all these years. Su Xianghua had given them a pot of tea leaves and a pot of fragrant orchids. Shahuali had given them the 100 Suns jade scenery that he had carved with his knife. Dao Master Lin Xian had copied a copy of the algebra equations that he had researched all these years and sent it over. Zhang Kong Rulai had given them a rosary bead. And Wang Muran had given them a letter of challenge, inviting Qin Mu to go to Little Jade Capital to fight on the same realm. Emperor Yanfeng gave them a thick stack of pamphlets with Qin Mu's name written on it. Below it were lines of Zheng characters. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor Jiang Baigui sent over a branch which contained his sword path. It was unknown if he was challenging Qin Mu or hoping that he could comprehend his sword path from it and take another step forward. Saint Woodcutter gave a pamphlet composed of 360 postnatal Great Tao, which indicated that his mantle was given to Qin Mu, and Yan Yunxi gave him a carrot that had been bitten. Lu Zheng, the donkey, must have bitten it when he came to give the present. Di Yue had given Ling Yuxiu a hairpin, so it should still be useful. Tian Shu had given her a jar of wine that she had treasured for so many years and couldn't bear to drink. Di Shutian and Li Yuran had personally copied a copy of the record of heavenly craftsmanship that they had comprehended. Old farmer Zhuocha had given them a load of rice that they had personally grown, and Yo Sanduo had also given them a load of rice. Fisherman Celestial Master Han Tang had given them 2 little red kuan. They were still young, so they should have been born from his red fish. Ling Yuxiu immediately took them out from the pile of gifts, and saw 2 little red fish swimming around in the small fish tank with a pacifier in their mouths. "Don't touch them." Qin Mu immediately stopped her and said, "These are kuan, they can eat people." The 2 little red kuan wrapped their pacifiers and looked at them innocently. The 2 of them continued to look, and Ling Yuxiu said with a smile, "Heavenly Venerate Ling gave you a knot that can be tied forever, so what Heavenly Venerate gave you is indeed different from the rest." Qin Mu took out the knot that Heavenly Venerate Ling gave him, and he saw that it was a knot that was tied with a red knot. There were all sorts of exquisite Tao markings of Miluo Palace in it, and he was unconsciously engrossed in it. "Heavenly Venerate, you gave you a concentric lantern." Ling Yuxiu took out a lantern with 2 hearts embroidered on it. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "What Heavenly Venerate gave us is truly unique. He gave it to the 2 of us to wish us to be together forever." Qin Mu remained expressionless. "This lantern is very powerful when used for traveling." Ling Yuxiu took out God King Lang Er's gift again and said, "What big sister Langer gave you was a flower." Qin Mu looked over and his heart skipped a beat. This flower was the one he had fought with Langer when he was in the space on the other shore. When Langer had given him pointers, Qin Mu didn't fight back at the last strike. Instead, he visualized a fresh flower and gave it to Langer. Langer had planted the flower in the pond of primordial chaos, and this flower had actually survived until now. Qin Mu laughed out loud. "The gift Langer gave me is also very unique." "Yes, very unique," Ling Yuxiu said with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Poison Master Mu Yingxue has sent the geographical map of her home." Qin Mu immediately said, "Be careful of being poisoned. It's better to burn it quickly." Formation Master He has sent the white horse map. You are riding on the same horse with her, and your drawing is very good. As expected of someone who learned from Grandpa Deaf for 2 years. There's a killing formation hidden inside, burn it. High Emperor White Sword God gave you a set of dolls. Ling Yuxiu rummaged through it and saw that the doll was a chest with 4 legs. When she opened the chest, there were 2 little people with their backs against each other. She was about to take out the dolls to examine them when Qin Mu suddenly said in pleasant surprise, "Grandpa Apothecary gave us a dual cultivation technique, madam. Come quickly." 1. Ling Yuxiu closed the chest and moved closer to take a look. She spat and said with a red face, "Grandpa Apothecary is a hooligan, an old pervert. Absolute Beginning gave me a dragon scale." Qin Mu found the dragon scale and looked at it for a moment. He smiled and said, "East Emperor Azure Dragon, how have you been?" Absolute Beginning must have told him that I owed the Azure Dragon a favor when I refined Calamity's sword. The gift of this dragon scale is interesting. His eyes flickered as he said, "Absolute Beginning suspected that I didn't really retire, so he used this dragon scale to test me. If I resurrect East Emperor Azure Dragon, I won't really retire, and I'll still have ambition." He's still careful of me. He put away the dragon scale and did not resurrect East Emperor Azure Dragon. He said, 10 heavenly venerates are 10 heavenly venerates. An absolute beginning and heavenly venerate Houtyen are just birds of a feather. Resurrecting Azure Dragon? We'll talk about it in the future. Heavenly Emperor Vast has also given us quite a number of treasures. Ling Yuxiu clicked her tongue in astonishment and said, he's really generous. Heavenly Duke has also given me a gift. It's given in the name of Earth Count and Heavenly Duke. He's urging me to resurrect Earth Count Acho. Qin Mu quietly put away the chess doll that Bai Chuer had given him and visualized himself and Ling Yuxiu's doll on the spot. It's not good for him to rush me directly, so he borrowed the gift to remind me. Fatty Dragon sent a set of human-rearing scriptures. Ling Yuxiu burst into laughter. And it's a new version. Fatty Dragon is really thoughtful, so this must be for me. After saying that, she shot a glance at Qin Mu. 1. Qin Mu laughed and turned his head away with a gloomy expression. Taisher also sent a gift. It's a small piece of eggshell. Ling Yuxiu asked in bewilderment. Why did he send the eggshell? Senior brother Wei sent a bunch of geographical maps. Do you want to see them? The husband and wife tidied up and finally inspected the gifts of the guests. Those that should be left behind were left behind, and those that shouldn't were directly sent to Eternal Peace Empire's treasury or sold. It was already late in the morning and the husband and wife went to pay their respects to their parents and the 8 elders of disabled elderly village. Granny C had prepared a few cows for Qin Mu. Qin Mu's heart tightened and he secretly looked at the few cows and only felt relieved when he realized they were really cows. Moor, let's return to the village. Blind said with a smile. Surging River, disabled elderly village. The hen dragons had long occupied this place and became the tyrant of the surroundings. Everyone planned to tidy it up and chase the hen dragons away. Qin Mu smiled. There's no need. I'm a reclusive heavenly venerate, and I'm also reluctant to stay in power. How can I stay in the small mountain village from before? He visualized it with his divine consciousness, and after a moment, a golden and resplendent heavenly palace appeared in the sky above disabled elderly village. It was beautiful, fragrant, and majestic. He walked into the heavenly palace hand in hand with Ling Yuxiu. The heavenly palace floated above the clouds, and below it were countless hen dragons looking up at the heavenly palace with envy. The heavenly river flowed through the sky, and Qin Mu used his great magic power to move a piece of land to the side of the heavenly river. He raised the cows on the bank of the river. The green mountains and the green water, and the white clouds floated in the air. It was very poetic and picturesque. Ling Yuxiu placed the 2 little red kuan that Fisherman Cold Pond had sent into the heavenly river. The 2 little red kuan wrapped their pacifiers and swam around the bank, unwilling to leave. Ling Yuxiu had just left when she heard 2 loud cracking sounds from the heavenly river. 2 huge red kuan that were hundreds of feet long leaped out of the water and opened their mouths to eat the 2 cows that were grazing on the shore. The remaining 2 cows hurriedly ran away. Ling Yuxiu was dumbfounded. She saw the 2 red kuan move their bodies and slowly retreat into the heavenly river. They turned into 2 little red fish that swam around with their pacifiers in their mouths. Husband doesn't know about this yet. I'll buy 2 more oxen to make up for it. He can't tell. Ling Yuxiu left hurriedly and bought 2 oxen to mix in with the herd of oxen to fill up the numbers. She planted the flowers that Langer had sent over by the heavenly river, and also planted the misty radish. When the radish landed on the ground, it suddenly grew after being chewed by Lu Zheng. It quickly returned to its original state and turned into a naked baby that jumped out of the ground. It jumped into the river to bathe. Be careful of the kuan in the river. Just as Ling Yuxiu said this, she heard a kacha sound and 2 red kuan jumped out of the water. The naked baby clenched his fists and gave the 2 red kuan a painful beating. Only then did Ling Yuxiu relax. Qin Mu studied the ancient records in the gifts and flipped through them one by one. Ling Yuxiu had also brought the results of all sorts of transformations in eternal peace, which was very beneficial to him. It made him marvel at the development of the divine arts, paths, and skills in eternal peace over the years. He flipped through the 360 Great Tao records that Saint Woodcutter had given him and compared them, frowning slightly. Teacher Woodcutter has drafted 360 Great Tao, which is also the embryonic form of Heavenly Saint Cult's 360 halls. However, after more than 100 years of reform and eternal peace, how many more than 360 great Tao of postnatal realm? Qin Mu covered the scroll and stood up. Eternal Peace's reform had continuously given birth to new industries, and each new industry represented the birth of a new postnatal great Tao. The path was endless, and it wasn't about the path of seeking the path being endless, but the postnatal great Tao being endless and never being able to be fully explored. He absorbed the results of eternal peace reform, while being happily married to Ling Yuxiu. He also walked around with the elders of disabled elderly village, and time flew by quickly. It was rare for him to calm his heart down. During these days, he had been meditating quietly and organizing his techniques and divine arts. His Tao heart had become more and more unfathomable, and the things that Lan Yuntian had given him had been very enlightening. Eternal Peace Reform and St. Woodcutter's 360 acquired Great Tao had also given him deep comprehension. Emperor Yanfeng and Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui handled Eternal Peace's administrative affairs, while Yu Chunzi was in charge of negotiating with the Heavenly Court. These trivial matters didn't disturb his Tao heart. Gradually he felt that his paths, skills and divine arts were at a bottleneck, on the verge of a huge breakthrough. He felt that he was about to attain a whole new realm, but he was completely ignorant of the path ahead. Qin Mu walked back and forth and unknowingly came to the side of the heavenly river. He saw a group of hen dragons flying into the sky and looking for bugs in the forest. Beside them were a few cows, lying under the shade of the trees while wagging their tails and ruminating leisurely. Qin Mu sat on the grass and fell into deep thought. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard a voice. Back then, Heavenly Venerate Mu was herding cowherds, but now you let me sigh endlessly with emotion. Qin Mu turned his head and saw Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven dressed in uniform. It was unknown when he had arrived. Qin Mu stood up and forced a smile. Your Majesty has mocked me. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven came to his side and looked around. Back then, when I heard that Heavenly Venerate Mu had lost his Tao heart, I didn't dare to believe it. Now that I see you in such a dispirited state, I believe it, but a trace of sorrow welled up in my heart. He looked up at the sky and muttered, without an opponent like Celestial Master Mu, what's the use of my martial strength? 2 streams of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Qin Mu looked at him with a calm expression. After a long time, only then did he smile. If there was an opponent like me, not only would His Majesty not shed tears, but he would also have a headache over how to get rid of me. What His Majesty wants is eternal power, to firmly hold such power. It's just that His Majesty was sentimental when he saw me. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven laughed loudly and his voice was loud and clear, shaking the water of Heavenly River endlessly. You're right. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven looked straight at him and the smile on his face gradually faded away. If you hadn't admitted defeat, I would really have a headache, he said solemnly. I can kill everyone in eternal peace, but even if you're the only one left, I won't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Your threat is even greater than founding Emperor Qin Yi. Qin Mu couldn't help feeling dejected when he heard him mention founding emperor. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's gaze landed on his face, and sensed the slight fluctuations coming from his Tao heart. He smiled slightly. You have an indestructible body, so no one in this world can kill you. Even I, the number 1 person in this world, can't do it. Even if I put you in the ultimate void, I'm afraid you will still be able to survive. Heavenly Venerate Mu. The only person who can defeat you is you. Qin Mu raised his head and revealed a puzzled expression. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven tapped his heart. He said earnestly, that's because your heart has a weakness, Heavenly Venerate Mu. You think too highly of eternal peace. This is the death acupuncture point on your Tao heart. I only need to pinch eternal peace and I will be able to pinch your death acupuncture point. With eternal peace around, you won't be my match. As long as eternal peace is around, you will lose. He smiled. It's fine if you want to be invincible. Aren't you good at breaking the situation? You killed Earth Count 1 step ahead of me. How amazing is that? If I didn't have 3rd and 4th young masters backing me up, I would have definitely lost that round. At that time Qin Fengqing would have become the new Earth Count, and you would have founding emperor helping you. I could only divide the world equally with you. Now you can also use the same method to break the situation. His tone was overbearing. If you destroy everyone in eternal peace, you will have no weakness. I am such a person. Nothing can stop my footsteps, and everything can be used by me. This is the reason why I am the victor. Qinmu avoided his gaze and didn't dare to meet his gaze. You have disappointed me. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven said coldly. If you disregard the lives of the people of eternal peace and protect your Tao heart after your defeat, I would still be looking forward to a true showdown with you. However, not only did you not destroy eternal peace and perfect your Tao heart, you even got married under your decadence and added another shackle to yourself. The corner of Qinmu's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven suddenly felt an inexplicable exhilaration. His Tao heart was clear, and the heart devil that had been suppressed in his Tao heart vanished without a trace. He smiled warmly. But you are Heavenly Emperor Mu, so it's impossible for you to destroy eternal peace. I'm the Heavenly Emperor, and as long as you live, it's impossible for me to destroy eternal peace to fulfill your Tao heart. Sorry, I've called myself me again. He smiled. Heavenly Emperor Mu, when I saw you now my heart ached, but I was also gratified. My heart ached at your decadence, so I was gratified that I defeated you. Qinmu's voice was hoarse as he struggled. It wasn't you who defeated me, but the third and fourth young masters of Miluo Palace who defeated me. Great Heavenly Emperor laughed loudly. Borrowing strength is also a kind of strength. Didn't my father in the beginning want to borrow the strength of Miluo Palace? He wanted to, but he couldn't borrow it and I borrowed it. This is my strength. You have already lost, so there's no need to flatter yourself. Qinmu opened his mouth and sighed in disappointment. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled. You can be a rich man in peace. This place is very good, and the scenery is beautiful. It's not far away from eternal peace, and you have a beautiful woman to accompany you. He suddenly turned around and saw Ling Yuxiu walking over with slight nervousness. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled and immediately felt Qinmu's body tense up. He was clearly extremely nervous. You have indeed lost. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven said sorrowfully. You have lost to emotions that you shouldn't have. I really want you to pull yourself together and let me defeat you once more. He unconsciously gave off killing intent. This killing intent wasn't directed at Qinmu, but at Ling Yuxiu. At that moment, Qinmu's Tao heart by his side was like an old tree in spring. It was as if layers of restrictions had been removed, and his battle intent became stronger and stronger. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven revealed a smile, and the two heavenly palaces behind his head formed two 10,000 heavenly wheels. Loud bangs came from Qinmu's body, and his silent Tao heart was rapidly recovering. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven turned around and slapped his palm toward Qinmu's hand. The two of them collided, and the heavenly river stirred up huge waves that split the sky. It was incomparably shocking. The white clouds and gray dogs in the sky were swept away, and the clear sky was as clear as water. Blood trickled down the corner of Qinmu's mouth, and his body flashed to protect Ling Yuxiu. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven walked toward the two of them with his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. Sister-in-law, you once sent someone to kill the reincarnation of Heavenly Venerate Fire. That person was a youth who carried a chest and occupied the corporeal body of Heavenly Venerate Imperial Emperor. Who was that person? Ling Yuxiu didn't dare to slight him and bowed. That is a god and devil called Xing'an. He is extremely powerful but has a strange temper. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven walked past the two of them and said, I'm looking for him. I'll have to trouble sister-in-law to tell Emperor Yanfeng that the person I'm looking for is him. Tell him to send this person to Heaven Court and I'll reward him. Ling Yuxiu was slightly stunned. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled. Heavenly Emperor Mu, your eternal peace is still in my hands. As long as you're honest, I won't touch eternal peace. Qinmu gave a muffled grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood. His Tao heart that had just recovered instantly dimmed and sealed itself layer by layer. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven laughed loudly and his figure disappeared. Ling Yuxiu immediately checked Qinmu's injuries. Qinmu waved his hand. I'm fine. He can hurt me but he can't kill me. However, he's just colliding with me and trying to injure me. He's still not too assured and plans to leave some incurable Tao injuries on my body. These injuries, I'll be able to refine them very soon. Ling Yuxiu relaxed and asked worriedly. Will you arouse his suspicion if you awaken your Tao heart and fight with him? Qin Mu executed his technique to refine his Tao injuries and shook his head. It's precisely because of this that he won't suspect anything. It's just that I'm a little worried. His gaze flickered as he looked in the direction where Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had left. He thought he had defeated me, but the inner devil in his Tao heart had been swept away. It might have raised his Tao realm. He's even stronger than before now. Ling Yuxiu frowned slightly. Qin Mu asked, "What's going on with Xing'an?" Ling Yuxiu told him about how she had sent Xing'an to kill Heavenly Emperor Fire's reincarnation. After Mr. Xing returned, he went into closed-door cultivation and stayed hidden on Star-Picking Peak. I don't know what happened either. The one who wanted to kill Heavenly Emperor Fire the most was Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's reincarnation must have met Xing'an and died at his hands. Qin Mu guessed the truth in the blink of an eye. Xing'an walked the evil path. I once told him that he researched paths, skills, and divine arts by himself, so it was very difficult for him to have great achievements. Thus he began to approach eternal peace reform. Looks like he has already made quite a lot of achievements over the years, which is why he was able to defeat Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. What did he send for our wedding this time? Ling Yuxiu hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, what he sent was a human skin covered with all kinds of Tao markings. Because it was truly shocking, I didn't show it to you. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly and he said solemnly, "Where's the human skin? I want to take a look." The Tao injury left behind by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven was very stubborn. It would relapse from time to time, causing him to feel intense pain, but it couldn't kill him. Qin Mu frowned from time to time. After the inner devil in Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's Tao heart was removed, he was indeed stronger than before. Ling Yuxiu took out a jade box. There was a seal on it, so it should have been left behind by her. Qin Mu undid the seal and unfolded the human skin. When he took a closer look, he saw that the Tao markings on the human skin were the meticulous structure of the 58 halls of 36 heavenly palaces, and on the back of the human skin, it was the structure of 35 heavenly palaces and 58 treasure halls. The two great heavenly courts were deconstructed in incomparably detailed Tao markings, and even the most important ones, Purple Heaven Hall and Ling Heaven Hall, were also deconstructed. This human skin was the path of circulation of Heavenly Emperor Hao's technique and the logic contained in his great Tao. Qin Mu sucked in a breath of cold air. This is the skin of Heavenly Emperor Hao's reincarnation. Not only did Xing'an kill Heavenly Emperor Hao's reincarnation, he even skinned him. No, Xing'an had completely dissected Heavenly Emperor Hao's reincarnation. No wonder he gave this as a congratulatory gift. This congratulatory gift is really not small. Ling Yuxiu felt her hair stand on end. This human skin was actually the skin of Heavenly Emperor Hao's reincarnation. What made her even more astonished was that Xing'an had actually analyzed the two great heavenly court techniques of Heavenly Emperor Hao. This wasn't something that a human could do. Qin Mu analyzed it carefully and soon had a solution to the Tao injuries in his body. This skin that Xing'an gave me has the 6 flaws of Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. He should be trying to find all the flaws in Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's technique. This monster, he shouldn't have had such deep attainments all these years. Even if he had come into contact with Eternal Peace's reform, he wouldn't have been able to do this. Ling Yuxiu said carefully, all these years Mr. Xing lived in Star-Picking Peak, and I ordered people to give him all the results of Eternal Peace's reform. Did I do anything wrong? Qin Mu was stunned. He shook his head and smiled. I didn't do anything wrong. Xing'an was incomparably evil, but he had a principle. He never dealt with the weak, and he rarely injured people's lives. If you raised him in the world of martial arts, he would be an evil god. If you put him in an important position and gave him what he wanted, he wouldn't do anything evil and would only focus on research. Ling Yuxiu let out a sigh of relief. Then should we send Mr. Xing to heaven? If he wants to go, then let him. Qin Mu didn't even raise his head and continued to study. He won't stay in heaven for long. Since he has already entered eternal peace, then he's a person of eternal peace. Heaven, a land of decay, there's no place for him to stay. Wait a moment. When he said this, he suddenly entered a dream. Layers upon layers of dreams spread out, and countless tiny Qinmu began to carry the human skin of Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's reincarnation. Ling Yuxiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she could only wait for him to wake up. Qinmu slept for a day and a night, and the dream became deeper and deeper. A few hundred years had passed in the dream, but suddenly the layers of dreams dispersed. When Qinmu woke up, he raised his brush and wrote down a few Dao markings on the human skin. "Madam, order someone to pass the human skin to Xing'an. I'll help him mend the few Dao markings that he didn't deduce." Ling Yuxiu burst into laughter. "Heavenly Venerate Mu isn't weaker than others, so do we have to fight for it?" Qinmu placed his hands behind his back and said leisurely, "Of course." Ling Yuxiu put away the human skin and ordered someone to immediately send it to Star-Picking Peak. Qinmu closed his eyes and carefully thought about Great Heavenly Emperor's technique, memorizing it by heart. Great Heavenly Emperor's attainments in innate One Qi surpassed his, and he also had extraordinary attainments in the path of returning ruins, especially the path of Tai Su. There were some things that Qinmu didn't understand either. Qinmu absorbed his strengths and made up for his shortcomings, improving his Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique. After a long time, he slowly executed Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique and circulated his vital qi. The domain of his divine treasures appeared, and his body called itself a universe. At that moment, he heard a soft cracking sound coming from the depths of his divine treasures. In the bottom layer of the primordial chaos sea of the returning ruins, a lotus seed of the returning ruins sprouted. At the lowest level of sinkhole, the sea of chaos gave off boundless light. In the light, the lotus seed of sinkhole given to Qinmu by the second young master of Miluo Palace actually cracked open, and a root filled with sharp thorns drilled out. A dark red lotus leaf curled into a cylinder. The root grew and the lotus leaf drilled out of the sea of chaos, revealing its sharp horns. Qinmu's heart stirred slightly. Ever since he had obtained this lotus seed, he had thrown it into great abyss of sinkhole in his divine treasure, and had never paid any attention to it. He had never expected that after obtaining Great Heavenly Emperor's technique and comprehending the path of sinkhole that he had comprehended from the human skin that Xing'an had given him, it would actually take root and sprout just like that. Heavenly Emperor and Xing'an are really my lucky stars. The lotus seeds of returning ruins took root and sprouted. It could be said to have solved the most crucial part of his technique system. Qinmu stared at the great abyss in his divine treasure, and saw the lotus leaf slowly spreading out, growing and enlarging. The markings on the lotus leaf were the path of returning ruins, which continued to extend. Qinmu's comprehension of the path of returning ruins was actually not inferior to Great Heavenly Emperor. It was even not inferior to the goddess of returning ruins, Madame Yuanmu, and Empress. He had once thoroughly studied the corporeal bodies of Yuanmu and the Empress, and all the runes of returning ruins were united by his microscopic algebra and macroscopic algebra. However, the true path of returning ruins wasn't that simple. The true path of returning ruins actually contained the path of life and death of the universe. Qinmu had already accumulated many insights in this aspect, but it wasn't enough to let the lotus seed of returning ruins grow. The lotus seed of sinkhole contained the complete path of sinkhole, so how to induce it to germinate was the most important thing. This time he had comprehended the technique of Great Heavenly Emperor, and he had just made up for the missing link. Even though the lotus leaf of sinkhole grew in the sea of chaos and floated on the surface of the sea, it wasn't tainted by any qi of chaos. It wasn't tainted by any dust, and it was spotless. As the lotus leaf grew, another lotus leaf also grew out of the sea of chaos. Following that, a flower bud revealed its sharp horns from the sea of chaos. Twin lotuses. As the lotus leaf grew, all sorts of wondrous theories of the path of returning ruins came pouring out from Qinmu's mind. They contained the wondrous theories of another extreme wind of heat and silence, which was the opposite of the ultimate void. However, the wind of heat and silence was only one of them. The most important thing was the wondrous theory that the universe was destroyed by chaos and was born from it. His comprehension became deeper and deeper, and he gradually seemed to fall into the midst of his own vicissitudes. His aura withered rapidly, and the power of returning ruins in his spirit embryo divine treasure became stronger and stronger. It devoured Yudu, primordial world, and all the worlds in the universe, dragging Xiandu into it as well, causing his divine treasure universe to sink into heat and silence. In the end, the ancestral court also collapsed and fell into sinkhole. Finally, everything in his divine treasure returned to chaos. The thick and heavy chi of chaos was like an ocean, and only the twin lotuses and world tree remained. Even his heavenly palace and heavenly court were buried in the chaos of sinkhole. Not only that, 30 layers of void were hidden in his divine treasure, and they were all annihilated without a trace. Qin Mu's aura had completely dissipated, and there wasn't a hint of a living person's aura. A few hen dragons gathered their courage and came forward. They sized Qin Mu up from left to right and pecked at the corner of his clothes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When the hen dragons confirmed that Qin Mu was dead, they cried out happily and flapped their wings. One of the hen dragons planned to fly to the top of Qin Mu's head and point at the mountains and rivers, announcing that the heavenly palace that Qin Mu had visualized was about to become their territory. At that moment, a loud sound that could split the heavens and earth came out from Qin Mu's body. Before the hen dragon could reach Qin Mu's head, it was roasted by a flame and landed on the ground with a thud, giving off a sweet meat fragrance. When the other hen dragons saw this, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Only a few cows in the distance swung their tails lazily and took a glance at them before quietly regurgitating their cud. 2 small red fish leaped out from the heavenly river and transformed into 2 huge red kuan with a loud bang. Their fins supported themselves on the ground as they shook their heads and wagged their tails, trying to move forward with great difficulty in an attempt to catch a few cows to eat. The few oxen stood up alertly and stared at the huge red kuan that was getting closer. They retreated quietly. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura burst forth from Qin Mu's body, and boundless life force surged out. In an instant, the countless stars around him surged out rapidly. The sky and earth spun, and the vast ancestral court passed through the herd of oxen and the huge red kuan. It passed through the hen dragon that was escaping and quickly brought them into the ancestral court. The red kuan, the herd of oxen, and the old hen dragon were stunned. They only felt a majestic life force surging into their bodies. A few yellow oxen let out mooing sounds. Their bodies spun helplessly in the air, and their bodies grew larger and larger. Their souls were nourished by this vigorous life force, and they were also growing rapidly. The big yellow oxen's bodies changed. Sizzling sounds came from within their bodies, and red dragon scales drilled out of the surface of their bodies, replacing the hairs of the oxen. Their oxen tails became like steel and iron full of sharp spikes. Their heads swelled up, and their horns became sharper and sharper, giving off a cold light. Divine power surged out from their bodies, and their muscles became stronger and stronger. They couldn't help standing on 2 legs and transforming into kuei dragons. The cows' cry and dragons' cry mixed together. Their 2 hooves came together in front of their chests, and the muscles on their bodies were terrifying and sinister. These few oxen had obtained the opportunity to split the heaven and earth, and they had transformed into kuei dragons. They had awakened their intelligence, and they couldn't help becoming evil. They wanted to take revenge for their companions and kill the 2 great red kuan. They raised their heads and saw that the 2 big red kuan had also swallowed the opportunity to split the heaven and earth. Their physiques became even bigger, and they floated in the air. They shook their heads and wagged their tails as they swam toward them in joy. The few kuei dragons hurriedly ran away, and the wings of the hen dragon in the distance became extremely gorgeous. Their physiques became more than 10 times bigger, and their bodies were filled with divine power. However, their brains were too small so they couldn't use their intelligence. When they saw the herd of oxen running toward them, there was also the fierce-looking big red kuan chasing after it. It hurriedly flapped its wings and fled. At this moment, the creation of heaven and earth came to an end, and everything calmed down. The big red kuan, the herd of oxen, and the flock of chickens all stopped. They looked back and saw that around them floated Xuandu, Yudu, the ancestral court, the myriad worlds in the heavens, and the ancient gods that filled the sky. However, they had shrunk by countless times. A chicken dragon pecked at a shining sun and raised its head to swallow it. Not long after it swallowed the sun, it dropped an egg with a pop. Cluck, 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 cried out in surprise. Suddenly, the newly opened universe contracted violently. The big red kuan, the herd of oxen, and the flock of chickens could not stand on their feet and flew back with a whistle. The sinkhole great abyss appeared and swallowed everything. The myriad realms in the heavens were all distorted and fell into the bottomless pit, Everything was destroyed. The chickens, flying oxen, and fish swam. They were all struggling, but they had no strength to resist this power that could destroy the world. Whoosh! They were swept into sinkhole and were soon destroyed, turning into chaos. It was dead silent. Only a huge turnip in the distance crawled out from the soil and looked at this scene in horror. After a moment, another loud sound of the world being split open sounded out. The chaos around Chinmu split open and evolved once again. Turnip crawled out from the soil and ran away. However, even though its speed was fast, the torrent that split the heavens and earth apart quickly caught up to it. All worlds were born from nothingness, and Radish grew crazily before falling back into Yudu. In Yudu, a few dead hen dragons appeared. They were all alone and had no one to rely on. Only their souls were left, and they could only watch as Radish flew past them. Radish saw a few kuei cows in their soul states, as well as 2 huge red kuan that had opened their mouths wide to swim around and devour them. They immediately cooperated and swam out of Yudu with all their might. Suddenly, a monster with the head of an ox, body of a human, and face of a tiger appeared behind them. Its body was astonishingly huge, and the 2 long horns on its head were like a long river of lava flowing down. This bull-headed god was Chinmu's face. He held the underworld river in his hand and used it as a whip. When he noticed them struggling in Yudu, astonishment appeared in his 3 eyes. Pick! The underworld river lashed out and swept up these little things. They danced and were sent out of Yudu. Pung! 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 They landed on the ground and were disoriented. The hen dragon, kuei cow, big red kuan, and carrot stood up. They landed in front of the heavenly palace gate. And when they turned back to look, they saw that the newly born universe was collapsing again. They couldn't help feeling a lingering fear. Cluck, 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 cluck. A dragon hugged its egg and kissed and jumped happily. A kuei dragon hurriedly touched its body and found that it was fine. Its body had returned and it could not help but cry. We survived a great disaster, and there will be good fortune in the future. A kuei dragon opened its mouth and suddenly gave itself a fright. It cried out, "Moo! I can speak now? Have I become a monster?" The group of kuei dragons were overjoyed and kept mooing non-stop. That kuei dragon cried out, "Let's make a blood sacrifice as an alliance and become sworn brothers with the golden orchid. From now on, we will be the overlord of the heavenly river." Carrot and the 2 big red kuan that were flying in the air opened their mouths and spoke in human language. They said, "There will definitely be good fortune after surviving a great disaster. We will become sworn brothers and sisters. What do you think?" They looked at the hen dragons. The hen dragons blinked their small eyes at them and shouted, "Cluck, cluck, cluck, cluck." Carrot said suspiciously, "They don't seem to have awakened their intelligence. Do we need to kill the chickens and sacrifice them for the Blood Oath Alliance? Why don't we?" After a moment, the surviving hen dragons trembled in the corner of the heavenly palace's south heavenly gate. They looked at themselves in horror as they became roasted chicken companions. "Why are these hen dragons hiding here?" Granny C's voice came from the palace. "Blind, what are we eating for lunch today? The 2 fish from Moor's house aren't bad." Blind's voice came over. "Add some carrots and beef." Voila! The hen dragons, their sworn brothers-in-law carrots, big red kuan, and kuei dragons hurriedly scattered. That night, in the black forest outside the heavenly palace, more than 10 hen dragons built a bonfire and spewed out a fire dragon to light it up. They surrounded a simple altar made of dry wood. As they walked and rotated around the altar, they called out in a low voice, carrying out a mysterious sacrifice. After an unknown amount of time, the hen dragon egg in the center of the altar suddenly let out a soft crack, and a line of crack appeared on the egg. A small and exquisite hen dragon stood up from the egg with its left wing pointing to the sky and right wing pointing to the ground. It let out its first cry after coming to this world. "Hen dragon will never be a slave." Cluck, cluck, cluck. Chinmu used his own Tao to evolve the life and death of the universe of his divine treasures. With each life and death, not only did his comprehension of the path of returning ruins become deeper and deeper, the world tree in his divine treasures also grew continuously. The lotus seeds of returning ruins turned into twin lotuses and finally solved the great circulation system of his technique. After an unknown amount of time, Chinmu opened his eyes. The vertical eye in the center of his brows was filled with chaos. When he executed his technique, he saw the branches and leaves of the world tree swaying behind him. A huge heavenly court appeared, and chaos surged in Jade Capital City. There was a hall that was faintly located between illusion and reality. On star-picking peak of Dao College, Xing'an received a post from Ling Yuxiu. He looked at it and his gaze flickered. He said to the chest, "This is the reason why I want Cult Master Qin's brain. He only has one brain, but he found something that I haven't found." He stood up and said, "Pack your things, we'll go to the heavenly court." The chest immediately rummaged around the palace and stored everything that could be taken away into its body. It quickly stored all the treasures in Xing'an's palace, then covered itself with a tap. With light footsteps, it caught up to Xing'an. "Father Creator Palace Master, Celestial Master Xing'an?" Xing'an closed the palace door and walked toward the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge in Eternal Peace Capital City. He said in a low voice, "It's not rare, I just want to see what's worth collecting in Heavenly Court." Ancestral Court, Heavenly Sea. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven descended into the Heavenly Sea and walked on its surface. The surface of the sea was as calm as a mirror. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven thought about Qin Mu and the humiliation he had brought to him in the past, but there were still no ripples in the Heavenly Sea. "My inner devil has been completely eliminated." His heart was calm as he felt all sorts of subtleties from the paths, skills, and divine arts pouring over. The Tao rhythm in his body was also gradually increasing. This was a sign that he was about to break through to Tao realm. The 10,000 heavenly wheels spinning behind his head grew stronger and stronger, and his Tao rhythm grew stronger and stronger. After a long while, the 10,000 heavenly wheels suddenly began to split apart. Buzz buzz buzz. 3110,000 heavenly wheels appeared above the sky sea. The front and back were distinct. First heaven of the Tao realm. These 3110,000 heavenly wheels represented his achievements in the 31st heaven of the Tao realm. All of a sudden, all the 10,000 heavenly wheels combined into a heavenly wheel behind his head and spun slowly. As the second heavenly venerate to open a realm among the heavenly venerates of Longhan, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's aptitude and comprehension were all excellent. Founding Emperor to open up the Tao realm system, your talent is outstanding, but it's a pity that you died. It's my lifelong regret that I wasn't able to truly determine the victor with you. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's clothes fluttered in the wind as he rose up from the sky sea and walked toward the heavenly court. Founding Emperor is dead, and Heavenly Venerate Mu is injured. Who else in this world can be my opponent and help me advance one step further? A hint of melancholy surged out of his heart, but when he came to the heaven court, a divine official immediately came to report. "Your Majesty, there's a person called Xing'an from the lower realm." He said that His Majesty invited him to be the palace master of Father Creation. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's eyes lit up and he laughed out loud. Heavenly Emperor Mu is really quick in handling matters. Quickly invite him over. The melancholy in his heart vanished without a trace, and he smiled. With this Heavenly Emperor Xing'an, I can advance one step further. The heaven palace in the sky above surging river where Qin Mu was living in seclusion was peaceful. These days Qin Mu herded cows, raised chickens, fed fish, caught bugs for carrots, drank tea with apothecary and village chief, competed with butcher and knife skills, competed with blind and divine eyes, and helped mute forge iron occasionally. He would go to Def's place to draw and write, which was quite relaxing. Ling Yuxiu ran to Granny and learned how to make clothes from her. Granny C was making the baby's clothes while sizing up her lower abdomen. Ling Yuxiu's face was slightly red. 10 months of pregnancy. You should be able to tell in a few days, right? Mother-in-law rubbed the silver needle on her head and asked intentionally or unintentionally. No. Ling Yuxiu said hurriedly. My husband said that heaven could suppress us at any time, so he doesn't want to have a child. Bullsh *T. Mother-in-law cursed and suddenly burst into laughter. As long as heaven doesn't attack us, you won't give birth to a child for a day? If everyone in the world thinks like you, the human race would have long gone extinct. Get one as soon as possible. Ling Yuxiu acknowledged and immediately changed the topic. Granny, do you feel that there's something strange about the hen dragon recently? These days, the hen dragons have been acting sneakily as if they're discussing something big. It's just a bunch of chickens. Granny C didn't mind. When you're pregnant, let blind kill one every day to supplement you. The chickens raised outside Heaven Palace were still not enough. Fortunately, there were still groups of them in disabled elderly village. That ginseng could also be sliced and stewed together in a pot. What is Muir doing these days? Ling Yuxiu said. He seems to have encountered some difficulties while cultivating, but he hasn't told me about it. However, I can guess that when he cultivated to Jade Capital Realm, he only had 58 halls and didn't have 72. As a result, he had a headache and felt that he wouldn't be able to enter the next realm. Granny Si put down her needle and thread and pondered. 58 palaces? 72 palaces. Can't we just ask the Imperial Preceptor directly? Doesn't the Imperial Preceptor have a complete 72 palaces? The Imperial Preceptor she mentioned was Zhang Baigui, who had already cultivated the 72 palaces of the 36 heavenly palaces. Ling Yuxiu also understood this point, she said. My husband said that the 72 palaces that the Imperial Preceptor cultivated are innate Dao, and the 36 heavenly palaces are acquired Dao. They are different from the 72 palaces in Jade Capital City. The 72 treasure palaces in Jade Capital City are actually formed from the great Dao of the 72 prehistoric Taoists. They represent the attainments of 72% of the Taoists. Granny C didn't mind it. Moore likes to dwell on things. There are obviously ready-made ones, but he has to look for the ones that look better. The 72 treasure palaces in Jade Capital City are borrowed power. No matter how well he cultivates, it's just a dream. Didn't St. Woodcutter give him 360 postnatal great Dao? Just choose the 72 and refine them into the treasured palaces. Ling Yuxiu smiled. Granny is right. It's just that my son is too strong and can't bring himself to cultivate Teacher Woodcutter's technique. Granny Si spat. He has gnawed all over the world, but who hasn't been gnawed by him? Even the dragon Qilin has been gnawed by him. So what if he gnawed on his teacher? It's only right and proper. I'll go talk to him. Ling Yuxiu got up and was about to look for Qinmu when Granny C hurriedly stuffed a few pieces of baby clothes into her hands. You're very good. I was worried that you would still have the airs of an emperor and that you wouldn't be able to turn around, but it seems like I was overthinking things. Let the cowherd look at these clothes. Hang them on his bed every day. Ling Yuxiu kept her clothes and left in a hurry. She found Qinmu and relayed Granny C's words to him. Granny is right, why don't you consider it, husband? Qinmu smiled. Madam, what I'm worried about isn't just these, but that studying the path of acquired heaven is time-consuming and laborious, creating something out of nothing. How difficult would it be to raise it to a high realm? The battle between eternal peace and heavenly court couldn't drag on for many years, so cultivating the path of acquired heaven at this time would take too long. Ling Yuxiu thought about it and smiled. Imperial Preceptor Zhang's realm is already very high. Can his 36 heavenly palaces be changed into treasure halls? Since husband has already gnawed Xing'an and Heavenly Emperor, why not gnaw on him? She took out a tree branch that Zhang Baigui had given to her when they were getting married and smiled. Husband should be able to guess which realm Imperial Preceptor Zhang has cultivated to from it, right? Qinmu took the tree branch and flicked his finger. The tree branch floated in the air with a swooshing sound, and the Dao charm hidden in the tree branch burst forth. In an instant 36 heavenly palaces and 72 treasure halls appeared, and Zhang Baigui's shadow stood on top of Jade Capital City. His battle intent towered into the sky. Shua! Zhang Baigui's sword stabbed over, and his sword path was boundless. It was as brilliant as the opening of the universe, majestic and majestic. Qinmu stretched out a finger and lightly tapped on the sword light. Ding! A soft sound rang out, and the sword light immediately dissipated. Zhang Baigui appeared once more, and his sword skills became even more violent. His shadow executed the second heaven of sword path, fusing all the ambition in his chest into sword path. The power of this sword path had a boldness that far surpassed founding emperor. The moment sword path moved, it attracted village chief over. He raised his head to examine Zhang Baigui's sword skills, and he was indescribably excited. Qinmu pointed again, and Zhang Baigui's second sword path was broken once again. Sword lights kept on surging, and the sword path transformed in an explosive manner. It was like eternal peace's reform, containing the essence, qi, and spirit of the era. Qin Mu casually broke the move, and soon Jiang Baigui's 26 heaven sword moves were used up. Qin Mu revealed a disappointed expression. With his final strike, Jiang Baigui's phantom image along with the 72 treasured palaces of the 36 heavens palaces were shattered. They were shattered into dust. Village chief was in a daze when he saw this and praised him repeatedly. It's still inappropriate for the path of acquired heaven to become a treasure hall. Qin Mu shook his head and said, Junior brother Zhang's abilities have already reached the pinnacle realm and can contend with the heavenly teacher of the heavenly court, but he has yet to perfect the path of acquired heaven. I forcefully cultivated his technique, but it only filled in the gaps and couldn't raise my battle prowess to the extreme. Furthermore, sword path might not be able to win against innate one chi. Suddenly Mute's voice sounded out and he said unhappily, Moor, you look down on the path of acquired heaven? The people of disabled elderly village were also very displeased. They had all started from cultivating the path of acquired heaven. Qin Mu immediately said, Grandpa Mute, I definitely don't have such thoughts. Founding Emperor Sword Path is the path of acquired heaven. How would I dare to look down on it? There would definitely be many people who would become Dao practitioners in the future, but it wouldn't be possible now. If Eternal Peace had enough time, the path of the postnatal realm would definitely flourish in the future, and surpass the innate realm. However, I don't have so much time now to deduce the path of the postnatal realm to an extremely high realm. Furthermore, there are specialties in the field, so the path of the postnatal realm requires the future people to use their intelligence to complete it. He smiled. We are their seniors. What we can do is to give them a world where they can display their ambitions and talents. This requires our generation to fight with their flesh and blood, and use their lives to create such a future for them. Mute fell silent. After a long while he sighed. I've wronged you. Doesn't the ancestral court have 72 treasure halls? You are only short of 14, so you just need to make another trip to the ancestral court. Qin Mu shook his head. The 72 treasure halls of the ancestral court have already been divided by heavenly venerate vast heaven and absolute beginning. Now the other 14 treasure halls are all in absolute beginning's hands. Can't we get them from absolute beginning? Village chief asked. Qin Mu shook his head. Absolute beginning was defeated by his son, but no matter what, it's impossible for him to join hands with me. This time when I got married to Yushio, he harbored ill intentions and sent the scales of the Eastern Emperor's green dragon to test if I was truly living in seclusion with all my thoughts disheartened. If I resurrected the green dragon, he would immediately tell heavenly venerate how. His gaze flickered as he said, One day is 10 heavenly venerate, and forever will be 10 heavenly venerate. He won't be able to get rid of it. Granny Si suddenly said, Absolute beginning still has 2 souls reincarnated in eternal peace, but no one has ever found them. If absolute beginning still has ambitions, then they must have learned from the other 14 treasure halls. Maybe we can start with these 2 reincarnations and get these halls. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly and he asked, Can Life and Death Book find them? Ling Yushio shook her head. I once ordered a national census in order to find them, but I couldn't find them either. He had his guard up, but Life and Death Book couldn't find them either. Heavenly Venerate you had also gone to look for them, but he couldn't find them either. Qin Mu muttered to himself and walked back and forth. Suddenly he said, Invite Heavenly Duke over. Get him to bring Earth Count A Cho. A few days later, Heavenly Duke came over and was indescribably excited. He put down Earth Count A Cho's body and smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu's anger has subsided? How can it be subsided if I'm in such a passive position? Qin Mu shook his head and waved his hand to block the entire heavenly palace. He immediately cast a spell to summon Earth Count's soul. Other than the grudge in Qin Mu's heart, there was another reason, which was to resurrect Earth Count. If Earth Count appeared in front of people and Heaven found out about it, Heaven would know that he hadn't lost his Dao heart but was plotting a counterattack. At that time Heaven would speed up their attack on Eternal Peace. He was trying to stall for time, so he naturally didn't want to resurrect Earth Count Ugly. However, only Earth Count could find Absolute Beginning's reincarnation, so he had no choice but to resurrect Earth Count Ugly in advance. After resurrecting Earth Count, he had to restrain Earth Count Ugly and not let him appear in front of others. Otherwise, He would bring a great disaster to eternal peace. As a god that controlled the world of the dead, Earth Count's soul was incomparably powerful. Just summoning his black sand soul took several days. The black sand in the soul of the Earth Count was taken away by the shady firmament world. It was not that the shady firmament world was stronger than Yudu, nor was Empress Intian stronger than the Earth Count. It was just that the relationship between the Tao and the ancient gods was a complementary relationship. The Heavenly Duke controlled the operation of the Heavenly Tao in the world of the living. The Earth Count controlled the world after death, and Empress Intian controlled the ownership after the soul was destroyed. In recent years, as the intensity of the war increased, more and more gods, demons, and mortals were beaten until their souls were scattered. As a result, the shady firmament world continued to expand, and the power of the Tao and divine arts in the shady firmament world also continued to increase. Even though consort Heavenly Een was no longer an ancient god, because she controlled Heavenly Een world, her cultivation was also increasing day by day, and her strength was also increasing very quickly. Another 2 to 3 days passed, and Qin Mu finished casting his spell. He was so tired that he was gasping for breath, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Ling Yuxiu went forward and wanted to hold him, but Qin Mu waved his hand and stabilized his body. Earth Count H Cho slowly woke up in front of him. When Earth Count H Cho woke up, layers of karmic fire ignited in his body. Each layer went deeper and deeper, and the image of the struggle of all living beings appeared in the karmic fire. It was the karma of all living beings for 1,000,000 years that had gathered in Ah Chow's body. Ah Chow was no longer Earth Count. He had gotten rid of the great Tao of Yudu and became the ordinary and ugly father, husband, and son who had struggled to survive in the mortal world. The karmic fire he had endured had transformed into layers of heavens, up to 35 layers. However, when he was about to reach the 36th layer, the karmic fire had suddenly extinguished and he had yet to complete it. Qin Mu frowned slightly. Heavenly Duke and Earth Count had started to lay out plans for their path of Tao 1,000,000 years ago. Heavenly Duke had refined Great Hong, the reincarnation of Supreme Emperor, and he had transformed into Heavenly Venerate Hong, becoming a member of the 10 Heavenly Venerates. If he could really borrow the power of Celestial Master Hong to break free from the shackles of the Heavenly Tao and achieve great success in the Battle of Xuandu, then he could really use this to achieve Tao. However, Celestial Master Hong had turned his back on the Heavenly Tao and eventually died at the hands of his son, the Ancestor God King, due to various reasons. The Earth Count had also laid out plans in the early stage of the Dragon Han dynasty. He had chosen Ah Cho as the breakthrough point. Logically speaking, 1,000,000 years of karmic sin flame should be enough for him to achieve Tao. However, when the Earth Count revived and turned into Ah Cho, he did not achieve Tao. Instead, he stopped at the 35th level of karmic fire Tao realm. Many thanks to Heavenly Venerate Mu. Ah Cho stood up to greet him. Heavenly Duke also bowed. Many thanks to Heavenly Venerate Mu for saving us. Qin Mu said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Tao brother Ah Cho, Heavenly Duke Tao brother. Did I also offend the great Tao of Yudu by resurrecting all of you? Did I also offend the heavenly rules of Xiandu? What he mentioned was an old case. Back then when Qin Mu wanted to resurrect mortals, the Heavenly Duke didn't allow it. The two of them had an argument, and Qin Mu felt that the Heavenly Duke was only willing to resurrect ancient gods, not mortals. He was selfish and selfish. Later, in order to comprehend the path of knives, Qin Mu went to the battlefield of the southern border, and used his resurrection divine art to resurrect the heroic spirits that had died in battle, thus violating the path of Yudu. Heavenly Venerate You had come personally to stop him on Earth Count's orders. Qin Mu didn't pay any attention to him and continued to walk his own path, causing him to be unable to enter Yudu again. He knew that his attainments in the path of reincarnation would become more and more profound before he could enter Yudu again. When he brought up the past again, he more or less had the intention of venting the dissatisfaction in his heart and taking the opportunity to mock the Heavenly Duke and Earth Count. The Heavenly Duke and Ah Cho looked at each other, but Ah Cho didn't say anything. Heavenly Duke explained, "The path of Heavenly Tao is ordinary. Follow the path of the heavens, prosper, defy the heavens, die." Qin Mu waved his hand, he smiled. All the paths that are acquired in the world go against the heavens. The first is the path of medicine. Humans have their birth, aging, illness, and death. This is the normal path of the heavenly Tao. However, if a doctor cures illnesses and delays death, doesn't that go against the heavens and go against the path of Yudu? Does the doctor have to be judged by Yudu after his death? Ridiculous. Heavenly Duke opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Qin Mu continued. Without a road, building a bridge to pave the way, is it going against the heavens? Without wings, are people building flying cars and flying ships going against the heavens? When the weather is hot, there will be ice mirrors. When the weather is cold, there will be hot furnaces, and there will be plenty of rain. Gods and devils will disperse the dark clouds, and when the weather is dry, rain masters will create clouds and rain. All of these should be considered going against the heavens, right? Heavenly Duke, the path of medicine is the path of creation. With eternal peace's current path of medicine, in less than 100 years, it will be able to resolve the aging of mortals. At that time, it wouldn't be far from everyone's longevity. Heavenly Duke finally found a point to refute and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. In that case, the entire universe would be human, and it wouldn't be far from the great apocalypse. Qin Mu laughed loudly. It's inevitable for humans to win against the heavens. If they can't improve, they would only be destroyed, either by external forces or by themselves. Heavenly Duke, I won't fight with you over this. Taoist brother Acho, after you resurrect, I'll make a pact with you of 3 chapters. Heavenly Duke still wanted to argue with him, but Qin Mu didn't give him the chance. He raised a finger and said, before the decisive battle between Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace, you are not allowed to show yourself in front of others. Acho nodded. As you wish. Qin Mu raised his second finger and said, you are not allowed to see Heavenly Venerate Su. When the decisive battle between Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace comes, you can see her. Acho hesitated for a moment and said, I'll do as you wish. Qin Mu raised his third finger and his expression sank slightly. You are not allowed to make decisions on your own and act recklessly. Whatever you want to do, you have to discuss with me. Acho raised his eyebrows and after a moment, he said in a low and muffled voice, you are powerful now. Forget it, I'll do as you wish. Qin Mu smiled. You have to swear to Earth Count. Acho probed. Which Earth Count do I swear to? Or do I have to swear to myself? Qin Mu said. Naturally, it's Eternal Peace's Earth Count Qin Fengqing. Acho could only swear to Qin Fengqing. Just as he swore, cold winds suddenly gusted and devil qi surged. The 2 horns on Qin Fengqing's head were filled with devil flames that swirled and descended in the devil flames and devil qi. His voice was thick with a hint of childishness. Who is calling for the great ruler of Yudu, the wise and beautiful? Earth Count. When Qin Fengqing saw Acho, she could not help but be surprised and happy. She did not have the time to finish her words and hurriedly pounced over. Big guy, you're alive. You're much smaller now, even smaller than me. Acho's expression changed and he shouted solemnly, as Earth Count, you can't be so ridiculous. I want to make a pact with you, Earth Count. Stand properly. Don't stick to me, stand properly. Don't touch my head. Stand properly. He swore an oath to Qin Fengqing respectfully. If he violated the 3 rules of the pact, he would let Qin Fengqing devour his soul. When Qin Fengqing saw his inexplicable excitement, she resisted the urge to pounce on him and waited for him to finish his oath before pouncing on him. Acho was helpless, so he could only teach him some of the principles of being a Earth Count with a solemn face. The death of Earth Count and founding emperor had dealt a huge blow to Qin Fengqing, forcing him to grow into a youth. He had been depressed for the past few days, and he only had a smile when he knew founding emperor was still alive. Now that he saw Qin Mu resurrecting Acho, he returned to his youth state of mind. I still have one more thing to ask of Tao brother. Qin Mu asked Qin Fengqing to bring over Earth Count's life and death book, and his gaze flickered. I want to find the reincarnation of 2 souls of absolute beginning in eternal peace. Acho shook his head and didn't go to fetch the life and death book. Now that eternal peace has Earth Count and life and death book, finding the reincarnation of absolute beginning isn't difficult. What Earth Count lacks is just a master teacher. It's better to teach a man to fish than to teach a man to fish. I'll teach him for 2 days and he'll be able to find the reincarnation of absolute beginning. 1. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and bowed. Thank you, Tao brother. Acho returned the greeting. I wouldn't dare. Earth Count, follow me. Qin Fengqing followed him and left. The two of them found a quiet place in Qin Mu's heavenly palace. Cho taught him with all his heart, and Qin Fengqing studied earnestly. He understood everything with just a little bit, making him very happy. 2 days later, Cho and Qin Fengqing walked out and said to Qin Mu, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, Earth Count can be used now." Qin Mu thanked them once more and said, "Dao brother, don't forget the agreement of Earth Count." Heavenly Duke smiled. "If we violate it, do you really intend to take away our souls? Our friendship?" Qin Mu smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Heavenly Duke shivered and didn't say a word. Cho said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu is a man of his word. If we really violate the oath, we will be doomed. Dao brother, let's go." Heavenly Duke followed him and said in a low voice, "How obedient was Heavenly Venerate Mu back then? Now he's even threatening us." Chow's voice sounded out. "What we did was wrong and we were in the wrong. Dao brother, don't say a word." Qin Fengqing took out the life and death book and executed his divine art. "Brother, I need some time to search through all the living beings in eternal peace and check their past lives. Only by going back 100 generations can I determine which is the reincarnation of absolute beginning." Qin Mu waited quietly and watched him execute his spell. Qin Fengqing received Chow's teachings and immediately executed the life and death book. Countless images of gods and devils appeared in the life and death book. All the living beings in eternal peace, no matter what race they were reflected in the life and death book. With a thought, he selected the people from his past lives. There were only a few 100,000 people left in the life and death book, but there were still a lot of them. Qin Fengqing activated the Tao of Hades, and the horns on his head became hot. The vertical eye between his brows shone on the book of life and death. Wherever the light passed, the past and present lives of the creatures appeared one by one. He searched carefully. After a long time, no matter how many lives there were in the book of life and death, they were all clearly seen by him. Gradually, there were only a dozen or so people left in the book of life and death. Qin Fengqing checked again, and the two horns on his head were like a huge mountain peak that stood tall in the world. They were curved in all directions and were burned red by the lava. The vertical eye between his brows became brighter and brighter, and he ignited the two horns. The path of Yudu seemed to have combined into a huge eye that shone at the dozen or so people. The deeper levels of the past lives of the dozen or so people were illuminated by him, and a few more people disappeared, leaving only 7 people. "This is me." Qin Mu raised his finger. "I'm proficient in the path of reincarnation, brother. You can't find my roots. This person is Heavenly Venerate You, so you can't find his roots either. This person is Heavenly Venerate Ling, and this person is the founder. He has deceived the life and death book, so there's no need to look for them. This person should be Heavenly Venerate Su's reincarnation in eternal peace. Her path of Yudu isn't inferior to yours, so don't disturb her." Qin Fengqing excluded these people, and only 2 people remained in the book of life and death. Qin Mu examined them carefully and saw that one of them was called Du Yufei, and the other was Yen Duxing. The 2 of them had even more past lives than Heavenly Master White Jade of the Celestial Heavens, so it was incomparably difficult for Qin Fengqing to search for them. "It should be these 2. Qin Mu stood up. Ling Yuxiu immediately asked, "Husband, how do you get the remaining 14 treasure halls without alerting them?" Even though Absolute Beginning was living in seclusion in the East Extreme Heaven, he was still a Tao practitioner after all, so he had one Qi great overarching heaven. No matter what his reincarnation did, it would be difficult to hide from his eyes. Qin Mu smiled slightly and his figure disappeared. Only his voice could be heard. "My divine arts aren't something Absolute Beginning can understand. Ultimate Void. Absolute Beginning's one Qi great overarching heaven. Absolute Beginning's primordial spirit sat under the Tao tree, while his 2 clones studied eternal peace's paths, skills, and divine arts. They tried to use the path of Absolute Beginning that Lan Yuqian, Su Shanghua, and the rest had comprehended to make up for their shortcomings. Hence, every action of these 2 clones was under his control. On this day, his clone Yen Duxing was studying in Eternal Peace Imperial College. When class ended, he saw a young man walking towards him and raising his hand. His 5 fingers clenched into fists, and he suddenly opened them. Yen Duxing was stunned, and so was great overarching heaven's primordial spirit. He hurriedly looked over, only to see that the person had already left. In that short instant, Yin Duxing had already reincarnated for thousands of lifetimes in Qin Mu's reincarnation divine art and dream, and all of his memories had been wiped away. He didn't know what had happened in those thousands of lifetimes. The other person in Absolute Beginning's reincarnation was Du Yufei. Du Yufei wasn't in Eternal Pieces when Dao College, nor did he go to Imperial College. Instead, he was studying in Heavenly Saint Academy. All these years, because Eternal Peace had to face the pressure of the Heavenly Court, Heavenly Saint Academy often had to strictly check the souls of scholars they recruited. Only after they had investigated their roots could they enter the academy. Du Yufei had been investigated and his roots were clear. There was nothing wrong with his resume, family background and background. After he entered the school, his performance was considered to be at the middle and lower reaches among the scholars of Heavenly Saint Academy. He was the kind of person who didn't stand out and had never shown any peculiarities. He was a loner and rarely interacted with others. On this day, Du Yufei went to class and heard someone selling a mirror. Sell the mirror. Sell the mirror. A good divine mirror came from the ancient tomb of the High Emperor. A mirror can only be sold for 50,000 great abundance coins. Du Yufei didn't mind. Heavenly Saint Academy had always been like this. Heavenly Saint Academy's predecessor was the Heavenly Saint sect. There were many people from all walks of life who came from all walks of life. The scholars in Heavenly Saint Academy also had the temperament of country bumpkins. Once they got some treasures, they would sell them in the academy. Some people even liked to brag about the treasures they got. Du Yufei walked forward and saw many people gather beside the scholar selling mirrors, sizing up the divine mirror. Good treasure! Someone shouted. The scholar held up a divine mirror, he shouted. This divine mirror is a treasure from the High Emperor's ancient tomb. It is a treasure from the High Emperor's Heavenly Emperor. Naturally, it is a good treasure. All of you rarely see it in the past. Today, I will only sell it to you for 50,000 Dafeng coins. Consider it a loss. Du Yufei looked at the divine mirror, and it happened to shine at him. Du Yufei was stunned and a little absent-minded. He shook his head and continued to walk toward the classroom. The bell for the start of the class rang, and everyone around the scholar immediately dispersed and rushed toward the classroom. Du Yufei turned his head back to look, but the scholar who sold the mirror was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone to class as well. Qin Mu walked out of Heavenly Saint Academy with a smile on his face. He tossed the divine mirror aside and saw Du Yufei's shadow in the mirror going through life after life in the reincarnation. All of his divine arts, paths, and skills were already imprinted in the mirror. The instant Du Yufei looked at the divine mirror, they had already fallen into Qin Mu's divine arts. All of his life experiences were imprinted in the mirror. This mirror is really cheap at 50,000 great abundance coins. Qin Mu smiled. The treasure that he had personally refined was priceless. 50,000 great abundance coins was indeed equivalent to giving it away for free, but it was a pity that no one knew what it was. Absolute Beginning is indeed cunning. Even though Du Yufei and Yin Duxing had cultivated the treasure palaces, they each took half. It's clear that Absolute Beginning was worried that someone would see through his reincarnation, so they split up to cultivate. Qin Mu returned to the heavenly palace above surging river and slowly studied and comprehended, filling up the 14 treasure palaces that he had lost. Finally, the remaining 14 treasure palaces were filled up by him. When the last one was completed, Qin Mu's aura suddenly soared, and he felt an incomparably powerful energy surging over from the past. It was the power of the past 16 universes, the power of the 72 Dao practitioners from the ancestral court of Jade Capital City. Even though they had never come to this universe, their paths and skills had been passed down to this universe through the inheritance of the 72 palaces in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City. Vaguely, his gaze seemed to pierce through the 16 universes of his past life, and he saw a vast expanse of chaos. 72 powerful figures stood under their respective Dao trees. They were in the destruction of their respective universes and had gone through the tribulations, but they hadn't been wiped out by the life and death of the universe. The chaos was too heavy. Qin Mu could only see the figures of the 72 followers of Miluo Palace Master. He could see the light emitted by the Dao fruits hanging on the Dao trees behind them, but he couldn't see their faces clearly. Seventh young master. He heard voices from the past. The voices of those who had attained Tao transcended time and space, transcending the great calamity of destruction and entering his ears. You cultivated our techniques and fell into our control. The 72 overlapping voices shook the deaf and reached deep into his heart. You stole our power and tied yourself up in a cocoon. Now that you have fallen into our control, you are destined to not be able to attain Tao. The 72 voices rumbled in Qin Mu's mind and didn't calm down for a long time. In the vast chaos, 72 figures walked toward him as if they wanted to walk from the past to the present, from illusion to reality. He stood there and suddenly sneered. In the spirit embryo divine treasure in the heart of his brows, Jade Capital City was connected to the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. It was like the projection of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. This was to borrow strength and borrow the power of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, to raise his cultivation realm. If he did this, there would definitely be some hidden dangers. Therefore, when he cultivated the 72 treasure halls, he immediately alerted the Tao practitioners who had built the 72 treasure halls of the ancestral court. These Tao practitioners were the overlords of the past universe. Their divine arts were vast and inconceivable. The treasure halls they had left behind were the symbols of their power. As long as Qin Mu cultivated, he would borrow the power from them, and they would be able to sense him. This included Primordial Saint, who had already died in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, and Primordial Lord Nanxiang, who had met Qin Mu once. In the past universe, Primordial Lord hadn't died, and Primordial Lord Nanxiang hadn't resolved their grudges with Qin Mu either. Do you think that by borrowing strength from you, you can use the 72 treasure palaces to stop me? You're dreaming. In his spirit embryo divine treasure, Qin Mu's primordial spirit grew larger and larger, becoming stronger and stronger. My goal isn't as simple as cultivating to Jade Capital City realm. His body stood upright like a world tree. It was firm and unyielding, and even the great calamity of destruction couldn't destroy it. Behind him, the world tree stood beside the great heavenly court. It was as if it had been blown by a fierce wind, and strong gales fluttered as branches and leaves danced in the wind. His goal was to borrow the power of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, and use it as a stepping stone to step into the next realm. His next realm was in the center of Jade Capital City, in the hall that was faintly discernible in the ball of chaotic qi. That was where his goal was. The hall in the chaotic qi was in the position that should have been Ling Xiao Hall. After Qin Mu knew about Ling Xiao's trap, he was filled with vigilance toward Ling Xiao and the Emperor's throne realm. The last time the lotus flowers in his divine treasures had bloomed, allowing him to comprehend the path of the universe's life and death. On the path of life and death, he had comprehended his own path and his own Tao skills. That was his brand new technique, brand new Tao skills. With this new Overlord Body 3 elixir technique, he had experienced countless life and death tribulations before finally forming a hall in the chaos. His goal was to cross the chaos and come to the front of this hall of chaos. He would step into this hall and ascend to the throne that belonged to him. This was his path, his path. Previously, when he was cultivating, he felt that his abilities were lacking and couldn't enter this hall. But now, with the support of the power of the 72 treasured halls of the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, he had enough confidence. Fellow Taoists of the 72, you are all stepping stones for me. In Jade Capital City, Qin Mu's primordial spirit looked at the apparitions appearing one after another in the 72 treasure halls, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. The reason for your existence is to help me become the Tao. Boom. In the heavenly court of his divine treasures, waves of terrifying aura fluctuated. The apparitions of 72% of the Tao practitioners walked out of their respective treasure halls, and behind them, Tao trees gave off an incomparably thick aura of great Tao. On the Tao trees, Tao fruits hung on the branches, varying in number. The Tao rhythm that the Tao fruits gave off was wondrous and grand, filling his divine treasure universe with all kinds of Tao sounds and all kinds of Tao lights. 72% of the Tao practitioners blocked in front of him, blocking the path of his primordial spirit. Qin Mu took a step forward, and the celestial heavens trembled. In the heavenly palaces, the paths, skills, and divine arts were almost boiling. Countless rays of multicolored light surged over and entered Qinmu's primordial spirit. In the ancestral court Xiandu primordial city Yudu heavenly Yin sinkhole all sorts of saints appeared. Multicolored light rose from the 5 mineral veins in the ancestral court. Each of them had a god sitting on the mineral veins, and their faces were ancient. For a moment, the sound of Tao rumbled in Qinmu's divine treasure, and it was incomparably majestic. His divine treasure was bustling with noise, but his body remained standing there calmly. He didn't move and his aura didn't leak out at all. Great Heavenly Court, Jade Capital City. Qinmu's primordial spirit walked forward, and behind a huge hall, the Tao tree suddenly swayed. The Tao fruit trembled, and an unparalleled aura of great Tao rushed over. It was like a black knife that could cut time, and he slashed horizontally. Qinmu stretched out his hand and threw a punch to meet the knife light. Your power isn't lent to me, but taken away by me. The universe of his divine treasures boiled, and his magic power was almost going berserk. He threw a punch and shattered the knife light. His body suddenly rose into the air and landed in front of the huge hall with a boom. He cupped his hands and bowed. Boom. In front of the hall, the apparition of the Tao practitioner exploded and turned into a billowing chi of chaos. Qinmu cupped his hands and bowed once more. Behind the hall, the Tao tree shattered and the Tao fruit exploded. In front of the heavenly court, the branches of Qinmu's world danced in the air and absorbed the light that the apparition of the Tao fruit had turned into. Not a single drop was left. Whoosh! Sinkhole erupted and absorbed the chi of chaos that the apparition of the Tao practitioner had turned into. Qinmu straightened his back, and his cultivation rose rapidly. He continued to walk forward, and his voice rumbled and reverberated in the universe of his divine treasures. With just you guys, you want to stop me from achieving Tao? He spread his fingers and 31 heavenly Tao realm appeared. With 5 suns united, he pushed his palm forward. In front of the treasure hall, the apparition of another Tao practitioner resisted with all his might. He unleashed all kinds of great Tao divine arts and finally blocked the strike. However, at the next moment, Qinmu had already arrived on his left side. With his hand as a knife, he slashed horizontally and killed him. Qinmu crouched down and leaped behind the treasure hall. He descended from the sky and crushed the Tao tree shadow of the Tao practitioner to pieces with his feet. The world tree absorbed the Tao light that the Tao tree shadow had transformed into, and the returning ruin swallowed the shadow of the Tao practitioner that had been killed. Not only do I want to become my Tao. Qinmu waved his right arm and the cloak on his back fluttered as he walked towards the third hall. I still want to return to prehistoric times, to your universe, to your era. His body flashed and he was almost face to face with the shadow of the third Tao practitioner. His eyebrows raised. I will go and see all of you personally. I don't have the habit of just taking a beating and not retaliating. Boom. The Tao practitioner's shadow fell into the palace and his body exploded. Numerous phantoms of Tao practitioners stood in front of the palaces. They were too powerful. The phantoms stood there as if their figures had penetrated through the time and space of the universe, experiencing endless time and space without being destroyed. Their great Tao seemed to be able to exist eternally and never be destroyed. Even if the universe was destroyed and the great all-heaven was destroyed, their Tao would still exist eternally. Their power passed through the destruction tribulations one after another and descended to this era. They needed a medium. Even the young masters of Miluo Palace needed a medium for their power to descend to the future. When the 4th young master of Miluo Palace killed founding emperor, the medium was heavenly venerate vast heaven, pulling his zither strings from the past universe and tying them to the divine weapon of creation. That was how the divine arts of the 4th young master of Miluo Palace could be transmitted to Yudu and kill founding emperor. Qinmu cultivated their treasure palaces and refined the 72 palaces. The 72 palaces were the medium of 72% of the Tao practitioners in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City. The 72 treasure palaces allowed their power to descend, allowing them to kill Qinmu's path to success. However, in my divine treasure universe, all of you are nutrients. All of you are an experience for me on my path to success. Qinmu's voice sounded out, and with violent fluctuations, the 4th Tao practitioner's apparition was twisted into a twist by his divine art and sent into Sinkhole. He was then crushed and devoured by Sinkhole Great Abyss. His Tao tree projection was also smashed into pieces and absorbed by Qin Mu's world tree. Qin Mu's primordial spirit straightened his clothes and continued to walk forward. There was no mistake. In his eyes, these Tao practitioners that were blocking him were just an experience for him to become a Tao master. Although he had used the power of these Tao practitioners to cultivate the 72 palaces and gave the 72% of the Tao practitioners a chance to take advantage of, it was still a great opportunity for him. As long as he could refine and absorb the Tao projections of these Tao practitioners and their Tao fruits, the 72 palaces in Jade Capital would not be a trap for him. He could completely control the power of the 72 halls of Jade Capital City and turn it into his own power without any worries. This experiential learning was extremely important, and no matter what, he had to succeed. 7th Young Master, this is experiential learning for you. But for us, this is related to the blockade of our future, the survival of Jade Capital City, and the continuation of 16 universe-era civilizations. In front of the incense hall, a familiar figure appeared in front of Qin Mu. He was like a teacher, gentle and elegant. There were 2 Tao fruits and a blooming Tao flower hanging on his Tao tree. The Tao flower had yet to bear fruit. Even though Qin Mu couldn't see his face clearly, he knew who he was. He was the primordial saint of Miluo Palace, the master of Incense Hall. The primordial saint of Miluo Palace had already died at the hands of the 10th heavenly venerate. What appeared in front of Qin Mu was the primordial saint of Miluo Palace from the past universe era. At that time he was still alive. He was a powerful existence that had lived for 3 universe eras, and his abilities were no trifling matter. His phantom image was hazy, and his power came from the 16th era of the universe. It was so powerful that it warped time and space. The primordial saint of Miluo Palace bowed. His voice rumbled. Primordial saint greets 7th Young Master. In the past we couldn't stop 7th Young Master. But in this unknown future, we have to give it a try no matter what. He was an existence who had become a Tao priest, so this bow wasn't just to pay his respects to Qin Mu's 7th Young Master, it was also to pay his respects to Qin Mu's life. His Tao tree path flower Tao fruit burst forth with countless Tao markings and chains that were blazing and boiling. They transformed into incomparably terrifying divine arts that attacked Qin Mu in this bow. His paths, skills, and divine arts were specifically targeted at primordial spirits. Qin Mu had once obtained the teaching whip refined from the branches of his Tao tree, so as long as his opponent had primordial spirits, he would definitely hit him with a single strike. Qin Mu had also studied the principles behind this. The reason why Primordial Saint's divine arts would hit him with a single strike was mainly because the Tao of Primordial Saint of Mycroft Palace was the Tao of sacrifice. The power of sacrifice was extremely strange. It was omnipresent and formless. It was the will of all living beings, and there was no way to block it. Boom! Qin Mu's primordial spirit was blasted high into the sky and fell back. When it received the strike, it was almost split open. The primordial spirit of Mycroft Palace rose into the sky, and the Tao tree behind him also rose into the sky. The Tao patterns and chains formed an incomparably ancient sacrificial altar in the sky. The path of sacrifice that he had imparted to Supreme Emperor had hidden flaws, preventing him from becoming a true Tao practitioner while he himself had no flaws at all. Qin Mu's primordial spirit suddenly stopped in mid-air, and the split primordial spirit suddenly stopped splitting. It gathered the path to become a sword to meet the primordial spirit of Mycroft Palace. Primordial Saint roared, and the 2 Tao fruits spun and expanded, bursting forth with astonishing Tao light. The 36th heavenly Tao realm enveloped Qin Mu layer by layer with a swoosh. His 2 Tao fruits each had 36th heavenly Tao realm, and they absorbed Qin Mu into the Tao fruits. The Tao flower then flew up and wrapped the 2 Tao fruits inside. The Tao flower spun and returned to the Tao tree. The Tao tree stood tall and floated on the altar. Primordial Saint stood under the altar and gave a stern shout. The hair on his head exploded, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. 7th Young Master, bear the thoughts of all living beings from the past universe. Supreme sacrifice. He bowed, and the Tao patterns and chains in the Tao flowers on the altar boiled. The 72nd heavenly Tao realm rumbled and shook. He wanted to use Qin Mu's primordial spirit to pay tribute to the countless living beings who had died in the past universe's destruction. Qi, The instant primordial saint bowed, a sword light pierced through the 72nd heavens, piercing through the 2 Dao fruit phantoms and the Dao flower phantoms. It split the Dao tree in half and cut the altar open. Primordial saint got up, and a sword scar appeared in the heart of his brows. The sword scar continued to split down the middle of his brows until it reached the bridge of his nose, his chin, his throat, his chest, and his lower abdomen. Primordial saint's body trembled, and he forcefully used his own Dao to stop the power of this sword. On the sacrificial altar, Qin Mu's figure was faintly discernible in the overflowing Dao light. Primordial saint, Supreme Emperor was harmed by your path of sacrifice and massacred the Creator's race, causing the first calamity of this universe. The calamities that followed also arose because of this. Qin Mu flicked his sword, the sword in his hand trembled. All of you keep saying that you are doing this for your own people and all lives, but without your smuggling, how could the universe of the 16th epoch reach its end in 600 million years? Worm. With the sound of the sword, terrifying sword light burst forth from the middle line of Primordial Saint, causing his body to split open with a swoosh. You Dao practitioners who have survived in vain are no different from 10 heavenly venerates. You are just a bunch of gluttons who eat meat. Qin Mu turned around and walked toward the next hall. Behind him, the phantom of Primordial Saint was swallowed by sinkhole while the phantom of Dao tree, Dao fruit, and Dao flower was absorbed by the world tree. The world tree rumbled and grew continuously, pushing the universe of divine treasures higher and wider. At the same time, an unknown tremor came from the void, and the 32nd layer of void appeared, branding Qin Mu's path on it. 7th Young Master's fallacies are good at bewitching the hearts of people. The palaces trembled, and the remaining 67 grand figures of Dao practitioners stood in front of their palaces. Their faces were blurry. They couldn't see Qin Mu's face, and Qin Mu couldn't see their faces either. They spoke in unison, their voices shaking and resounding throughout the universe of their divine treasures. We aren't talented, so we can't defeat 7th Young Master. Since we can't defeat him, we can only send 7th Young Master on his way. Behind the 67 halls, Dao trees rose one after another. Their branches danced in the air, and their roots moved. The phantoms of 67 Dao practitioners from the past universe executed their own powers, and their Dao trees, Dao flowers, and Dao fruits instantly caused the entire Jade capital city to boil. The Dao practitioners of the prehistoric era, their great Dao, and their divine arts of the Dao realm combined perfectly at this moment, and the power of Qin Mu's Jade capital city was unleashed to the extreme. Send 7th Young Master on his way. 67 voices transcended time and space, transmitting into Qin Mu's mind and exploding in his spirit embryo divine treasure. Myra Dao Burial. This power destroyed the heavens and earth, and in the next moment, it struck Qin Mu's primordial spirit. This strike destroyed the heavens, the celestial heavens, and the heavenly palaces. Xiandu, primordial city, and Yudu were all buried. Layers upon layers of the void crumbled and disintegrated. Even the ancestral court was shattered and annihilated by this strike, turning into chaos. No matter how powerful Qin Mu's primordial spirit was, it couldn't withstand a single strike from the power of Death Dao. Boom! The universe of Qin Mu's divine treasure was completely destroyed. The wind of heat desolation whistled, turning everything into swirling chi of chaos, leaving only Qin Mu's Jade capital city. This Jade capital city was like the ancestral court Jade capital city. It had existed since ancient times, and had survived the great calamity of the destruction of the universe. The shadows of 67 Dao practitioners stood in Jade capital city and looked around. They saw chaos engulfing everything, returning ruin spinning and swallowing the chi of chaos. Not far away, the world tree stood amidst the chaos. It was not affected by the cosmic apocalypse at all. His primal chaos hall is still there, a Dao achiever exclaimed. In the center of Jade capital city, the chaotic energy pervaded the air. A large hall floated within, not moving at all. Under a Dao tree, a burly Dao achiever had a hazy face. Rays of light swirled behind his head as he said in a deep voice, "The primal chaos hall is formed from his great Dao. We must destroy this hall. We cannot let him make a comeback." Someone was puzzled. The 7th Young Master has already been beaten to death by us. How can he make a comeback? The sinkhole engulfed all the chaotic energy, leaving only Jade Capital unable to swallow it. At this moment, the tide of the sinkhole suddenly erupted, and the twin lotuses slowly rose from the stream of light. The twin lotuses revolved, and the flower buds bloomed one by one in the revolving diagram. Not good. It's the calamity of the creation of life in the universe. Suddenly, someone said sternly, "Our Tao tree Tao fruit can avoid the calamity of destruction, but it can't avoid the calamity of creation." Before he could finish his words, a bell-like sound came from the sinkhole great abyss. It was also like the Tao voice of the Supreme Tao. With this sound, a new universe burst out from the sinkhole. Countless worlds gushed out from the sinkhole, and space-time took shape. It was shaped like a universe bell, and it kept expanding along the wall of the bell. At the center was the ancestral court. Countless worlds, countless stars, and starry skies emerged. The number increased and the universe grew wider. This life creation tribulation was unavoidable even in Jade Capital. The projections of those Tao practitioners felt an unrivaled power coming from their bodies, from their Tao trees, Tao flowers, and Tao fruits. Boom! 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 Tao fruits cracked and expanded, and Tao flowers swayed and withered. Tao trees collapsed and withered. Their Tao crumbled and collapsed in the calamity of creation, becoming nutrients for this new world. Bang! The bell sounded like a warning but also like the sound of creation. It shook their minds and consciousness until they scattered and scattered. The bell faded, and the city of Jade Capital was in a mess. Some people had not died, but they also had no strength left. They fell in front of their treasured palace. They could faintly see a figure walking over from under the world tree, getting closer and closer. That figure walked into Jade Capital City and walked in front of them, passing by them. The phantoms of Tao practitioners who had fallen to the ground exploded one after another, and were swallowed by sinkhole great abyss. Their withered and collapsed Tao trees, cracked Tao fruits, and scattered Tao flowers became nutrients for the world. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the ankle of Qinmu's primordial spirit. Qinmu stopped and looked down. The voice of the Tao achievers was hoarse and hoarse. "Seventh young master, we also have the right to live on." Qinmu broke free from her and continued to walk forward. "Nanxiang, you all have the right to live on, but you can't sacrifice our lives to fulfill your wish and let you live on." His figure walked past, and the apparition of primordial Lord Nanxiang exploded, turning into a path light that whizzed away and was swallowed by sinkhole. Qinmu walked to the center of Jade Capital City, and 72% of the Tao practitioners and their Tao trees all dissipated. Jade Capital City was completely new. He stopped and his gaze landed on the Chi of Chaos in the center of Jade Capital City. There was a hall of chaos, a treasure hall condensed from the great Tao of his life. The power of these Tao practitioners and their Tao trees, Tao flowers, and Tao fruits had all transformed into his power, allowing him to have sufficient strength to step into this chaos. Qinmu took a long breath and walked into this chaos. Milieu Tao burial should be a joint attack divine art they comprehended from comprehending the Tao patterns of Milieu Palace or primordial chaos runes, right? Qinmu walked into the chaos, his mind still recalling the joint attack of the 67 apparitions of Tao practitioners. That attack should have been a terrifying divine art that was specifically targeted at him. He could see that when he was facing Milieu Tao burial, all the divine arts, paths, and skills were completely useless. It was as if they were completely restrained, and he didn't have any ability to resist. If it had been any other place, even though Qinmu wouldn't have died, serious injuries would have been unavoidable. He probably wouldn't have been able to recover within 100 or 1,000 years. However, their strike was in Qinmu's universe of divine treasures. Here they didn't even have the right to injure Qinmu. Of course, it was all because he had planted the lotus flower of returning ruins beforehand so that his technique could unify life and death. Otherwise, even if Qinmu didn't die in the universe of divine treasures, he would still suffer heavy injuries. How unwelcome am I in the prehistoric universe? Qinmu frowned slightly. The ancestral court of Jade Capital City only has 72 treasure halls, yet the hall masters of the 72 treasure halls actually don't like me and are ganging up to kill me. He couldn't help shaking his head. Where was the majestic heavenly venerate Mu not loved by everyone? In the past, everyone had been shouting and fighting. At this moment he walked to the hall of chaos. He raised his head and saw nothing in front of him. It was like the ultimate void. There were no stone steps in the Hall of Chaos. It stood tall in the void and didn't know how to climb up. Qin Mu hesitated for a moment and took a step forward. At the same time his foot stretched out, a long stone step appeared under his feet. The stone step seemed to be made of chaos stone and appeared out of thin air. At the same time Qin Mu's foot landed on the stone step, an unimaginable pressure came crashing down on him from all directions. This pressure was extremely strong. The source of the pressure seemed to be the power of the hall itself, but it also seemed to be Qin Mu's own power to suppress himself. What was even stranger was the Tao language that came from his ears. It was like Tao question, a question that could shake the deaf and make people think deeply. This Tao language came from the Hall of Chaos. It was like someone was asking him questions with the great Tao. What puzzled Qin Mu was that this voice was clearly his own. What exactly is in that hall? Is it another me, or another person? Qin Mu didn't answer this Tao question. Instead, he forcefully withstood the pressure and retracted his other foot before taking another step forward. However, to his surprise, the second stone step didn't appear and there was still nothing in front of him. The pressure also instantly increased. It should be because I didn't answer the Tao question that came from the hall that caused this change. Qin Mu retracted his foot and that Tao question came over once again and asked again. He thought about this Tao question with all his heart. Tao question was difficult to express in ordinary language. Regardless of whether it was God language or devil language, they could only express part of the meaning of Tao at most and couldn't completely describe it. Tao when used Tao language, which could be said to be the most accurate language without any misunderstanding, could also be said to be the most common language. Of course, this kind of common language was for Tao practitioners and the few existences that had reached the highest realm in their paths, skills and divine arts. There were no obstacles when they communicated in Tao language, and they wouldn't misunderstand each other's meaning. This was also the reason why Qin Mu was able to communicate with Tao practitioners in prehistoric times. Similarly, Tao question was also a divine art, a great killing tool. If the other party's cultivation was inferior to his, and his Tao heart had a flaw, Tao question could make the other party fall into self-doubt and self-denial. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had once used this move to harm Qin Mu. However, Tao question that came from Hall of Chaos wasn't that simple. Apart from directly attacking Qin Mu's Tao heart, the question was also a difficult problem he had encountered in his cultivation. Who is asking me? Qin Mu frowned. As he endured the increasing pressure, he thought hard about the answer to this Tao question. When he was comprehending Tao in the past, he had tried to comprehend and solve this difficult problem. However, there were too many trivial matters at that time, so he quickly threw this problem aside and turned to seek other paths and skills. There was once someone who said he was a silly roe deer, and this description was very apartment. The silly roe deer was very curious about everything, and could discover many secrets that others couldn't discover. However, the silly roe deer didn't have the patience to get to the bottom of everything. Thus, Qin Mu left behind many problems that could be solved but couldn't be solved on the path of cultivation. Actually, with his current horizons and knowledge, it was no longer as difficult to solve these problems when he turned back. He racked his brain and tried to answer this Tao question. At that moment, the stone steps under his feet gave off light cracking sounds and cracks appeared on the stone steps. Suddenly, the surface of the stone steps cracked open and pieces of chaos stones kept falling off. The chaos stones fell down and immediately disappeared into nothingness. Qin Mu held his breath and focused his mind. He closed his eyes and ignored everything as he continued to ponder. When he saw that there was no place for him to stand, Qin Mu suddenly opened his eyes and spoke the language of Tao to answer the question. The stone steps under his feet instantly stopped collapsing. When Qin Mu finished answering the question of Tao, the stone steps under his feet actually recovered completely without him noticing. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and stretched out his hand to wipe away the cold sweat. Only then did he remember that he was in the form of primordial spirit and didn't have any cold sweat. If there was, it should be his corporeal body breaking out in cold sweat. He put all his heart and soul into ascending Hall of Chaos, completely unaware that outside surging river Heavenly Palace, the cold sweat from his corporeal body had already covered his ankles, turning him into a small pond. When he answered the first question of Tao, Qin Mu felt his entire body relax, and the pressure from before instantly vanished without a trace. Not only that, he felt his Tao heart becoming clearer, and his Tao path had unknowingly improved a little. He took a step forward, and at that moment, the second step of Chaos Stone automatically appeared under his feet. At the same time, Qin Mu's voice came from the high and mighty Hall of Chaos, and he asked the second Tao question. This Tao question was something that Qin Mu had encountered during his cultivation, but he had thrown aside the difficult problem that he hadn't solved yet. How interesting! Qin Mu's primordial spirit's gaze flickered, and he became even more curious about what was inside the Hall of Chaos. Could it be that there's another me in the hall? Or perhaps it's my Tao heart asking questions. I really want to go in and take a look. His current realm was equivalent to Ling Xiao's realm after Jade Capital Realm. Ling Xiao and Emperor's Throne were two traditional realms, so Qin Mu didn't have a deep understanding of them. He didn't have Ling Xiao's treasured palace hall, but had used his technique to transform into a Hall of Chaos. He didn't know what he would encounter if he entered it or what was in it. He didn't even know if the same thing would happen to other people when they cultivated to Ling Xiao realm. Would every person who cultivated to a similar realm receive the same test? Would there be Tao questions that came from the skyscraping hall when they stood in front of it, asking questions that they had given up on while seeking Tao? Would their Tao questions directly strike their Tao hearts? However, he did not have time to think about it. The primal chaos stone steps beneath his feet had already begun to shatter and collapse, and the pressure he was under was constantly increasing. He had to solve the problem that he had avoided before the stone steps completely collapsed. He used his brain and tried his best to solve the second sentence of Tao question. Finally, he solved the problem before the stone steps completely collapsed and answered it in Tao language. The third stone step appeared, and Qin Mu's voice came from the Hall of Chaos. It was Tao question and the problem that he had avoided before. Qin Mu's mind calmed down, and he no longer rushed forward in a hurry. Instead, he quietly sat on the stone steps in front of the Hall of Chaos, solving all the problems that he had abandoned in his cultivation. Some problems he was too lazy to solve, some problems he couldn't solve back then, and some problems he had forgotten to solve. And now these problems were blocking him in front of Hall of Chaos, becoming the biggest problem for him to enter the hall and ascend to the throne. The debt he had owed back then due to his momentary ease, he would have to pay it back sooner or later. Now was the time to pay back the debt, but it was also a process of filling in the gaps, to make up for the flaws in his path of cultivation. Slowly, Qin Mu answered more and more Tao questions, and his Tao heart became more and more perfect. His own Tao path also gradually improved. Even though the amount of Tao path he improved each time he made up for his lack wasn't much, as he walked down the stone steps one by one, the accumulation of Tao path became more and more. The amount of Tao path he had accumulated was also extremely considerable. He had already walked 100 stone steps, and the Hall of Chaos was right in front of him. However, every time he took a step forward, new steps of chaos still appeared. Furthermore, the Tao questions that came from the Hall of Chaos were becoming more and more unfathomable, making it even more difficult for him to answer them. Tao questions will be finished sooner or later, and I'll be able to ascend this hall sooner or later. Qin Mu calmed himself down and walked forward steadily. After an unknown amount of time, he still couldn't ascend the Hall of Chaos. He turned his head back and saw that the Hall of Chaos had stretched for more than 10 miles like a white line that stretched into Jade Capital City. However, when he raised his head, he saw that the Hall of Chaos wasn't too far or too close to him, so he couldn't step on it. Qin Mu composed himself. This realm corresponded to Ling Xiao realm. Only then did he know why there were so many strong practitioners on Ling Xiao realm, but so few on Emperor's Throne realm. Probably the strong practitioners on Ling Xiao realm would also face all kinds of Tao questions in their Tao hearts at this stage. The Tao questions and pressure they might have to face were not as abnormal as Qin Mu's, but it was enough to trap them in front of Ling Xiao Hall. At that moment, Tao questions in Hall of Chaos asked a difficult question regarding the Tao of Taiji, which was related to the theory of Taiji evolving yin and yang. Qin Mu frowned and thought hard for a long time. The stone steps under his feet had already collapsed to the point where he could only stand on one foot, but he couldn't think of an answer. He sighed and took a step back, landing on the stone steps behind him. Tao questions, I can answer them in the future. Perhaps I can slowly ponder this difficult question. How long have I been here? I wonder how the outside world is doing. His physical body slowly woke up. He saw an old cow sitting under the shade not far in front of him. It was bare-chested and was smoking a hookah. There were a few kuei dragons sitting next to it, looking at him with eager eyes. The old cow handed the hookah over. The kuei dragons hurriedly took it and gave it to the other kuei dragons after taking 2 puffs. Far away by the heavenly river, there was a pure black tiger. It was using its tail to fish for the red kuan in the heavenly river. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and the black tiger hurriedly pulled its tail back from the river. It saw that its tail was shorter than before. It had been bitten off by a red kuan in one bite. The black tiger had a mournful look on its face. It activated the profound fate skill, and its tail slowly grew back. A resounding cry came from the forest even further away, and a voice that was as unpleasant as a donkey sounded out. "Let me take a bite, I won't eat you, just one bite." Chinmu was suspicious and asked, "Senior brother Sandua, why are you guys here?" The old bull saw him waking up and hurriedly stood up. "Heavenly Venerate, the 4 great heavenly teachers have all come. Seeing that you are cultivating, they didn't disturb you, but are waiting in the palace now." "The 4 great heavenly masters are all here?" Chinmu was stunned and immediately walked into the palace. Village chief and apothecary were drinking tea under the huge tree in front of the palace gate. The 2 of them lay in the rocking chair and looked at Chinmu lazily. Apothecary smiled. "Muir, you have cultivated for 4 months and finally woke up." "It's already been 4 months?" Chinmu was astonished. He hadn't spent a long time to defeat 72% of the Dao practitioners' phantoms, but to answer questions in front of Hall of Chaos, he had probably spent nearly 4 months. "Grandpa Apothecary, did you hear the news of the negotiations between Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace?" Chinmu asked hurriedly. Yu Chenzi had already looked for you once, but when he saw that you weren't awake, he left in a hurry. Apothecary thought about it and said, "He seemed to be saying that the negotiations between Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace are about to collapse." "The negotiations are going to collapse so soon?" Even though Chinmu had long anticipated this day, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. His goal was to try his best to stall for time, and give Eternal Peace a chance to catch their breath. Right now, only a small portion of Eternal Peace had migrated into the chaotic void. More importantly, Eternal Peace's battle preparations weren't ready yet. How did the negotiations between Yu Chenzi and the Heavenly Court go? He frowned slightly. The negotiations with the Heavenly Court had to be done in detail. The negotiations between the envoys of the Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace depended on the details to stall for time. The longer they dragged on, the better. It's actually a good thing that the Heavenly Court wants to tear up the agreement. He pondered for a moment and said, "Eternal Peace didn't intend to sign those agreements in the first place, but we can lower ourselves and negotiate a new agreement with the Heavenly Court. The second negotiation will make Yu Chenzi sell out even more of Eternal Peace's benefits." Village chief and apothecary frowned. Chinmu continued, "If we do this, we should be able to stall for some time. No matter how humiliating the agreement Yu Chenzi negotiated, it will still have to pass through my hands. As long as I don't sign it, it will be a piece of useless paper." Village chief and apothecary's brows relaxed, and apothecary smiled. "Yu Chenzi will have to bear the infamy." Chinmu nodded his head and said, "He has long realized this. When I asked him to go to the Heavenly Court to seek peace, he had already realized that he might bear the blame and might even be beaten to death by the angry people. He had long made preparations. When he went to the Heavenly Court to negotiate, he also needed to make preparations with the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge of the other heavens to directly contact them and bypass the Heavenly Court. He walked back and forth. During the second negotiation between Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace, there was a shortage of heaven coins, so Heavenly Court would definitely make a move on the other heavens. Heavenly Court is short of money, so far water cannot put out the fire near it. Sucking the blood of the heavens that are controlled by Heavenly Court is the fastest way to get money. Sucking the blood of the other heavens that are not controlled by Heavenly Court will take a longer time." He raised his head. "The people of the heavens don't have much to live on, so resistance is inevitable. How can Heavenly Court tolerate the rebellion of those heavens?" Heavenly Venerate Haoyan had just become the emperor and used both kindness and power, so now is the chance for him to establish his might. He will definitely destroy a few heavens and intimidate the world. However, destroying the heavens that are dependent on heavenly court will only make the other heavens tremble in fear and cause their subordinates to turn their hearts away. When eternal peace stands up against heavenly court, with eternal peace as the leader, will there be a trend to start a prairie fire? The god and devil army of heavenly court originated from the myriad worlds in the heavens. The geniuses of the myriad worlds in the heavens took pride in entering heavenly court. If heavenly court went against the grain and lost the hearts of the people, then heavenly court would lose its source of talents. Even though heavenly emperor could use heavenly court's powerful military force to intimidate the myriad worlds in the heavens, the hearts of the people would go against them, causing more and more people to rebel against heavenly court. There might even be many heavens forming an alliance with eternal peace, or the geniuses of all the heavens and all the worlds would join eternal peace. With that, the middle-level forces of eternal peace and heavenly court would be much closer, and they wouldn't be as desperate as they were now. What if heavenly court wants to force eternal peace to sign a contract before eternal peace is ready? Village chief asked. Sucking the blood of the other heavens would only delay the decline of heavenly coins, but sucking the blood of eternal peace would be a once and for all for heavenly court. If you wanted to stall for time, heavenly emperor might not give you the chance to stall for time. Can you gamble with the lives of everyone in eternal peace? Qin Mu shook his head. I can't, so when the heavenly court brings the agreement over, I will sign it. However, the contract I signed is also a piece of waste paper that can be torn up at any time. Village chief and apothecary stared with wide eyes at his back as he walked into the palace. In the face of eternal peace's survival, what does personal honor and disgrace matter? Moore has really grown up. Village chief stood up, he smiled and said, I have to make a trip to eternal peace to negotiate with the envoys of heavenly court. Apothecary, follow me. Your relationship with Madame Yuanmu is extremely good. If you step out and open up this line with Madame Yuanmu, you will definitely be able to delay her for a period of time. Apothecary's expression turned bitter. Village chief wanted him to sell his looks. It wasn't easy for him to make use of the Battle of South Heaven to escape from Madame Yuanmu's hands, and now he wanted to go back? Heavenly venerate Mu. Woodcutter smelled heaven pavilion, and the scholars were all misty. Old farmers Wuxia and fisherman Hantang greeted Qin Mu. Qin Mu returned the greeting and asked Woodcutter, why is teacher here? The first heavenly king, Yenyue, succeeded the position of founding emperor, so we came to report to Heavenly Venerate Mu. Does Heavenly Venerate Mu want to go and watch the ceremony? Emperor Yenyue became the second founding emperor? Qin Mu thought for a moment and said, her ability can be said to be the #1 person in Carefree Village, but it's still much weaker than when founding emperor was at his peak. I'm living in seclusion now, so I won't go. Woodcutter said, if Emperor Yue becomes the second founding emperor, then the heavenly court will definitely make a move on Carefree Village. Can Carefree Village delay eternal peace for a period of time? Qin Mu gave him a deep look. He shook his head and said, using the power of Carefree Village to resist the punitive expedition of the heavenly court, being able to last for a year is already considered not bad. A heavenly venerate coming down to lead 1,000,000 gods and devils is enough to destroy Carefree Village in a year. The old farmers Wuxia asked, is 1 year enough? The time I need is at least 20 years. Qin Mu said, Carefree Village doesn't have to die in vain. If you really want to help eternal peace, then send all the skilled craftsmen of Carefree Village to eternal peace to help them forge heavy weapons for the Great War in 20 years. Founding Emperor Qin Yi will appear in 40 years. The hearts of the 4 heavenly teachers trembled violently, and they looked at each other. Qin Mu smiled and said, if you believe me, then hand over the future of Carefree Village to me. When Yu Qinzi was negotiating, Carefree Village was also a bargaining chip that could be used to sell. The old farmer's Wuxia was furious, and Saint Woodcutter understood his elegant intentions when he heard the strings. He smiled and said, Carefree Village is indeed a very good bargaining chip. Then it's settled. When he spoke, the other heavenly masters all shut their mouths and didn't argue. Qin Mu asked curiously, the 4 heavenly masters coming together definitely won't be just for Dia becoming the second founding emperor, right? Is there anything else? Saint Woodcutter said, I'm here for a private matter. You are my disciple after all, so as a teacher you should come personally to take a look. When you got married, did you see the congratulatory gift I sent? Qin Mu nodded his head. I did. Saint Woodcutter revealed an expectant look. Can it make up for the deficiency of your technique? Qin Mu revealed a smile. Logically speaking, it should be possible, but it's even better that I found it. Saint Woodcutter's beard trembled as he stretched out his hand to grab the axe on his back. Qin Mu immediately smiled. Teacher, I was joking with you. Look at how anxious you are. You 4 great heavenly masters are attacking together. Yet you can't even take a single move from me. Don't be angry. When he said this, Yin Yunxi, Zhuocha, and Cold Pond couldn't help becoming furious. Qin Mu immediately said, It's rare for 4 heavenly masters to come together, so I happen to have a difficult problem that I can't solve for the time being. The 4 of you are wise and far-sighted. Help me solve it. He threw out the difficult problem he had encountered in the Hall of Chaos, and used Dao language to speak about the evolution of Taiji path. It involved the evolution of Yin and Yang and was profound and obscure. Even though Qin Mu's attainments in Taiji path were extremely high, he couldn't solve it for a moment. When the 4 heavenly masters heard this Dao question, they all frowned. The old farmer Zhuocha asked in a low voice, What is he talking about? He used Dao language to ask a question. Fisherman Cold Pond hesitated for a moment and said, He's talking about the evolution of Taiji. The old farmer Zhuocha's face turned slightly red as he said, What's the point of making these strange things? Martial path is still simpler. Yin Yunxi, Saint Woodcutter, and Cold Pond all thought about it. After a moment, they began to communicate with each other again. They had also absorbed the results of eternal peace reform, so they each had their own achievements. Cold Pond cultivated the path of Yin-Yang Tai Chi, so there were 2 little red fish in the basket that represented his path of Yin-Yang. Yin Yunxi cultivated formations and all sorts of miscellaneous knowledge, so her attainments were also extremely high. She had also studied the 4 phases and 8 trigrams of Yin-Yang Tai Chi. Saint Woodcutter's knowledge was even more complicated. The 3 of them thought hard for a long time, but they still couldn't solve it. Qin Mu revealed a disappointed expression. Even he couldn't solve this problem, and the 4 great heavenly masters of Carefree Village probably couldn't either. Suddenly, Saint Woodcutter whispered, Zishi, can you use the yang lines and yin lines of the 8 trigrams to replace 0 and 1? In this way, the evolution of yin and yang can be solved with algebra. Even though I have a way to solve the problem, my attainments in algebra are not as good as yours. Yin Yunxi's eyes lit up, and she immediately focused on her calculations. After a moment, she clapped her hands and smiled. I've solved this problem. Qin Mu was surprised and delighted. Yin Yunxi used her vital qi to evolve the process of solving the problem, and repeated it once more. Yin lines and yang lines were constantly changing in the air. They formed any number with 0 and 1, evolving endlessly. Qin Mu came to a sudden realization and clapped his hands in admiration. He immediately entered a meditative state, and his primordial spirit took a step toward Hall of Chaos. Dao questions came from the Hall of Chaos, and Qin Mu's primordial spirit answered them in Dao language, passing the test smoothly. His primordial spirit took another step forward, and new Dao questions came from Hall of Chaos. This Dao question was the transformation of the shape, quality, and body of the Dao of Taisu, and it was also incomparably difficult. Qin Mu pondered for a long time, but it was still difficult to solve it, so he retreated again. When Woodcutter and the other 4 heavenly masters saw him entering meditation, their cultivations and abilities rose quite a bit in a short while. They were all astonished. Yin Yunxi whispered to Woodcutter, He's cultivating Ling Xiao realm. After cultivating to Ling Xiao realm, there were 999 questions on the 999 stone steps of Ling Xiao realm. After answering them, one could ascend to Ling Xiao Hall and advance to the next realm. Answering one question will raise one's cultivation realm. Woodcutter's face turned slightly red. Among the 4 great heavenly masters, his intelligence was unparalleled, but his cultivation realm was the lowest. Even though he had obtained the benefits of eternal peace reform and passed through Heavenly Sea realm, he still didn't dare to enter God Execution Stage realm, let alone Ling Xiao realm. Qin Mu opened his eyes and threw out the sentence of Dao of Tai Su he had heard in excitement, looking forward to their answers. However, The four of them didn't have much understanding of the Tao of Tai Su. Their eyes turned black and they were unable to decipher the changes of their forms in three states. St. Woodcutter's gaze flickered and reminded him, "Why not gather the wisdom of the people of the world to solve this difficult problem? Why do you have to catch the four of us to gnaw on? Why don't you gnaw on the people of the world?" Qin Mu came to a sudden realization and bowed deeply to the ground. He thanked St. Woodcutter and said with a smile, "Eternal Peace Reform has countless people with outstanding wisdom. I can seek advice from the people of the world. I can't decipher it, but there will be someone who can." He recorded this Tao question in a divine mirror. As long as he stood in front of the mirror, it would send out Tao question. Qin Mu ordered someone to send this bright mirror to Eternal Peace Tao College and waited quietly. After more than 10 days, Emperor Yanfeng ordered someone to bring back this bright mirror with a few young gods beside it. Junior Uncle Tunguen, together with these few partners, deciphered this Tao question of heavenly venerate. The young god bowed and said. Qin Mu was overjoyed and humbly asked for advice. After a long while, Uncle Tunguen and the rest left with a bright mirror and returned to Smell Tao College. They hung the new bright mirror in front of the door. In the bright mirror was a new Tao question regarding the path of Supreme Incipient. When Supreme Incipient heard the news, he came over. When he heard the question, he took off the bright mirror and went to Surging River Heavenly Palace. 2 days later, Supreme Incipient returned from Surging River Heavenly Palace and hung a bright mirror in front of the door of Smell Tao College. A few days later, Su Mengqing, who had come to study, took off the bright mirror and said with a smile, "My father told me about this question 2 days ago." A few days later, Su Mengqing returned to Daowen Academy with a new question. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor also heard about it and came to listen to Tao questions. After hearing it, he smiled and said, "I can solve it." After saying that, he took off the bright mirror and went to Surging River Heavenly Palace. In Surging River Heavenly Palace, Qin Mu was in high spirits as he continued to refine new bright mirrors, allowing the person who solved the difficult questions to bring the new bright mirror back to Eternal Peace Smell Tao College. Usually, it wouldn't take more than 10 days for someone to solve it and come to Surging River Heavenly Palace. This had almost become a grand event in Eternal Peace Smell Tao College, and it was very lively. Every time a new bright mirror was hung up, countless young talents and existences who had been famous for a long time would come forth to try and solve the problem. And when the questions were answered, it would definitely cause a wave of cheers. Finally, on this day, as the last question was answered, Qin Mu's primordial spirit also stepped onto the highest level of the stone steps in Hall of Chaos. No new stone steps appeared. He composed himself and suppressed the excitement in his heart as he looked at Hall of Chaos. "I shouldn't be called Qin Mu, I should be called Qin Jin Qin Fan." Qin Mu clenched his fists. Hall of Chaos was right in front of him. As long as he stepped into this hall, entered it, and ascended to the Emperor's throne, he would be in existence on the Emperor's throne realm. These days, from the battle of 72% Tao practitioners in Jade Capital City to answering questions on the stone steps, he had spent too much energy and time. Fortunately, he still relied on the wisdom of the people in the world to help him get here. As long as he ascended to the throne of Primal Chaos Hall, all his immortal soul avatars in the heavenly palace of the Great Heavenly Court would also enter the throne realm. By then, he would only be one step away from the great completion of the Heavenly Court realm. He had absorbed the throne cultivation techniques of Madame Yuan Mu, Heavenly Venerate Haotian and the others. Currently, there were 33 heavenly palaces, and he was only 3 heavenly palaces away from the 36 heavenly palaces. There were 3 different types of throne cultivation techniques. As long as he completed these 3 Emperor's throne techniques, he would be able to do the same as Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, using his strength to form the Tao. Even if he didn't complete them, as long as he reached Emperor's throne realm, he would still be much stronger than Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to push Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven to the ground and beat him. Even now, Qin Mu felt that he wouldn't be inferior to those who had formed the Tao. Even if he couldn't push Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven to the ground and beat him, he wouldn't be defeated. Of course, he had never competed with Heavenly Emperor before, so he didn't know who was stronger. He had gnawed on all the people in the world this time and his improvement was huge. He definitely had the capital to compete with Heavenly Emperor. However, when his gaze landed on Hall of Chaos, he couldn't help falling into a daze. He saw that the hall in front of him was filled with chaos, and there was no door. Qin walked forward and circled around the hall for a few rounds, but he still couldn't find the door. The Hall of Chaos was truly a hall of chaos. There were no doors or windows, only the outer appearance of the hall. It seemed to be made up of pure chaos, so he couldn't enter or see what was inside. Even if he opened the vertical eye between his brows, he wouldn't be able to see what was inside. Qin primordial spirit stretched out his hands and inserted them into the chaos of the hall, trying to separate it and find out what was inside. However, the aura of chaos was incomparably thick, and even if he used all his strength, he was still unable to separate the chaos in the hall. He tried again and again, but it was still difficult to enter. Is anyone there? He tried to knock on the door and smiled. The person inside, I heard your Tao question. You have asked me so many questions, so why don't we have a face-to-face discussion? No one answered in the Hall of Chaos. After a long while, Qin sat on the stone steps in a daze. His brows were tightly knitted, and he would turn his head to take a look at the Hall of Chaos from time to time. His brows would knit even tighter. The Hall of Chaos was at the highest point of his celestial heavens. Even if he was sitting in front of it, he could still see the majestic celestial heavens Saint Realm at a glance. There were 33 heavenly palaces, and there were countless palaces building mountains and rivers. They were magnificent, and there were rays of light that turned into multicolored clouds, and there were also rays of qi that turned into clouds that floated among the heavenly palaces. Even the soaring heavens hall of those heavenly palaces was much shorter compared to this Hall of Chaos. Above him was Xiandu, and the heavenly Duke of Xiandu had revealed his face, blocking the billions of stars. He was also sizing up this Hall of Chaos and frowning. This heavenly Duke was also Qin face, the incarnation of one of his gods. After a long while, the heavenly Duke Qin face faded away. On the stone steps, Qin rested his chin on his left hand as he racked his brains. He didn't know where he had gone wrong, why there was a Hall of Chaos but no door so he couldn't enter. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him and chanted, Chaotic Tunmeng is like an egg, muddle-headed and silent. Houran Tai Su embraces Hung Meng. The circulation of one qi is heavy. Qin was astonished and turned back to look. He saw a ball of blurry purple light wrapped in a light shadow traveling through the chaos and walking out. The voice was Tao voice and used Tao language. When it spoke of chaotic Tunmeng, there was indeed the Tao of chaotic great change circulating in the Tao voice. When it spoke of muddle-headed and silent, it was like a chaotic scene where the universe had yet to open and the universe had yet to open. When the voice in the light shadow spoke of being too simple, the Tao of being too simple would circulate. When it spoke of Taoyi Qi, the Tao of absolute beginning would truly be contained within. Qin stood up and looked at the figure walking out of Hall of Chaos in a daze. His footsteps were heavy, and his figure seemed to have walked from an incomparably ancient era to the present. The light shadows around him seemed to be passing through the great calamity of destruction. The cold light of cold wind and the fire light of hot wind intertwined around him. In the blink of an eye, Qin saw that figure passing through the 7 great calamity of destruction and getting closer and closer. The voice of that person also seemed to come from the prehistoric universe. It wasn't the 16th universe epoch, but an even more ancient universe. Hidden true water true fire. Dense mist coiled up like ice. Central origin creation profound technique. 3 qi divided into 3 directions. The figure passed through the 16 great calamity of destruction, and finally walked to the edge of Qin Hall of Chaos. He was about to walk out and his voice became clearer and clearer. What a Hall of Chaos! Standing at the end of time and space it led me here. Is this the universe of the 17th epoch in the future? He stopped in front of the last layer of chaotic qi, and couldn't take another step forward. He walked out of Qin Hall of Chaos. Qin looked at the figure in a daze, and his heart was filled with astonishment. In the universe that had already been destroyed, there was an incomparably powerful existence. When he cultivated to the realm of chaos, he had actually followed the chaotic qi in the Hall of Chaos to come here. Of course, this person had come here using the qi of chaos transformed from the destruction of the universe as the medium. Qin situation was extremely special. His divine treasure had experienced countless lives and deaths, and the world tree in his divine treasure had also entered the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. It had absorbed the chi of chaos created by the destruction of the universe to strengthen itself. This caused his divine treasures to be connected to the destruction of the universe epochs. His Hall of Chaos had formed a passageway that connected to the destruction of the universe epochs. Qin Mu hadn't returned to the past universe and hadn't experienced the destruction of the universe epochs, but he could imagine such a scene. In the destruction of the universe epochs, countless lives struggled to survive. The Tao trees behind the Tao practitioners swayed as they tried their best to protect themselves. They were also struggling in the calamity. They raised their heads and saw the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, floating in the sky above the great calamity of destruction. It was a magnificent sight, and even the great calamity of destruction couldn't destroy it. However, when Qin Mu comprehended the golden lotuses of Sinkhole and completed the life and death of the universe of his divine treasures, they wouldn't only see the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. They would also see a hall of chaos floating in the sky above the great calamity of the universe's destruction. Thinking about it, this unparalleled strong practitioner must have seen Qin Mu's hall of chaos, which was why he had walked through the apocalypse to find out the truth. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly as he looked at the light figure in the ball of blurry purple light. He already had a guess about the person who had come, but he didn't dare to confirm whether it was him or not. The figure in the purple light asked, "Fellow Taoist from the future, it wasn't easy for you to cultivate to this step. Your universe hasn't experienced the apocalypse yet, right?" Qin Mu bowed and said, "I'm still at the end of my path. I'm Heavenly Venerate Qin Mu from the 17th universe. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Our universe is still in the stage of becoming a living space, and has yet to experience destruction." The figure in the purple light said in astonishment, "It's truly extraordinary for you to comprehend to this step without experiencing destruction. Fellow Taoist, how did you do it?" Qin Mu told him about how he had obtained the world tree and planted the seeds of returning ruins in his divine treasure. "I also went to the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, and learned a lot there. I accumulated a lot, so I came to this step," he said. The figure in the purple light was silent for a long time. "The path you took is really strange and wonderful, but your thoughts are even more strange and wonderful," he praised. "There might be people who have the same experience as you, but they might not have your strange thoughts or your achievements." Qin Mu asked, "Tao brother, I've already walked to the Hall of Chaos, but I still can't enter it. What's the reason for that? You have your thoughts and techniques, but your path isn't enough." The figure in the purple light said, "Even though you have comprehended the path of creation and destruction of the universe and thus cultivated the Hall of Chaos, you haven't truly experienced the great destruction of the universe or the creation of the real universe. What you have experienced is your repeated simulations, not reality. Therefore, your primal chaos hall is only an empty shell with no substance. It is only an empty shell with no substance. Naturally, you will not be able to enter it." His voice was heavy and powerful. He said neither too fast nor too slow. "If you have experienced the creation and destruction of the universe a few times, you should be able to attain perfection in your Tao." His voice was filled with anticipation. "I haven't met anyone as strange as you either," he said with a smile. "I also don't know what will happen after you attain Tao. I saw the shadow of my primordial chaos runes in your paths, skills, and divine arts. You have thought about going to Miluo Palace. We can be considered fated. If you don't mind, I can lend you a hand and let you return to the universe of the past to experience the great calamity of destruction, and help you attain Tao." Qin Mu asked respectfully, "May I ask who you are?" "The primordial chaos runes you learned were created by me." The figure in the purple light smiled. "They called me the master of Miluo Palace and some called me teacher. There were also people who called me Miluo, the undying thief. I have many followers in 6 existences who have received my legacy. They all have their own achievements and are just like you. Heavenly Venerate Mu, are you willing to return to the past?" Qin Mu was greatly moved. The figure in the purple light stretched out his hand and the chi of chaos surged, turning into a palm. "Hold my hand and I'll bring you into the past. I can teach you what I know, and you will definitely attain Tao in the past universe." Qin Mu stretched out his hand. This was a rare opportunity. the best opportunity to become the 7th young master of Miluo Palace. With the guidance of Miluo Palace Master, he would definitely make up for his shortcomings and witness and experience the huge waves of destruction, allowing him to become the Tao and become an eternal existence. But Qin Mu's palm retracted back. Tao brother, there's an eternal peace tribulation about to erupt, so I can't abandon my people and eternal peace. I appreciate your good intentions, but after the eternal peace tribulation, I'll return to look for you and ask for your advice. The figure in the purple light retracted his palm and said, our personalities are really similar. Forget it, after the eternal peace tribulation, come to the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, to look for me. His figure dispersed and disappeared. In eternal peace Meldao College, Yu Chunzi, Wei Suifeng, and the others welcomed the envoy from Heavenly Court and said, Tao brothers, please come in. This time, under the orders of Heavenly Emperor Hao, the people who came to negotiate were the 5 emperors' inner thrones. The 5 emperors' inner thrones were important positions in Heavenly Court and had great power, second only to the 7 chancellors. There were many powerful emperors in Heavenly Court. The 7 chancellors, 4 rulers, 3 divisions, 2 assistants, 5 emperors' thrones, and 5 emperors' inner thrones were all official positions that only the powerful emperors could take up. The 5 emperor thrones and the 5 emperor inner thrones were the supplements of the 4 colored emperors. If the 4 colored emperors died in battle or rebelled, the 5 emperor inner thrones would replace them. The Heavenly Court had sent the 5 important ministers of the 5 emperor inner thrones to this negotiation. It was evident that they were taking this negotiation seriously. Each of them brought hundreds of followers with them, and their momentum was great. These followers were not serving them food and living, but were masters of mathematics or negotiation elites of the Heavenly Court. Nian Guanhe, who was sitting in the inner seat of the 5 emperors, suddenly stopped and saw a young girl walking over with quick steps. She hung a bright mirror on the door plaque of Smell Dao College and left in a hurry. Nian Guanhe was astonished and looked at Yu Chunzi, Wei Suifeng, and the others who were welcoming him. He smiled and said, Eternal Peace hung a mirror when we arrived. Could it be the demon reflection mirror? Are you forcing us to reveal our true bodies? Wei Suifeng laughed loudly. Old brother Nian, you're being too suspicious. You have the bloodline of a Nian beast, so who doesn't know about it? The mirror was Dao 1, a custom of Dao College that was used for communication. If someone encountered difficulties in their cultivation and hung up the mirror, there would be all the geniuses in the world trying to solve it. The emperor also allocated a portion of money from the national treasury to give generous rewards to those who answered the difficult questions. So that's how it is. Nian Guanhe raised his head and sized up the mirror. No wonder Eternal Peace's academic atmosphere is so prosperous that even heavenly venerates have to reincarnate to Eternal Peace to study. Suddenly Meng Xianqiu, who was sitting in the inner seat of the 5 emperors, smiled. The money in Eternal Peace's imperial treasury is also the money of Heavenly Court. How could Emperor Yanfeng take out the money of Heavenly Court and give it to others as he pleases? According to the law, he should be beheaded. Wei Suifeng's expression changed slightly and he sneered. Little Meng, Eternal Peace hasn't surrendered yet. If you come to execute my emperor, do you believe that I'll kill you first? Emperor Yunluo, Eternal Peace has surrendered, so killing your head should only be a matter of a sentence to me, right? Meng Xianqiu said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yu Chunzi immediately said, the people of Eternal Peace are also the people of Heavenly Court. The emperor gave the money of Heavenly Court to the people of Heavenly Court, but the meat is still rotting in the pot and hasn't leaked out. Everyone, please. The 5 powerful officials in the inner seats of the 5 emperors laughed out loud, and Meng Xianqiu praised. Yu Chunzi is still the best at talking. Please. Yu Chunzi bent down and raised his hand, smiling. Esteemed envoys, please come in first. Everyone filed in and walked into Wendao College. Meng Xianqiu sat down boldly. In the previous few discussions, the progress was slow, and His Majesty was furious, so he ordered us to work through the night to copy down His Majesty's decree. This time we aren't here to discuss, but the contract has already been set and Eternal Peace just needs to sign it. Wei Suifeng flew into a rage and slammed the table as he stood up. He said sternly, Is Heavenly Court that awesome? They didn't even talk and directly sent the contract over. Have I surrendered? I haven't surrendered yet. F***ck Heavenly Venerate Mu has surrendered. I won't surrender. The expressions of the 5 emperors' inner seats changed. Yu Chunzi slammed the table and said angrily, Wei Suifeng, shut up. In this negotiation with Heavenly Court, Heavenly Venerate Mu has ordered me to take full responsibility. You are my subordinate and I didn't say anything, so what are you complaining about? Wei Suifeng sneered. Yu Chunzi is a traitor who doesn't know. Heavenly Venerate Mu was blind to let you take responsibility, so how could you sell eternal peace? You were originally a spy that Heavenly Court planted in eternal peace. Yu Chunzi couldn't contain his anger and trembled from anger. Wei Suifeng said coldly, Heavenly Court directly sent the contract over and left it in my territory? Did they leave it in my territory? Besides me, there's also Primordial Lord Earth Virtue. Can't they ask for some benefits? Prince Yuming is also a well-known Emperor Throne expert. Can't they ask for some benefits? If they didn't say it, just Heavenly Venerate You, Heavenly Venerate Ling, and Heavenly Venerate You, where did their benefits go? Just sign it. Even if I don't kill you, they will kill you. Moreover, I am the leader of the Imperial Guards, and I have no less than 100,000 elite Imperial Guards under my command. If you ask me to go and drink the northwest wind, I will just go out and occupy the mountain and become the king. Yu Chunzi was furious. Men, beat this guy out. Wei Suifeng slapped down and knocked him over. Yuming Crown Prince hurriedly stopped him and said slowly, You guys don't make a scene. Yu Chunzi crawled up and hid behind Yuming Crown Prince. Yuming Crown Prince, you and that Wei guy are both my assistants. That Wei guy is rebelling. Take him down for me. Yuming Crown Prince said slowly, Yu Chunzi, it's indeed inappropriate to sign a contract directly. It's hard to convince the masses. Wei Suifeng's killing intent surged as he shouted, Old you dodge, I'll chop him to death and get Heavenly Venerate Mu to change another person. Prince Yuming said slowly, Stop fooling around. The 5 inner thrones all frowned. Nian Guanha turned his body to ask the attendant behind him, Did the contract that His Majesty set leave enough benefits for the people in power in eternal peace? The attendant shook his head and said in a low voice, His Majesty took away all the wealth and power in eternal peace and didn't leave any benefits. Nian Guanha frowned and said to the other inner emperors, No wonder eternal peace has such a strong reaction. The contract His Majesty has set is indeed inappropriate. It might cause eternal peace to retaliate. Meng Xianqiu said, If eternal peace is rebelling, then just kill him. Nian Guanha shook his head and said, His Majesty isn't afraid of eternal peace. What His Majesty is afraid of is the one who lives in seclusion. He suddenly stopped and didn't continue. His Majesty wants to eat everything in one go, but there are so many ambitious people in eternal peace. If he doesn't leave some benefits behind, he might not be able to sign the contract. This daddy has rebelled. Wei Suifeng's cloak trembled and he turned around to leave. This time, the one with the surname Qin wants to surrender, not the one with the surname Wei. Eternal peace has always been full of complaints. If the one with the surname Qin doesn't want to fight, this daddy will fight for him. This daddy will find Heavenly Venerate You, Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate You and unite with Carefree Village to rebel. The 5 emperors looked at each other before Nian Guanha stood up and said in a clear voice, Emperor Yunluo, please wait. Wei Suifeng stopped and gave an angry snort. With an unfriendly expression he said, What do you want me to do? Do you want to kill me? With the abilities of your 5 emperors, you might not be able to keep me alive. Nian Guanha smiled. Since it's a discussion, there's still room for discussion. Emperor Yunluo, there's no need to be anxious. Allow me to go back and report to His Majesty before making a decision. Wei Suifeng's expression softened and he shot a glance at Yu Chunzi. He flew into a rage and said sternly, If you dare to betray eternal peace again, I'll kill you, a spy of Heavenly Court. Yu Chunzi said angrily, I'm a spy of Heavenly Court? What benefits can I get from being a spy? How would I know? I only heard that Heavenly Court gave you a few heavens, and they all said that after this negotiation, you will have to hide and become a rich man. The 2 of them started to quarrel and wanted to fight again. Prince Yuming tried to stop them in the middle and said slowly, Don't say too much. Nian Guanha ordered a civil servant under him to go to Heavenly Court to report the problem that Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven and the rest had encountered. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was talking to Heavenly Venerate Xing'an, the new palace master of Father Creation Heavenly Palace, so outsiders couldn't enter. It wasn't until more than 10 days later that Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven walked out of Father Creation Heavenly Palace with a radiant face. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. That civil servant immediately went forward and told Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven about the negotiations in eternal peace. Heavenly Venerate Mu doesn't care about the matter, but the people in power under him aren't willing to admit defeat. They are howling and wanting to rebel. The children who know how to quarrel have candy to eat. This is because I didn't give them any benefits, so they are quarreling. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was very accurate, he smiled and said. In that case, I can make some concessions and not push them too hard. If I push them too hard, Heavenly Emperor Mu will rebel. Go back and tell the inner thrones of the 5 emperors that they can relax some conditions. However, you must give them a deadline. His expression turned cold as he sneered. At the end of this year they must sign it for me. If they don't sign it, then don't blame me for being merciless and killing eternal peace. The civil official left in a hurry and returned to eternal peace to recount what Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had said to the inner thrones of the 5 emperors. The inner thrones of the 5 emperors let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that your majesty is willing to give out some benefits, then it's convenient to talk." However, once this opening was opened, all kinds of benefits from eternal peace jumped out, intending to get a share. Inside Dao College, the argument was extremely messy. The big shots of eternal peace were quarreling with the envoys of Heavenly Court, and the people of eternal peace were also quarreling with each other. The 5 emperors in the 5 emperors' inner seats felt dizzy. Each of them had a few hundred followers, adding up to 2,000 to 3,000 people, but they were also exhausted from the argument and couldn't deal with it. This matter was still not completely settled by the end of the year. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven couldn't contain his anger, and ordered all the envoys to be recalled to prepare for war. Just as this order was given, before the envoys of Heavenly Court could return to Heavenly Court, news came. Heavenly Emperor Mu didn't live in seclusion anymore, and came out of the mountain to eternal peace. He went up to Heavenly Court and said that he was willing to submit. He personally led the envoys of eternal peace to Heavenly Court to continue the discussion. While Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven ordered Heavenly Court to reorganize the army and prepare to start a war at any time, he also ordered Heavenly Venerate Mu to lead the envoys of eternal peace to Heavenly Court to continue the discussion. After the spring festival, Qin Mu led the envoys of eternal peace to Heavenly Court. The moment they arrived, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven invited Qin Mu over to talk about heaven and earth, not allowing him to meet the envoys. On the other side, the envoys of eternal peace were locked in splendid heavenly palace. Heavenly Court sent out tens of thousands of civil servants to prevent the envoys from resting, sleeping, and not giving them food. They took turns to negotiate, making splendid heavenly palace restless. The eternal peace emissaries led by Yuchanzi Wei Suifeng, Crown Prince Yu Ming, and the rest couldn't hold on any longer. They signed the contracts one after another, and more than half a year had passed. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven ordered people to put the thick contracts in the treasured carriages and send them to the harem. It took a total of 7 carriages to finish loading them. Minister Mu, the matter of eternal peace surrendering has already been discussed. I won't treat all of you unfairly. I've given away all kinds of benefits that I can, so it's time for Minister Mu to sign it now. Qin Mu flipped through the contracts of the 7 carriages and read them one by one. His expression couldn't help changing slightly. The more he read, the gloomier his expression became. When Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven saw that his expression was getting uglier and uglier, he couldn't help frowning slightly. After Qin Mu finished reading the contracts of the 7 carriages, he waved his sleeve and sneered. I won't sign this contract. If I don't sign it, it's useless for anyone to sign it. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was furious and straightened up. One Qi great overarching heaven appeared from the ultimate void and its might covered the heavens and earth, enveloping the heavenly court. He said coldly, Minister Mu, you won't sign it? Are you toying with me? Qin Mu was neither servile nor overbearing. His Majesty took away most of the benefits of eternal peace while the others were just soup and water while I didn't get anything, he said. Does His Majesty recognize me as His Majesty's greatest opponent? Don't tell me I'm not even worth a little soup and water? His Majesty belittles me, which means he belittles himself. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's gaze landed on his face and looked straight into his eyes. You have already gone into seclusion, so what do you need so many benefits for? You should let me rest assured and let me rest easy, not prepare for a comeback. Qin said bitterly. I still have a big family to feed. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was so angry that he laughed. If you don't sign it today, I will give an order for Heavenly Emperor Su to destroy half of your eternal peace population. The layers of Tao heart that had been sealed in Qin body were unsealed, and his battle intent towered into the sky. I can resurrect as many people as you can destroy. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was burning with anger. He sneered. Do you think I can't deal with your resurrection divine art? I'll send their souls to the ultimate void and send them into sinkhole. I'll stuff them into the ancestral court, Jade capital city, and let them be completely annihilated. Which one can you save? Qin aura faltered. At that moment, the High Chancellor suddenly rushed over with a face full of anxiety. When he saw Qin, he stopped talking. Speak. There are no outsiders here. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven said coldly. The High Chancellor hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Majesty Yuji Shirshio Lingshu Lingyuan, the four heavens have rebelled and killed the rulers of these four heavens. They want to swear to crusade against the heavenly court. He then glanced at Qin. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven waved his sleeves and said indifferently, And today the world is clear and bright. I'm also an unparalleled wise monarch, yet they actually rebelled for their own selfish desires. They are really courting death. Pass my order to Heavenly Emperor Su to destroy them. He looked at Qin and said with a smile, Minister Mu, come with me to the four heavens to see the end of the traitors.